Yeni gelenler için bir hatırlatma. Konferans sırasında simultane çeviri olacak. Türkçe takip etmek isteyen katılımcılar şimdiden Chinese'i seçerlerse aşağıdaki Interpretation butonunu tıklayıp dünya simgesi olan oradan Chinese'i seçerseniz çok memnun oluruz. Ayrıca Mute Original Audio'yu da seçerseniz çeviri sırasında sadece çevirmeni duyacaksınız. For English, please click Interpretation and select English and Mute Original Audio feature. You only hear the selected language. Thank you. Sırasında tercümanlarımız simultane çeviri yapacak. Konferansı Türkçe takip etmek isteyen katılımcılarımızın Zoom'da aşağıda yer alan Interpretation butonunu tıklayıp oradan Chinese'i seçmeleri gerekiyor. Ayrıca Mute Original Audio'yu seçerseniz çeviri sırasında sadece çevirmeni duyacaksınız. For English, please click Interpretation and select English and Mute Original feature. So you only hear the selected language. Şimdi ben de Chinese'e geçiyorum. Bugün ve yarın bu platformda Türkiye'den ve dünyadan sivil toplum temsilcileri, akademisyenler, hukukçular, meslek örgütleri, medya çalışanları ve gazeteciler bir araya gelecek. Bizlerle kendi çalışmalarını paylaşacak. Amacımız sizlerin de katkısıyla ortak bir tartışma zemini açmak, yeni akademik çalışmalara ve sahadaki mücadele yöntemlerine ilham vermek. Zor bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Yorucu bir senenin sonuna geliyoruz. Senenin sonunda biraz da umut verebilmek adına bu 2 güne...
This has been a very difficult year, so we would like to make sure we end the year on a positive note. We want to make sure this is an interactive conference. We will have specific workshops where we will get your contributions, and we wish we could have welcomed you in our physical premises, but because of the conditions that are obvious to all of you, we couldn't do that. This is a virtual event, and we would like to make sure this is a very interactive and earnest discussion and conference. Please make sure you turn on your cameras. You have just listened to some good music, and we will continue to play music throughout the day. Make sure you share with us your favorite songs. Maybe we're going to add them in our playlist. We want this to be a enjoyable event. I want to turn to the president of board of directors of Hrant Dink Foundation. Raquel Dink will be making the opening address. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Herkeli paragamner periyagak.
Değerli dostlar, Hrant Dink Vakfı Uluslararası Nefret Söylemi ve Ayrımcılık Konferansı'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bildiğiniz gibi vakfımız ırkçılık, ayrımcılık, şiddet ve nefretle, küstahlık ve bencillikle dolu bir zihniyetin ulu orta gelen tehditler, hakaretler, iftiralar ve yalanların sonucunda öldürülen sevgili eşimin adıyla Onu öldüren bu zihniyete karşı çoğulcu, demokratik bir yaşam idealiyle kuruldu. Eşim öldürülmeden önce 3 yıl boyunca sürekli medyada hedef haline getirildi. Yalnızlaştırıldı. Sistematik bir nefret söyleminin hedefi olarak yaşamanın en ağır bedelini deneyimlemiş olarak vakıf kurulduğunda başladığımız ilk işlerden biri nefret söylemiyle ilgili farkındalık söyleminin bugün de bir kısmı bizimle olan pek çok uzmanın da desteği ile tarıyoruz, analiz ediyor ve raporluyoruz. Çok yakında 10 yıllık arşivimizi web sitemiz üstünden araştırmacıların kullanımına açacağız. Yine çok yakında yayınlayacağımız kitapla nefret söyleminin 10 yıllık değerlendirmesini yaparken yeni yaklaşımlar ve öneriler ışığında çoğulcu ve kapsayıcı bir dili yeni bir söylem için çözüme katkı sunmayı umuyoruz.
We hope we will be contributing to the solution. Since the first day, unfortunately, we have seen a rise in hate speech everywhere in the world. Even during the pandemic conditions, unfortunately, we see more and more hate speech, discriminatory discourse. According to the Holy Book, quote unquote, human beings have been able to tame any kind of animal, but haven't been able to tame their language. Language is a malice that is full of fatal poison. We praise God and the Father with our language. We use the same language in order to curse human beings. The same mouth can utter praise and curse. How come that can happen? Can fresh water flow at the same time with salty water from the same river? Dear friends, I would like to read out some of the notes I have taken for myself during the trial that took place on February 11, 2008. It's not even possible to satisfy the hatred. When you look at the attitudes, arrogant attitudes of the perpetrators and the lawyers, you can understand this. They don't feel satisfied. Look at their lynching behavior, how dominant they feel themselves in the courtroom, how confident they are, as if it's not enough. They killed. It's as if they are stepping on and jumping on the body they killed. They feel as if they own the court. Just because of this, this country hasn't been in calmness. It has existed in a restless condition. We have seen many incidents caused by hatred and discrimination. Sivas, Madımak, Roboski, Ankara train station, children taking toys to Erbil, Tahir Elçi, murder. Unfortunately, it is because of this hatred that innocent people die and we lose the abundance of this soil of this country. We know hatred and discrimination is a big malice that is the enemy of the environment, abundance. And it is a product of lack of love, selfishness, and a feeling of superiority. And it may be aggravated with violence, murders, and wars. So this teaches us a lesson. We have to embrace each other and we should have the courage to do so. We should respect each other. We should use the opportunities to walk forward together, supporting each other, helping each other away from enmity, hostility, discrimination, racism, hatred, and violence. This conference plays a very crucial role, according to me, and I hope it is going to help us embrace each other, act in solidarity, share with each other, and learn from each other. I am grateful for the participants, for the scientific board, and everyone who have made great efforts to organize this conference. The pandemic period shows us once again how important the life is and how fragile it is. We have to embrace our loved ones. It's not just our lives, everyone's lives are equally important. And we would like to have such a future. And I would like to conclude by my wishes of self-control, nobleness, and modesty for everyone to live in this world. Thank you very much. Raquel Hanım, we are grateful for this meaningful speech. Next, I would like to turn to our next speaker for the introductory words, who have made great efforts for the past 10 years with great contribution in the press scanning efforts in organizing this conference. I would like to turn to Ronald Maynardus, the Turkey representative of Frederick Naumann Foundation. Mr. Maynardus,
yes,
the
thank
floor
you.
is over to you.
I can hear actually not only you, but I can hear two people talking at the same time. But I'm very pleased to be here with you, and I would like to thank you very much for this invitation, which is a very honorable invitation. And before I continue, I'd like to say, yes, and I can hear my own voice now, which is a little confusing. Maybe we can somehow, do I turn off the microphone or probably not? So there's a technical glitch here and I think it's very confusing. I should settle this before we continue, please.
Mute original audio seçeneğini
Okay, is this better?
interpretation kısmından.
But I hear my own voice while I'm talking, and this is somehow... So it is echoing myself. I apologize for this. It's actually beyond my control.
Belki sesini kısar. Tamam, peki.
So I will simply go on and say that... no, this does not work out. I'm sorry. I can somehow wait. I have an idea. Excuse me. So I turned off now my sound. Can you somehow? I don't hear anything now, but I assume that you hear me. Can the facilitator give me a thumbs up? Okay. So sorry for this. I mean, these are very difficult times, and that we are meeting under these conditions and pulling this through is already a strong statement and a big achievement. When I speak of challenges, I do not mean only the pandemic, which is of course a challenge to everyone's very health, and I can all wish us that we come through this in a healthy status. But turning now a little to the topic of our conference, the virus is also creating social ills, social evils. And these are visible not at least in the vast area of communications. And I am now referring to the never-ending avalanche of disinformation and fake news, which we are confronted with daily and which is flooding the internet and which is making very difficult to discern and to differentiate what is actually true and what is not. How to deal with this phenomenon is an issue which is confronting more or less all societies. And it is actually not limited only to social media, although the social media, of course, are a major fault. I come from Germany, and my own country in these days is one of many examples. In these times of the COVID pandemic, we see unfolding what I would call an unholy alliance of people who deny the existence of the COVID virus and right-wing extremists who use this situation and in the course question the very democratic principles. So here we see the danger, the potential danger of misinformation and fake news for the very democratic values we all stand for. In the sphere of the internet, it is even more easy to say what you want and to write what you want than it has been in the traditional media, because there are no gatekeepers left. And I'm now turning to the theme of our conference, which is hate speech and discrimination. Both of these concepts, or both of these are highly illiberal and also anti-democratic, hate speech and discrimination, because both negate the human dignity and the human rights of every member of society. Now, from a liberal perspective, and I'm talking here as the representative of the Liberal Foundation, I want to stress that freedom, and also the freedom of expression, is never limitless. It is never bounded, and in all cases should be limited to the extent that it does not inflict on others' freedom, on others' dignity, and on others' human rights. Denigration of a person based on any kind of ethnic or religious differences is racism, and as such unpardonable, writes Hrant Dink in a powerful essay of 2007, which is titled My Heart's Dovish Disquiet, which has been published in Argos newspaper and which is available on the Foundation's website, and I which can only invite you to have a look at. The Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom is a liberal foundation, and for us, and this is a normative issue, the freedom of every individual in society is the highest good. To promote this freedom is ultimately the objective of all our educative endeavors. If you want, it is the essence of our very existence. This might sound a little theoretical. In projects like this, it becomes very practical. The foundation has been operating in Turkey since 1991, and we are very grateful to the Turkish authorities for the hospitality and the freedom they give us to operate in this country. For us throughout, the promotion of human rights, the rule of law, and minority rights are on top of our strategic objectives. And it is against exactly this background that we, at a very early stage, initiated our cooperation with the Hrant Dink Foundation. And I would like to use this opportunity to emphasize that this cooperation is very dear to us. We are very proud of this cooperation, and we are also very committed to our partnership. And at the center of this cooperation lies the Media Watch and Hate Speech project, the results of which will also move into focus during our two-day conference. As I mentioned before, this meeting is taking place under rather difficult circumstances, but at the same time, and this is actually the good news, and I want to emphasize the good news, at the same time, this meeting, the fact that close to 170 people are watching us from all corners of the world, and I would like to welcome them once more from beautiful Istanbul. This meeting also demonstrates the perseverance of the organizer and what is often called the strategic patience. Nothing can hold us up in bringing out our message and continuing our efforts in this important issue. We may look back at 10 years of dedicated and committed and what I think is highly professional work, which is aimed at strengthening the respect for human rights and tolerance of difference in the media. The reports we have worked on together, and which are all available in the public domain, show, and I assume also this conference will show this one more time, that there is still a long way to go until human rights and tolerance of difference are respected and communicated in the media. But as other struggles of civil society, this effort also is driven by a sense of hope and a common belief and optimism that there is a chance for a better future. And one more time, I would like to quote from the article I mentioned earlier, penned by the patron of the foundation, by Ranting himself. Here he writes, "We are the kind of people who aspire to turn the hell we inherit into a heaven. For respect for those who struggle for democracy in Turkey, for those who support us, and for the thousands of friends we know and those we don't know personally, demanded that we stay and live in Turkey." And this was in a very challenging time for him, where he was contemplating his future. We're talking about the future, and we're talking about the objective of influencing the media in this country in a positive manner. Towards the end of my paper, my short presentation, I'm grateful to the Ranting Foundation and the Dink family, and Mrs. Raquel, and also Delal Dink, for her kindness and their kindness, and also for the hospitality throughout. I remember meeting Delal Dink more than 10 years ago when I was the regional director in Cairo and I came to Istanbul. I have very fond memories of our first meeting. But we also shared hospitality in the difficult times of the pandemic, and we met on the terrace of the foundation to discuss many issues and also the details of this conference, and I'm very fond of this. A big word of thanks also to the foundation's wonderful staff. It is our policy at Naumann Stiftung that we never interfere into the content and into the themes of the conference and the activities. This is the sovereign, if you may, privilege of our partners. We have, however, and this is also a policy issue, offered our advice when it comes to methodological issues. And we have indeed discussed with the Ranting Foundation staff how to make this digital gathering a more appealing gathering, that we don't have, after a while, the Zoom fatigue, and the whole event is becoming a little more attractive for the participants. And I'm very pleased that we moved a long way in this way, and I'm also impressed at the high interest this conference has attracted from throughout the world. This is a wonderful news, and I am confident that at the end of this event, we will all say it has been worth the while. I'm confident, and this is my last sentence, sometime we will meet again in beautiful Istanbul, continue our discussions in person and networking in person, and continue our friendship. Çok teşekkür ederim, and have a good conference. Bye-bye.
Biz de bu karşılama konuşması için çok teşekkür ediyoruz size. Son olarak...
We would like to thank you very much for your warm welcome of the conference. And last but not least, we would like to also invite another important opening speaker, the General Consul, Peter Eriksson of Sweden. And many thanks for your kind support of the conference and human rights agenda in Turkey.
Well, thank you, and thank you to everybody for joining. As you just heard, I'm Peter Eriksson, the Consul General of Sweden in Istanbul since a little more than a year. So even if I'm personally new here, Sweden has a unique historical background in Istanbul and Turkey, and we have been present in the exact same location since 1757 here in Istanbul. This background gives us the benefit of a long-standing, honest, and when we think necessary, being a critical friend of Turkey's. And our main mission today is to continue to develop Swedish-Turkish cooperation And one main area of this support is support to Turkish civil society organizations working on issues such as gender equality, democracy, and human rights. In this regard, the Consulate General is especially honored to cooperate with and to support the Hrant Dink Foundation in your important work for minority rights, increased cultural diversity, and support of Turkey's democratization process. As we all know, and as Ms. Dink described just moments ago, we are witnessing a shrinking democratic space in Turkey over the past few years. And this has affected all areas where Turkish civil society organizations are active. In relation to this, we are concerned about the increased presence of hate speech in Turkey. As shown by the research carried out by the foundation, minorities are particularly exposed to these stigmatizing and antagonizing messages. This makes the International Hate Speech and Discrimination Conference that we're opening right now especially important. And the coming 2 days will serve as a platform bringing together several actors from different fields for discussions on how discrimination within this area can be combated. Sweden's contribution to this year's conference is financed directly from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Stockholm. This is a signal of the importance and the interest that we, in Istanbul as well as in Stockholm, attach to these issues. I know that close to 100 submissions were sent to the Foundation's open call for abstracts, and I can only imagine what a delicate process it must have been to select the presenters for the conference. But looking through the agenda, I must say that you managed to put together a very topical and relevant program with so many inspiring presenters. So we look forward to 2 rewarding days. So in conclusion, I would just like to extend a warm thank you to Ms. Rekeldink and to all the colleagues at the Hrant Dink Foundation. You do extremely important work, and we highly appreciate your good and constructive cooperation, and we look forward to continue it in the next year. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Hepinize bu güzel temenniler için. Çok sağ olun.
Thank you very much for your kind words and also for good wishes. In fact, we have been working on the preparation of this conference for a long time, and we have received many papers to be presented during the conference, but since we had time constraints, we were not able to accept all the papers. Today, we have very distinguished speakers with us who were selected by a scientific committee, again composed of highly distinguished academics. Throughout the conference, scientific committee members will also be with us. Some of them will join us as the moderators, and one of our scientific committee members, Ms. Yasemin İnceoğlu, is with us for many years. She was teaching at Marmara University and Galatasaray University, and she carried out extensive work on hate speech and discriminatory discourse. She worked on the others, hate speech in the media. She widely published on those topics, and for the last 10 years, she has been actively supporting us on the Media Watch on Hate Speech project, as well as the Asolis Lab. So we have greatly benefited from her wisdom and experience throughout the years. So welcome, Ms. İnceoğlu.
Sanırım off'tasınız. İsterseniz siz de Chinese'e geçin.
Onu bilmiyorum.
Herkes sesini duyabiliyor mu Yasemin Hoca'nın?
Chinese'e nasıl geçiyoruz?
Ben duyamıyorum ama teknik ekipten arkadaşlarım duyabiliyor mu Yasemin Hoca'nın sesini? Şu aşağıdaki interpretation butonundan siz de Chinese'i seçerseniz bir kanalda olmanız gerekiyor konuşma yaparken.
Interpretation,
Lütfen.
pardon, ben demin
evet, o dünya interpretation.
Tamam şimdi herhalde.
Harika, geldi. Hoş
Çok
geldiniz
pardon.
tekrardan. Hiç önemli değil. Buyurun.
So I will be talking in English. Dear colleagues and all participants, allow me to warmly thank
O zaman çok pardon hocam. O zaman İngiliz'i seçmenizi rica edeceğim. Chinese'i değil İngiliz'i. Kusura bakmayın.
Dear colleagues and all participants, allow me to warmly thank the organization committee of this important conference for giving me the privilege of welcoming and addressing you all. I feel honored and privileged to be with you here today at the International Conference on Hate Speech and Discrimination, organized by the Hrant Dink Foundation in collaboration with the Frederick Naumann Foundation and the Sweden Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Let me first briefly talk about Hrant Dink Foundation and its activities. The Hrant Dink Foundation was established in 2007 after the murder of Hrant Dink in order to avoid similar suffering and to continue Hrant's dreams and struggles for a more free and just world. And the foundation defines the development of a culture of dialogue, empathy, and peace as the basis of all its activities. And its main principle is democracy and human rights for all, regardless of any differences. And the foundation is conducting many projects and programs to promote coexistence, dialogue, and democracy. For example, Turkey-Armenia program aims to develop the normalization of relations between Turkey and Armenia, and this program brings people together and encourages dialogue in order to increase the direct communication and to promote cooperation between the peoples of the two neighboring countries. And Bolis Institute is conducting a research and activities to reveal the multicultural heritage and the collective memory of Turkey. The 23.5 Hrant Dink Site of Memory takes its name from the article 23.5 April written by Hrant Dink and published in Agos newspaper on April 23, 1996. It's a space that addresses and highlights the importance of the universal values embraced and championed by Hrant Dink, such as democracy, equality, justice, human rights, and freedoms, as well as building a bridge between memory and hope. And founded under Hrant Dink Foundation, ASULIS, the Discourse, Dialogue, Democracy Laboratory, has been designed as an interdisciplinary space to engage from the experimental studies and the research in the field of discourse studies to conduct discussions on methods to combat discrimination as well as the discriminatory discourse and its consequences. And the word asulis, which is composed of the combination of the verbs asel, means to say, and isel, to listen in Armenian, and commonly used as the conversational chat, was chosen as the name of the laboratory. And this laboratory represents a first in Turkey in terms of an organization to engage in activities on discourse studies, and it confronts discrimination and discriminatory discourses in a variety of contexts, and seeks to create a space that serves human rights, democratization, equality, and pluralism. And the monitoring of hate speech in the media project is a monitoring study conducted since 2009. And since then, the media has accumulated very important knowledge and experience on issues such as hate speech and discriminatory speech. And the project has become a reference work in the field of media and discourse, with its reports, panels, interviews, workshops, etc. that organized. The foundation organized 12 international conferences till now on areas such as history, multicultural heritage, discourse, memory, and human rights, where many academics, field workers, researchers, activists, and civil society representatives and intellectuals were brought together. And in all these conferences, the issues were analyzed and discussed in a very interdisciplinary and multi-dimensional manner. Our conference topic is discrimination and hate speech. As we all know that hate speech refers to any declarations that attack the dignity of people for the mere fact of being part of a specific group or collective. And it is used for discriminating against a person on the grounds of their origin, nationality, sex, sexual orientation, sexual identity, beliefs, ideologies, or any other feature of otherness. So it's also used for justifying a lack of real access under equal conditions to rights in general and citizenship in particular. So there is a broad consensus that hate speech is a genuine problem for the society, and hate speech can inhibit others in their freedom of speech in public debate, and as such impair democracy. And moreover, hate speech can keep prejudices alive, deprive people of their dignity, and cause fear and alarm in the groups it targets. And recurrent hate speech targeting selected groups can serve to legitimize harassment and discrimination, and ultimately violence towards individual members of these groups. So hate speech is a menace to democratic values, social stability, and peace. There does appear to be a broad consensus against these background that hate speech should in some way be prevented and counteracted. So hate speech can also be identified as the expression of intolerance that encourages and paves the way to the hate crimes. The targeted groups are being told that there is no place for them in society, and this message is constantly repeated. So this is a deprivation from the fundamental human rights to life and also to participation. And we all know that the media play an important part in responding to hate speech through promoting equality, non-discrimination, and mostly the right to freedom of expression, which is a cornerstone human rights, and it is its protection for all people depends upon respect for inclusion, diversity, and pluralism. So, how can journalists determine what is hate speech? Some organizations and networks, such as European Journalism Network, Article 19, have put some measures to help the journalists to identify hate speech, to report or not with the required distance, and to avoid any manipulation. Since Aidan White is here with us in the next panel, I believe that he may mention about measures of ethical journalism network. So I'm moving on to Article 19 organization's 6-part test that consists 6 criteria. What are they? Context of the expression, the speaker, intention, content of the expression, extent, magnitude of the expression, likelihood of harm occurring, including its imminence. And as part of the media monitoring work focusing on hate speech of Ranting Foundation, as we all know, all newspapers and approximately 500 local newspapers are monitored based on the predetermined keywords such as Jew, Muslim, traitor, bigot, refugee by a media monitoring center. So weekday editions of these publications are scanned for news articles and columns containing these keywords and items containing hate speech and thus found. So the categories of hate speech determined by international studies previously conducted in the field of discourse in consideration of the country-specific lingual and cultural differences are as follows, such as exaggeration, attribution, distortion, or the second one is insult, degradation. The third one is enmity, war, discourse, and use of, the fourth one is inherent identity as an element of hate or humiliation or symbolization. So we are all aware of the difficulties of detecting and monitoring hate speech and discriminatory discourses spreading through the social media, and also of the risk of legitimizing and reproducing discrimination in real life. So it is very crucial to discuss the methods and examples of the struggle against hate speech and discriminatory discourses, and the responsibility of states, public institutions, traditional means of communication, civil society actors, and international organizations. Since discourse has the power to produce effects well beyond being a neutral instrument for expressing thoughts or describing events, the language used in the media can directly affect social life, escalating social tensions and increasing polarization. So discourse, which can be analyzed only in reference to the historical and social context in which it is generated, affects the way people make sense of a fact or situation and how they position themselves. And its influential capacity and a relationship with sphere of power makes it necessary to understand the notion of discourse and different types of it, and modes of understanding and making sense, such as prejudice, racism, xenophobia, discrimination, sexism, and homophobia, they all lie behind the use of hate speech, and factors such as the cultural identity and group characteristics influence the use of marginalizing and aggressive discourse, and certain circumstances such as rising nationalism or intolerance against different further increase the impact of hate speech. In Turkey, as all over the globe, we know that hate speech and discrimination against many groups, the others we may call them, the women, the children, LGBTIQ people, individuals, ethnic and religious identities, it's quite common. And political tendencies such as the globally rising nationalism, populism, polarization, anti-refugee and anti-migrant sentiments, they all nurture and popularize the discrimination. A very good example, as it was mentioned in the beginning, in the opening speech, is COVID-19 pandemic. The spread of COVID-19 has created waves of fear, uncertainty, and anxiety across the globe. And this has led to an increase in hate speech. It also increased discrimination against the local Chinese and Asian communities, anti-foreigner sentiments, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, all have spread, and COVID-19 related anti-Muslim attacks have occurred. For example, in USA, George Floyd, he was a victim of a hate crime in USA as he was murdered by a police officer. And since the day after George Floyd's death on May 26th, the rate of the hate speech online in the USA has been nearly 3 times higher than a usual day. But at the same time, there were huge global protests, debates that had the potential to guide many global anti-discrimination efforts and discussions. So keeping this discussion at the international level and approaching by considering their localities and globalities together will not only provide a better understanding of all these issues, but also the development of the most appropriate methods of struggle. We are aware that we need to strengthen coexistence and develop pluralistic, inclusive discourses. So it is of great importance to think and discuss together in determining this need and creating a counter discourse. So this conference aims to create a space where the problems caused by hate speech and discriminatory discourse can be revealed and analyzed, as it was always done in the conferences before. So the efforts for countering hate speech and racism diversify and spread as they become popular in different platforms. With this, our online conference scheduled for today and tomorrow, the civil society representatives, academicians, media workers, journalists, experts will be brought together to create a common platform for discussion and also inspire new academic studies in the future and other methods to counter racism in the field. And it will provide a platform where the country-specific experiences, strategies, and academic studies for countering these problems could be exchanged and potential collaborations developed. So I would like to thank the organization team of the International Scientific Committee for their contributions. And of course, I want to thank the organization committee, as I did in the first place, but I want to repeat it again for the committee. They did a great work. And I sincerely hope that the conference will deliberate and discuss all the different facets of this important topic and come up with recommendations that will lead to a hate-free, non-discriminatory, and much, much more peaceful world. Thank you very much.
Biz çok teşekkür ederiz Yasemin Hocam. Herkese tekrardan
Thank you
merhaba.
very much, Yasemin Hanım. Once again, hello. We will continue with the first panel. Just 1 second. The first panel on hate speech and discrimination in media. Let me introduce the chair. He is a member of the Science Board, the founder of Ethics Journalism Field, and the General Secretary, worked for the Financial Times, The Guardian, with extensive experience in running campaigns against hate speech in media, and also the author of the book, Telling the Truth. I'd like to welcome Aidan White. Just a quick reminder, throughout the panel, please feel free to ask your questions in the chat box. We will be reading out the questions, so hopefully they'll be answered. So welcome, Mr. White.
Good morning. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very excited to be at this conference. It's great. I mean, I think I'm probably in a minority because I'm actually a journalist. My tradition is absolutely in working journalism rather than in academia. But I'm really excited this morning to be able to moderate this discussion, and I'm going to be introducing in a few minutes a couple of really terrific speakers who will be able to talk to us in a context which is really important. The issue we're talking about today is hate speech. Today and tomorrow is hate speech, but we're also talking about media. And therefore, when we talk about hate speech, we have to talk about it in the reality of how people communicate with one another and how they receive information. So I'm really pleased to join you. I have to say the debate, I've been following this debate for something like 30, almost 40 years. As a journalist, I found it incredibly important, but I don't think any more important than it is today. Today, we're in a new historical phase, an important historical phase in terms of communication and information. Yasemin has indicated and talked about the impact of the Black Lives Matter movement. There's no doubt at all that around the world there is a new and fresh consciousness about hatred, about how hatred is generated, and about how we understand it and how we respond to it. And therefore, I think it's really very important that we take what we know now and reflect and discuss and try to sort of to contribute to this global movement, particularly active in Turkey, but to contribute to a new and important debate about consciousness of how hatred operates and so on. The second thing, which I think is important, is in historical terms, is now the growing realization that media and news and information is much more important than ever. We have a fresh understanding that the internet and online means of communication are fantastically liberating, but they don't give to us the streams of reliable and trustworthy and useful information that people need to lead their lives. So I think this new understanding, and that we've seen new figures in the United Kingdom in the recent days, which actually show that although we had thought that everybody turns to the internet to get their news and information, the evidence is that people are trusting the internet much less today. as being the primary source of information about what is happening in the world. And so the need for reliable and trustworthy information, and therefore journalism, is really more important than ever. I've been working with the Ethical Journalism Network, as you said, which I launched in 2012 to try to raise the profile of the need for ethics standards, good self-regulation in journalism. And I've been happy to work with journalists in Turkey on this issue as well. At the Ethical Journalism Network, we developed a 5-point test for hate speech. And that has been really very, very important. You can go and you can see that test for hate speech, because it's a very simple way of helping journalists to understand how to identify hate speech. The 5 points are the status of the speaker, the intention of the speech itself, the content of the speech, the nature of the speech, and of course the impact that the speech has. And I'm really pleased that in Turkey there is a vibrant debate about how these issues are being dealt with. And I've been happy to work with the Turkish Coalition for Ethical Journalism, a coalition of academics and journalists inside Turkey who are raising these issues. And they are doing practical work, and they've been involved, and we've been involved in developing hate speech glossaries for both journalists and Turkey and in Cyprus. Well, now I want to sort of very quickly go on to our speakers. And the first speaker this morning, I'm really delighted to introduce in a second. She, like me, I'm a journalist, and I'm keenly interested in all sorts of things, but I'm also really interested in sports. I'm a real football fan, like millions of people in Turkey. I love football. And our first speaker is Elzem Seren Dinçkirli, who is also a football fan, a sports scientist, an academic. She has worked at Istanbul University. She's presently doing her PhD at Istanbul Bilgi University. She's been fascinated and studied in detail the relationship between sport and media, but she's been particularly interested in the role of the fan. And that's really, for me, a really important question. This week, actually, football and hate was in the news in a big way with a Turkish link. The actions of what happened in Paris earlier this week, and I'm sure you've all followed it, when a Turkish football team from Istanbul, Başakşehir, they walked off the pitch because they would not tolerate what they perceived as hatred and hate speech. And they were followed by the team from Paris Saint-Germain. And as a result of that, they made a clear and important statement to the world, not just of football, but to the world of sports and beyond, that hatred, everyday hatred, a sort of casual discrimination of language and hatred was intolerable and not acceptable. And it seemed to me to show that, once again, sport could be an inspiration for better understanding and an inspiration perhaps for change. So I really like to welcome Elzem to speak to us and to give us her thoughts on these issues, and particularly the intersection that we see now between the responsibility of media and the role of academics in raising understanding and knowledge of hate speech. So first of all, I'd like to ask Elzem to speak.
Can you all hear me? Good morning. I'd like to thank Hrant Dink Foundation and the organizers for this conference. I will be presenting my postgraduate dissertation. I am very honored to share my dissertation with you on the occasion of this conference. With your permission, I will go ahead and share my screen right away. I hope you can see my screen right now. This is the outline of my presentation. I will present the purpose of the research, the scope and the limits of the research, the method, the sampling, the identification of the categories, the findings and results and suggestions. This is the outline of my presentation. In the next slide, what's the purpose of the research? I focused on new media. It is easily accessible, it is bidirectional, it is interactive, it is a multimedia environment. Multiple users can use it at the same time. These are the advantages, and Twitter is one of those tools. The fans use this microblog platform to share their views. So I specifically focus on Twitter in my research. As to the basis of my research, the basis is law number 6222, dated 2011. The law is there to stop violence in sports. And it also covers hate crimes committed on social media. The new media is under stricter scrutiny these days. So any hate crime taking place in the social media falls within the scope of the law number 6222, legal action taken against the perpetrators. However, we see that the law is not very influential. It's not practically working so well because we still see a large number of hate crimes or hate speech used in the social media, especially Twitter. More interestingly, when you look at the law is numbered 6222, and the fans use this number as a code to use very hateful speech. In order if they want to curse somebody, they just use this code 6222 to express their hate speech. The purpose of the research is to bring those examples into daylight and identify examples and come to some conclusions. This slide shows you the scope and the limits of my research. Data collected between June 2019 and December 2019 for 7 months. I used some keywords that I will be introducing in a minute. And I searched the content of the posts by Twitter users, the content including 6222. In this slide, I explain the method I used. I used advanced search feature of Twitter. I entered keywords here, and I searched the content, and I conducted the content analysis based on the keywords. This slide is about how I identified the samples.
Özelliklerine göre 4 şekilde bir sınıflandırma var. Cinsel yönelim ve
There are 4 categories: sexual identity, ethnic, religious identity, and health-related or physical appearance-related discrimination or hate. Then I identified the following keywords. Hrant Dink Foundation has the Media Watch on Hate Speech project, and I made use of the data provided by the project in order to come up with the keywords. And most frequently used words came up automatically in terms of hate speech. I chose those words. I made the list up myself. The fans use mostly these words, actually. And they also use the word 6222 with a very negative connotation. When they want to curse, they also use this code 6222. So that's how I identify the categories. I specifically focused on sports groups, individuals, for example, the referees, the technical director, the trainer, the athletes themselves, and the fans. These are the 4 different categories of people involved. And as to the content categories, the first category has to do with exaggeration or twisting the meaning, with or without visual content. So this is the first category. The second one is cursing using efforts, insulting. The third one is hostility and war-related content. And the fourth category involves symbolizing. Some contents are accompanied with visuals, some are not. By the way, some contents fall into more than one category, and in that case, I chose the most dominant category. This is a scientific research. Reliability is an important aspect of my scientific research, so the categories had to be clearly identified and described. That's what I did. In a minute, I will show you some graphics. In order to produce the graphics, I recorded all the data, all the contents, and I analyzed them all. And I produced this scale, this category scale, and then I superimposed the content on this scale. This research covered 7 months. In total, I analyzed 2,861 contents. Out of this, 919 involves those keywords and 6222 code. And 1,942 of them includes only 6222 code and no keywords. Let's look at the first group, the contents that involves the keywords. Here is 51% cursing, using F words, and insulting. This is the most dominant one. Next comes symbolizing, like insulting a natural future, 22%. Then comes exaggeration and twisting the meaning with 20%, and 7% represents hostility category. Let's look at hate speech based on sexual identity and orientation. I'm not sure if you can see the graphic, but in total, I could reach 227 contents. You can see the keywords in the graph. The colorful boxes represent the target groups. So 66 of the contents use the keyword, quote unquote, your mother. By the way, I don't feel comfortable to utter the keywords because they are very bad words. Some are too strong, but I have to use them because this is a scientific research presentation. So other keywords include rape, or your wife, or bisexual. So mostly these contents target the fans, or the clubs, the athletes, the media organizations, the referees, trainers, and the federations are also the targets of these contents. The word rape is used for all groups, all categories. This one shows all the colors actually. This column stands for rape. Let's take a look at this. This will make it clearer. Here you see 2 examples. Look at this one. You see the code 6222 used within the sentence. This hate speech is against one of the athletes. Take a look at the one on the left too. Here, more examples. Here, faggot is this word, and this one is 6222. The word 6222 is used to replace the F word, the verb itself. Here they say rape, your wife. So I go on. Let's take a look at the distribution per category. It's mostly F words, insulting. So they're the red ones, and then symbolizing comes after that in purple, and then hostility. You can see all 4 categories here. Something attracted my attention. Let me share it with you. Like a woman and like a man. I compared them. In 30 occasions, they use the phrase like a woman. And in 11 contents, in 11 posts, they use the phrase like a man. As to the LGBT They are unfortunately target of hate speech on many occasions, also in sports. Unfortunately, you see the rates here. Efforts, insulting, and exaggeration, attribution, and distortion also exist in these posts. How about hate speech based on ethnicity and national identity? I read 275 posts. 89 of them includes FETÖ supporter, FETÖ guy, and 50 posts include traitor keyword. You have last 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes. Reminder. Okay. What is next? Arab, Syrian, and Armenian keywords are used in the posts. But this is not surprising, actually. I inserted some examples here, like an Armenian team. This content has visuals in it. You see the categories here: F words, insults, and exaggeration, attribution, distortion, Greek, Armenian. How about this? How about hate speech based on religious identity? I have in total 127 posts, and some of them includes godless keyword, and they address the fan groups. Also, media organizations follow the fans in terms of the targeted category of groups. Here, crypto, godless, Jews, and there's an insult against the federation here. There is more here about F words, insulting, and exaggeration, attribution, distortion. Here, I have 290 posts that fall under the category of hate speech based on diseases and physical features. Mostly, they use the word "you blind." Mostly against the referees, and this is not surprising. These people apparently like calling referees as blind. There was one other example against one of the athletes. Let me move on. And cancer and blind are used in all categories. In 1,942 posts, the code 6222 is used in order to insult or twist the meaning or exaggerate, attribute, and distort. Let's take a look at these examples. Some people think this law is a crime against humanity. The fans are treated as terrorists. Lots of F words, insults. So the number 6222 replaces the F word itself. Here, more examples about hostility and war-related discourse. I'll be wrapping up very soon. How about visual content? Some posts have a visual content, whereas some others don't, but mostly they use visual content. The only thing is, in the posts that include 6222, in most of the cases, they are accompanied by a visual. And this is not surprising either. Mostly they use photographs. This is the results slide. The new media comes with certain advantages. It's easier to communicate. One can freely express their opinions. It's very fast. However, the discourse used in football field is influencing the communication taking place in social media. And another important result is there is a change in the fans' profile. Another result has to do with the masculinity of the language used in media. You can see this in the titles of the news, the text of the news, and the photographs. And in this part, I listed down my suggestions. The first suggestion is the articles, the relevant articles in the law 6222 should be aggravated to strengthen the scrutiny over social media relating hate speech. Because as it is now, it's not very practical. And cybercrimes should be made more visible, especially in order to fight against hate speech and support freedom of expression. We have to make cybercrimes more visible. Many social media users don't know the distinction between the freedom of expression and hate speech. Another suggestion is to make sure members of academia work more with the civil society. I should also say I am very much impressed with the Media Watch on Hate Speech project of Hrant Dink Foundation, and I think this project should be done specifically in the field of sports, and I openly say I'm volunteering to do that. Media literacy should be tackled. There are significant shortcomings in that field, not just in Turkey, I mean globally. We should increase media literacy. Maybe the curriculum in the primary schools should take on board an element that introduces media literacy. Unfortunately, we don't know how to act in social media, what to do when you're insulted in social media. Well, we don't know how to do that. And in terms of the service contracts in the new media platforms, we have to definitely insert some sanctions against hate speech. Thank you very much for your attention. So we say no to hate speech in the field of sports. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And thanks for that. And I think we will have an opportunity, I hope, to be able to have some questions related to the issues that you've raised, in particular, how we can strengthen scrutiny over social media, the question of sanctions and how and can they be applied, the question of cybercrimes becoming more visible. I think that's absolutely key. And I couldn't agree with you more that the focus on sport and the field of sport is really, really important, because sport is a wonderful unifier of communities, but is also a wonderful point of the intersection of journalism and media and the population at large, and can be enormously influential. And so I agree with that very much. Thank you for that. And we'll come back to you later on when I hope we'll have the opportunity to have some questions. So I'd like now to introduce our next speaker, who's Alexander Royal from the Amman Center for Human Rights Studies. Alexander received a degree in international relations in crisis and security management at Leiden University. He studied the right-wing extremist groups and their role in the United States before and immediately after Donald Trump, the Donald Trump era began, at least as President of the United States. But he's particularly a specialist in the Middle East and North Africa region at Horizon Intelligence. I mean, I think that Donald Trump, Alexander, has a very special place in the world, in that he has been himself a one-man movement for hate speech globally, and has probably done more damage to the cause of dealing with hate speech and the capacity to promote better understanding and good relations globally and so on. But you've been focused on the analyzing media discourse in elections in Jordan and other countries and so on. So we'd be really pleased to hear about what your take is on these issues. Alexander, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I also want to thank the organizers of this event. I want to quickly say that I also got help from Juliette Raymond-Tidres, who is also working for the Amman Human Rights Center and who is a native French speaker, which was useful for this study as half of the text were in French. I'll get back to that later. So the aim of our study has been to identify a moment in time where discriminatory attitudes would be activated and normalized at a higher rate than usual. We hypothesized that the time period right before national elections or referendums in authoritarian regimes would be one of those moments where a narrative of prejudice and discrimination would be potentially most present and could therefore have a high impact on the level of prejudice in the society in question. We expect that to be so because the incumbent regime would be seeking to get support from the individuals with right-wing authoritarian tendencies, which could be activated by creating a sense of societal insecurity, where an identity is framed to be under threat by other identities. So before getting into some of our results, I will elaborate a bit further on this theory. So first of all, we assume that the level of discrimination depends for a large part on external factors and that it does not depend on the quality of a society that is inherent to it in one way or another. To explain this, we use the concept of right-wing authoritarianism. This concept proposes that individuals might have different potentials to think and behave in discriminatory ways, but that these potentials are latent and need to be activated to become visible and meaningful. We propose that authoritarian regimes will try to activate these potentials to try and get a legitimacy by designating an external or internal group that threatens this identity, and then the regime then promises to protect. That way it would make itself indispensable to people that identify themselves with that common identity. The consensus among researchers is that the personality trait right-wing authoritarianism strongly predicts whether people are likely to have prejudice towards other groups. Studies have shown that that people that score high on this scale often perceive the world as threatening, a threatening place, and prioritize aspects such as security, cohesion, stability, social order, and conformity. Any group of people that is perceived to be threatening in one of these aspects is then likely to be the target of prejudice. As you might have noticed, the authoritarian regimes and right-wing authoritarian tendencies have quite some things in common. With this in mind, we would say that authoritarian regimes will want to try and convince specifically these individuals that score relatively high on the right-wing authoritarianism scale of an existing threat to their identity in order to have a strong backing from a core base of people. The decision to look at elections and referendums was based on the idea that these events act as opportunities for people to evaluate the regime in power, even if the elections in some cases might be rigged and meaningless, in the sense that the incumbent regime will win the election no matter what. It nevertheless remains an ideal opportunity for the incumbent regime to set the dominant agenda and strengthen its position as the legitimate ruler in the eyes of its subjects. To see whether this indeed was the case, we looked at the media discourse prior to parliamentary elections in Jordan and the constitutional referendum in Algeria. As we are working for a Jordanian organization, and because we knew that the elections were coming up in November, we decided to at least include Jordan. And then we wanted to include another country, at least one more country from the region, so that we could compare the results with one another. So in the end, we decided to include the Algerian referendum that took place on the 1st of November. One consideration was the proximity in time between the election and the referendum, which was just 10 days. And another reason was more practical, as a relatively large proportion of Algeria speaks or reads in French. And my Arabic is not good enough for media analysis. And therefore, we had to restrict our data to the English or French language. And this is also where Juliette came in to help me out with the French text. So we wanted to include media outlets that have clear links to the regime. It was difficult to find a media outlet that would be in English or French and had relatively clear links to the regime. Algeria offered an option with Al Mujahid, online news outlet, and with Jordan we chose the Jordan Times, which is owned by the Jordan Press Foundation, which is a majority government-owned foundation. We looked at the opinionated genre within the online news outlets, starting 2 weeks prior to the election in Jordan and 2 weeks prior to the referendum in Algeria for Al Mujahid. And we included all text, regardless of the topic, regardless if they spoke about the referendum or the election. The texts of the Jordan Times were opinions by guest writers or journalists of the media outlet itself. And for Al Mujahid, it were editorials. So we assumed that they were written by the journalists that are working for Al Mujahid. We used critical discourse analysis as proposed by Fairclough to analyze the articles. This methodology is not simply a methodology, but it is also partly a theory. It sees reality as constructed through discourse. Fairclough, however, based on the idea of hegemony from Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci, also argues that some discourse can become sedimented if enough people accept certain ideas and words. This sedimented discourse becomes a reality that again affects the discourse one can use. Briefly stated, you can see discourse as a struggle between different words, meanings, interpretations, all to become like the sedimented hegemon within a certain society. Critical discourse analysis is named critical because it tries to uncover these competing discourses and wants to show how some discourses have won over other discourses. It tries to show the unequal power relations that are involved, as certain discourses can shape the way we think, or at least the boundaries within which we can think for most people. And a discourse can therefore have serious consequences and can benefit those in power. And Fairclough wants to uncover these dynamics of power so that people are aware of power relations and questions of dominance and marginalization, and basically understand how it is happening so that they can then try to challenge the dominant discourse. Fairclough proposes a three-dimensional model that researchers can use when analyzing texts. We followed this model and looked at the discourse practices, social cultural practices, and then the actual text. For the discourse practice analysis, we looked mainly at the conditions in which the texts were produced and consumed by their readers. So here we really focused on the fact that the text fall under the opinionated genre, and that this means that that the speaker tries to convince the audience that what they are claiming or explaining is indeed correct. We also looked at the reasons why the outlets communicate in the English and the French language, and what this means for how they are written and consumed. For the socio-cultural practice, we really try to give a brief overview of the recent history of both countries, just to give an idea of what the competing discourses have been throughout this time. And for Algeria, this concerns, for example, the context of the Independence War, the struggle for power between different groups, particularly the Islamist groups versus the FLN. And we also, of course, briefly explained how the Iraq movement came into being, the mass protests that had a large impact in 2019, but less so in 2020 due to the pandemic. And then for Jordan, we looked at how the Hashemite monarchy has been in a struggle to remain in power throughout the 20th century. And of course, the influence of the relatively many Palestinian, Iraqi, and Syrian refugees on the political and religious situation in Jordan. So after having given an overview of these conditions, we looked at the actual text to see how identities were constructed. For this, we looked at rhetoric and grammatical features, meaning we looked at modality, classification, figures of speech, topics, and transitivity. I won't have enough time to go too deep into all these concepts, but I'll try to provide an example of each of them and briefly explain what they mean and what it says about the identity construction and the intention of
Ben o arada son
speaker.
5 dakika uyarısını hatırlatması
So
yapmak
modality
istedim.
concerns the level of agreement that the speaker shows.
Last 5 minutes, the moderator wants.
Okay. The speaker shows with what he or she is saying. For example, we could say that the presentation is interesting. This is a simple tense and does not leave much room for discussion as it presents an opinion as a fact. We could have also said that the presentation might be interesting for some. This shows that the speaker leaves some more room for different interpretations. In the Algerian text, the speaker almost always uses simple tense. Words such as if or possibly are never used throughout the text, and this emphasizes that the speaker considers what he or she is saying are facts, and it leaves little room for different meanings and interpretations. It can be interpreted as a sign that the speaker is attempting to close the struggle for discourse by making his or her own discourse dominant, or as evidence that the author does not even consider that to be an alternative interpretation and thus no struggle for discourse at all. The same can be said about the Jordanian texts. The texts contain a lot of obligational modalities with high affinity, as the authors tend to explain to the reader what must be done in certain situations, such as with COVID-19 in Jordan, Turkish regional politics, and French President Macron's way of handling the terrorist attacks in his country. The instances where the authors did use low affinity modal verbs was when they referred to the actions or statements of, for example, Israel and France, and therefore leaving space open to contest those actions or statements. The authors of the Jordan Times do, however, also include statements and opinions of other parties that they do not seem to agree with, such as the US Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Macron's explanations why he had shut down some mosques and organizations in France. Next, we looked at classification. Classifications refers mainly to how others are portrayed. So we are looking at signal words like they, them, he, and she, compared to the way the self is portrayed. For example, we, us, I, and me. We looked at the vocabulary and adjectives used in relation to these identities. And we noticed that the author of the Algerian text would write about the government and the referendum, that the author would often use positive adjectives and praise the country and the government. For example, translated into English, Algeria, a capital of credibility and confidence expressed by all leaders and civil society actors and tribes. The text also included many cases in which the deictic French pronoun ce, or those in English, was used when referring to others. For example, those who wanted to destroy the country and those who doubt the capacities of the Algerian people to take their destiny into their hands. This style of speech can create an accusatory tone and emphasize a difference between Algeria and the others. The self is often referenced to as "a" and "we" and described as "the people," regularly followed by the adjective Algerian. At multiple times, the author points out that the date of the referendum was to be held at the anniversary of the beginning of the Independence War, of which the importance is compared with the referendum. For example, it is highly revealing of the will largely shared by all Algerians to reconnect with the values and principles that allowed for emancipation from French colonialism and to overcome adversity. The author portrays the image of an Algeria that is sovereign and united, and claims that there is a new Algeria more than ever united, and seems to be assured that many will vote yes for the referendum. As the speaker states that the Algerian people are used to respond to their call of duty, the Jordan Times editorials differ from their Algerian counterpart. Although there are plenty of discursive practices that produce binary identities, such as the Arab world versus the West, Islam versus other religions, Palestine versus Israel, moderate Muslims versus extremist Muslims, and so on. They also combine different identities that contrast from the traditional binary identities, such as Arab Americans, Palestinian Arabs with Israeli citizenship, French Muslims, and, for example, European Muslims. This shows that while the authors continue to portray people in groups, the groups are not as homogeneous as usually by acknowledging the different subgroups. There is nevertheless a strong focus on Israel, and some of the recurring adjectives that were found in connection with Israel are incremental genocide, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, institutional racism, and siege. The use of metaphors and figures of speech was also a common feature of both texts. Al-Mujahid often had metaphors of a train that was moving forward very fast towards a certain direction. For example, getting a stronger and more secure Algeria back on track. And the train of radical change has started. Just to say, there are only 3 minutes left, so there's no stress about the time. Metaphors like this are strong as it implies that Algeria is going forward at a high speed and that there's no real way back. The Jordanian text contain less metaphors overall, but strong ones are still used to refer to the case, its time.
Alexander'a hatırlatma, kapatabilirsek.
Reminder for Alex, we will kindly ask you to wrap up because we will not have much time left for Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, well, I have 3 minutes left. Is that okay?
Aslında sonuna geldik. Yani soracağım.
In fact, time is up, so we need to proceed with the Q&A. So we will kindly ask you to wrap up in a minute because we keep receiving questions as well.
Okay, I'll just quickly go to the conclusion. So overall, we had a few things that stood out for us as we analyzed the texts. While nearly all of the Algerian texts referred to the referendum, there's not even a single mention of the Jordanian election in the Jordan Times text. This could indicate that Al-Mujahid wants to shape the discourse on this issue, while the Jordan Times actually doesn't seem that bothered by it. The Al-Mujahid texts make a stronger use of othering than the Jordan Times texts. And Al-Mujahid distinguishes between Algeria, which includes the government and their version of the Hirak, and the others, which are vaguely defined. This vagueness makes it easier to include anyone into that group, even the actual representatives of the Hirak movement. And the Jordan Times is more nuanced and creates a sense of world unity, or at least a Muslim unity, where everyone agrees with their Sunni moderate interpretation of Islam. However, by doing so, it also engages in othering, as it creates a dichotomy between the Muslim world versus Israel and the West, specifically France. The Algerian newspaper focuses on internal threats, while the Jordanian newspaper focuses on external threats. But by othering, they both create a situation in which discrimination and prejudice is possible, as the good in-group versus the bad out-group has the potential of activating latent right-wing authoritarian potentials. And that was my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We have a number of questions which have arisen. First one is, where can we find your text, Alexander? That's the point. It was very interesting and very useful. A couple of questions have arisen, and I just wanted to sort of quickly put them to you. And then I've got a couple of questions which in the chat which have come up by Elzem as well. So one of the questions is why did you only look at 2 countries? Why was it restricted, the research that you carried out here? You also mentioned a methodology, a theory as well for discourse analysis. Can you elaborate a bit on that, or refer to any external material where this can be sort of followed up?
Okay, so thanks for the questions. The first question where we can find my study is actually I'll be the organization will be probably publishing it online on the website and other social media channels in the following week. So I can share a link also maybe by email, and people can contact me on LinkedIn. And I could send it to them. Second question.
Why 2 countries?
Yeah, the 2 countries. So, well, that was sort of, I thought of this study for this conference. So actually time played a big role in this. And yeah, I was thinking of also including countries like Israel, Egypt, maybe Turkey, and for more countries to compare. And but in the end, I had to focus on these 2 countries. And the last question on the theory and method, discourse analysis. So, well, I think we'll hear more about this theory this conference, because we also have Teun van Dijk, I think, as a keynote speaker, who is quite an authority within this field. But the main thing is, as we just saw before with Elzem, where we had a content analysis, is whether you look more at the words and the numbers, and you try to sort of systematically look at what's in the text. While discourse analysis is more a subjective way of looking at text, but still with a clear method and clear explanations of the choices you make, and interpreting the text, looking at grammar and all these things, and also in combination with the cultural and political context, and trying to see what type of discourses are dominant versus discourses that might be concealed.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Elzem, we have a number of questions for you, if you can help us. One of the question is, why did you, is there a specific reason for you to choose data relating to 2019? There is a question related also to the question of talking a bit more about how, a bit of concern over how we use the... Sorry?
Pardon. Çok pardon.
Hello. I just, can I give you just this series of questions and then you can answer them all? I think that would be helpful.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. White.
So why did you choose the data in 2019? That's the first question. Another question is, there's some concern over the way we use the term hate speech as being a threat to freedom of expression. But very specifically on the question of sport, do you think targeting the head or the members of the board of a football team, for instance, as a match fixer, could be qualified as hate speech? And how can we prevent hate speech that young people and children experience, mostly as the main users of social media? So that's that problem about young people being particularly vulnerable. And I mean, what can be done specifically on the question of targeting sportsmen and sportswomen, in addition to the problem of targeting sports firms? And a very specific question, Elzam, as well, is, are there any other terms using with the Yunnan Greek or Gabur? In other words, is there a subset of words including these words in your research? Hello?
Konuşabilirim sanıyorum.
I think I can start answering right now.
Very good.
Why 2019? This was my dissertation in postgraduate program. I completed that in 2020. So the data was in the previous year in 1919. I collected data, analyzed them, categorized them, and I needed more time to cover a longer period of time. You would appreciate this research takes some time. So that's why I chose 2019, and I conducted the analysis in 2020. Why between June and December? I should say June is the beginning of the season. That's why I chose that month as the beginning. The most posts start to take place as of June. So I thought I should search for hate speech examples between June and December. The leaks start to be active between June and December. That's why I chose that time span.
Okay.
That's my first answer. Another question was about the athletes themselves. I searched for the hate speech examples in the new media, the posts and in new media. But unfortunately, hate speech, there is hate speech against athletes, sportsmen and women too. I think clubs and federations have a great role to play. They must play. Academia, civil society also have a crucial role. As you all know, in terms of gender equality, advertisements and some public posts have been made. Posters have been put up. Maybe we should use the same method to increase visibility of this problem. Because I want to make the hate speech visible, to make people know about it, to make it visible, to increase awareness about that. And it's a serious problem, just like racism. To overcome that problem, maybe can be achieved by various means, one being making the problem more visible and increasing awareness. Sports clubs and federations have a great role to play. I specifically focused on media, but I think it's mostly the sports clubs and the federations who should play an active role. Another part of my answer has to do with the fact that we should change the language we use. We have to change the language. As to the youth, I shared with you my suggestions. Media literacy should be increased. And younger generations should be given an opportunity to learn about media literacy. What to do when you're faced with ugly content. What to do when you're insulted in social media. Not many people know what to do. So we need to work on media literacy. That's very important. Was there anything else? I have to interrupt here. We're out of time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
You can continue to ask your questions in the link that we're going to post in the chat box. You can continue to post your questions to Mr. Aidan White. But we have to leave the session. And now we all invite you to join us using another Zoom link. By the way, if you would like to share anything else, anything that you want to leave us with, you can also write it in the chat box. Now, everyone is going to use another Zoom link to carry on the discussion. Please follow the chat box to get the link. So I'm going to join you in the other link. Bye.
Evet. Elzem, Alexander ve Aiden da o tarafa hep beraber geçeceğiz.
Cultural Heritage team of Hrant Dink Foundation, Rudy and Atom, spent the entire day to give us a glimpse of different parts of Istanbul. Now it's over to you, Rudy.
Merhaba, İstanbul'a hoş geldiniz. Gönül isterdi ki bugün birlikte çay içip sohbeti yan yana edelim. Ama ne yazık ki öyle bir dönemde değiliz, olağanüstü şartlar var. Ama biz bu dönemde İstanbul tecrübesini, İstanbul deneyiminden eksik kalmamak adına size İstanbul'u gezdirmeye çalışacağız elimizden geldiğince. Ben Hrant Dink Vakfı'nda Kardes projesinde çalışıyorum, ekip arkadaşlarım Atom ve Narod ile. Kardes, İstanbul'un çok kültürlü anlatısını, hikayesini ortaya çıkarmaya çalışan bir mobil uygulama. Çeşitli hafıza turlarıyla İstanbul'un sesini, renkliliğini ortaya çıkarmaya çalışıyor. Bugün de Suriye Pasajı'ndayız. Suriye Pasajı Rum toplumu içinde oldukça önemli bir yer tutuyor. Bu arkamda gördüğünüz yerde uzun yıllar Apoyev Matini gazetesi çıkarılıyordu. Apoyev Matini gazetesi 1925 yılında yayın hayatına başladı ve Yunanca çıkan tek gazete olarak varlığına devam ediyor bugün Türkiye'sinde. Gazetenin hikayesi de oldukça ilginç. İsminden başlayalım. Apoyev Matini ismi. Apoyev Matini ikindiden sonra, ikindi vakti anlamına geliyor. Bunun nedeni de Cumhuriyet'in kurulduğu ilk yıllarda gazetenin basımı için Cumhuriyet Gazetesi'nin çıkması beklenirdi. Cumhuriyet Gazetesi'nde yayınlanan içeriğe göre kendi içeriğini hazırlayan gazeteler ancak ikindi vaktine yetişirdi. Özellikle azınlık toplumuna ait gazeteler bu kuralı harfiyen yerine getirirlerdi. Gördüğünüz gibi o günden bugüne de çok...
Minority newspapers had to follow that rule and not many things have changed. We still have a great free press in Turkey. The newspaper was established in 1921, and with the proclamation of the Republic, the Greek newspapers were shut down and new newspapers emerged only 2 years later. Apoyev Matine newspaper is one of the first ones that started to be published in 2 years' time. So what is the story behind this newspaper? How did they decide to start it? In the first years of the Republic, in the same neighborhood, two pharmacists couldn't stay in the same neighborhood. And this impacted those brothers, and they have to find a different way of doing things. So they started a newspaper business in 1921. That's how they started to print that newspaper. This is it. And in 1912, they started to have difficulty, financial difficulty, and they couldn't use the building anymore. Today, they prepare the newspaper in their own houses. It's being prepared in-house, and It's the only newspaper in that language that exists in Turkey. Rudy, thank you very much. I'd like to start with a question, and you can type your answer in the chat box. What is the most disturbing prejudice, in your opinion? Please choose Chinese channel for Turkish. Please click on the English channel for English. And if you have questions, please type the question to the moderators in the chat box. Please follow us also from different social media accounts, because we broadcast this live on internet. Ayşe Kadıoğlu is the moderator of the second panel, The Politics of Discrimination, Perceptions and Discourse. Between 2019 and 20, she worked for Sakıp Sabancı Center as a guest lecturer with Columbia University, Harvard University, Kennedy School of Government, Carl Center for Human Policy, and Harvard University are some of the centers where she lectured as a guest lecturer. And she also worked as an acting president for Sabancı University. It's over to you, Ayşe Hanım. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederim Nayat. Ben de hepinizi Uluslararası Nefret Söylemi ve Ayrımcılık Konferansı'nın ikinci oturumu olan Ayrımcılığın Siyaseti, Algılar ve Söylemler başlıklı oturuma hoş geldiniz diyerek karşılamak istiyorum. Bu oturumu açarken bu sabah Raquel Dink'in karşılama konuşmasında söylediklerine değinerek başlamak istedim. Raquel Dink dedi ki ayrımcı dil cinayet ve ölümle sonuçlanabiliyor. Ancak bizi o kadar kuşatıyor ki orada bitmiyor. Cinayet mahkemelerinde de adeta ölümün üzerinde tepinircesine devam ettiğini izliyoruz. Adeta ayrımcı dilin normalleşmesi bu. Normal dil haline gelmesi. Hannah Arendt'a başvurursak kötünün banalleşmesi dediği gibi ayrımcı dilinde normalleştiği bir dönemdeyiz. O nedenle bu konferansın zamanlamasını da çok önemli bulduğumu söylemek isterim. Hrant Dink Vakfı bu konferans ile sivil toplum temsilcilerini, akademisyenleri, hukukçuları, meslek örgütlerini, medya çalışanlarını, gazetecileri, tüm izleyenleri bir araya
Ayşe Hanım, could you please choose Chinese? Please choose the Chinese channel if you would like to speak in Turkish.
Seçtim. Nasıl şimdi?
Can you hear me well? Yes. Should I repeat what I have been saying? So I'll start over. I am sorry, I'll start over. So I'd like to start by referring to what Raquel Dink said in her opening speech. She referred to discriminatory discourse that may end up with murder and killings, and that's not even all. During the murder trials, it's as if perpetrators are kicking and jumping on the body they killed. They already killed. So this is a very striking example. Unfortunately, a discriminatory discourse is being normalized. It is like making malignity a normal thing. So I think this conference has a very, very important timing. Unfortunately, there is a rise of discriminatory discourse, and this conference brings together very important actors, and it's going to open new horizons, enable new discussions in this field. I know how meticulously the organizing committee have been working for preparing this conference, despite all the difficulties and difficult conditions. Thank you for projecting your positive energy thanks to this conference. I sincerely thank you very much for this positive energy. I'd like to turn to the first speaker of this panel, Turkay Salim Nefes, from Middle East Technical University Sociology Department. And she also has postgraduate degree in politics and sociology. Kent University Sociology Department is where she completed her doctoral studies. And she worked in postdoctoral positions abroad in prestigious universities, and Spanish Research Council is where she has been working as a researcher and consultant. She works on hostility between different groups, sociological theory, and the role of communication and pedagogical innovations. She is working on those fields. Turkay Nefes will be talking about negative perceptions of Jews in Turkish politics and analysis of parliamentary debates. She will be specifically focusing on the time period between 1983 and 2016. She will talk about the perception of threat and perceptions against Jews. So it's over to you, Turkay Salim Nefes. Just a reminder for speakers, please choose
I'll
Chinese.
Speak in English, just out of convenience. So thank you very much, Professor Kadıoğlu, for introducing me. And thank you all for organizing this conference. I think this is my first online conference, so if I do any mistakes, I already apologize. And also another caveat before I start is basically, this is 8 a.m. in England, so I'm kind of like waking up through this talk. So apologies for that. And I will like to share my screen I will do like a short presentation of my research, but let me share my screen first. Here you go. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen now. Okay, basically my talk is on the perception of Jews in Turkish politics between 1983 and 2016. And basically, I'm not a fan of the feeling of suspense, so I will give you the conclusion. I will give you the takeaway message right now so that you know what is this all about. My research question is basically what factors do lead Turkish politicians to make negative remarks about Jews? And the answer is twofold. First, perceived national, economic, and religious threats incline politicians towards making negative comments. And being also, second, being from right-wing nationalist and Islamist ideological orientation also incline them towards making negative comments. So I will explain you how I came to this point. Basically, first I will briefly introduce the scholarship on the Turkish perception of Jews and show its gaps. And then I will talk about an alternative theoretical orientation that could help to fill those gaps, which is called group position theory, a substantial sociological perspective. And then I will explain in the second part of my presentation, I will explain my study, method, findings, and conclusions. To start it, the academic literature on the Turkish perception of Jews, we see a twofold like a picture there. One is very optimistic. It talks about anti-Semitism as a fringe aspect of Turkish society. And it tends to depict hospitable Turks and grateful Jews in its accounts. Basically like giving, giving individual examples from different contexts of history, particularly the Ottoman history, like the Bayezid II's invitation to expel Jews from Spain is one of the examples. For example, they tend to underline a lot. On the other hand, there is a there's a literature on the Turkish perception, there's a negative literature which mentions that Turkish Jews are the excluded category in Turkey. Basically, Turkish nationalism excluded non-Muslim minorities. This literature also gives particular examples from different historical moments, like the Citizens Speak Turkish campaign in the early Republican period. Both literatures share one thing in common, which is they tend to focus on individual events, like one event at a time. And the overall literature, therefore, lacks a generic theory that could explain us the anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish views in continuum, in time. So therefore, like my theoretical perspective helps to fill this gap by providing a generic theory. And I think group position theory, a substantial sociological perspective, could help us to fill that theoretical gap. Sorry. So group position theory, the main premise of group position theory is basically prejudice is triggered by the dominant group members' perception of outgroups as a threat to their privileges. So basically this theoretical perspective states that dominant groups like whites or like Turks or like whoever you could imagine feel that they are entitled to privileges, and once they feel any threat from any outgroup, they would be prejudiced against them. That's as simple as the perspective puts it. And most of the studies of this perspective focus on Western world and also anti-migrant movements and how individual members of the Western world feels about them. So it lacks macro level analysis of institutions and also from developing countries. So in that regard, my research also fills that gap in group position theory by introducing Turkish politics and how political parties describe Jews in Turkish politics as institutions. So, and how do I contextualize the group position theory to Turkish politics is basically through threat perception. How, like, basically the main premise here in my research is that when, I mean, apart from being right-wing nationalist and Islamist, also when politicians feel perceived threats, they would be more likely to describe Jews negatively in their talks. That could be different forms of threats, perceived threats, like national threat. Like a national threat is most common national threat, as we all know, is the fear of dismemberment by the minorities and foreign powers in Turkey. Even like I give this example a lot, that even the first line of the Turkish national anthem starts with "Fear not," which kind of like almost hints that there's a fear for the crimson flag that proudly ripples in its glorious twilight shall not fade. Basically saying that, don't worry, we are not going to be dismembered. And with regards to Jewish case, there is a literature on how Zionists want to dismember the country, which I might mention in my talk or the questions. And there could be also perceived religious threats from Judaism or economic threats by any Jewish person, like the conspiracy theory about Jewish bankers, world domination. These kind of perceived threats could incline politicians towards making negative comments. We would argue relying on the group position theory. So what I did in my research is, with the help of a research assistant, basically we basically downloaded all the parliamentary records between 1983, Turkish parliamentary records between 1983 and 2016, and basically we created a database of all the mentions of the word Jew in all speeches in the parliament. So there are 476 speeches we recorded that mention the word Jew. And then we created two main variables. One is perception, basically if they are perceived negatively or not. And the other one is basically debate topics. Basically, if in line with the group position theory, we said if the debate that politician is speaking about is about perceived threats, then we suggested that it might be basically like incline them towards negative perception of Jews. So, and we analyzed the data using quantitative and qualitative content analysis. And before I go into the data, we also we did this separately. We coded the data separately and compared our codes, basically to understand, not to be subjective, because if I read something and if I think that it is negative about Jews, maybe somebody else might think differently. So what we did is basically, I and the research assistant separately coded the text, and now we compared our codes to ensure reliability of the analysis. So, and the main debates we analyzed are basically threat-related debates are Palestine conflict, Kurdish conflict, national security, economic corruption. And we paid special attention to these debates because they are related to the parliamentary debates that were related to perceived threats. But obviously there were other debates in which the word Jew was mentioned, like the tourism or like history, education. And first, like I ran a binary logistic regression analysis, basically to see to what extent there is in 476 talks, to what extent ideological orientation of the speaker and the perceived threats influence negative perception. And we found statistically significant relationship between ideological orientation, particularly being from right-wing political party, and talking about perceived threats as a predictor, as a significant predictor of talking negatively, describing Jews negatively. Like, for example, like if someone is talking about if a politician is talking about national security threats, he would be around 17 times more likely to talk negatively about Jews than if the same person talks in
15 dakika uyarısı yapıyorum araya girip.
Sure.
Last 5 minutes.
Basically, like overall, the binary regression analysis showed us clearly that being right-wing and talking about any perceived threats inclined politicians to make negative comments about Jews. So, but we didn't stay there. We wanted to do this, like we wanted to see how this works. So we did a qualitative analysis of each discussion about perceived threats. And I will give you some example, for example, which are representative. For example, if a politician is talking about the Palestine conflict, and center-left political parties tend not to describe Jews negatively in those discussions. They tend to be critical to Israel, but not Jews. So they have a rather neutral stance against the Jewish identity. But when we go to the center-right, there's a mixed bag. So basically, some people also follow center-left's like a blaming of Israel, but not Jews, separating those two. But some also blame the Jewish identity. But when we go to the right wing, we see that actually the confirmation of the theoretical argument here, because right-wing political parties predominantly, if they are talking about Palestine conflict, predominantly blame Jews. So basically they kind of like, and they do that by relating Jewish identity to national and religious threats, which is kind of like a very in line with the group position theory. For example, Cevat Ayhan from the Welfare Party in 1990s said this when he was talking about Palestine conflict. He said, Muslims left Palestine to Jews, Bosnia to Serbs, and did not confront Europe, who is behind all these. Or another example, like which is religious threat, like another example is coming from like a MDP, a nationalist party in the early 1980s. Rifat Bayezid said, Jews could invade here like what they did in Palestine. So you could clearly see that right wing is separately like demonizing Jewish identity by seeing them or by viewing them as part of the perceived threats. And this picture is valid in all other discussions except the economic corruption, because in economic corruption, although economic threats, although it is quite negative view but it is all homogeneous, because most political parties share, and if they are talking about economic corruption, basically they share an negative perception of Jews all throughout different political parties. Being left-wing, center-right, or right-wing doesn't make much difference, and which could be due to the prevalence of this global kind of conspiratorial view about Jewish bankers controlling the world. But also on this topic, unlike the others, we have had less evidence. Nevertheless, basically, and this is pretty much our theoretical proposition, that perceived national, economic, and religious threats incline political parties towards making negative remarks about Jews is basically confirmed by both qualitative and quantitative analysis. And also being right-wing nationalist and Islamist ideological orientation is also a very important factor in predicting this negative perception of Jews in the Turkish politics. And sorry, I just rushed through this, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Türkay Nefes, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ben ayrımcılığın siyaseti, algılar ve söylemler oturumunun ikinci konusu.
Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to introduce the second speaker of our panel, Elif İrem Az. He's our second speaker. She is from the University of Columbia and PhD candidate. Following the Sona coal mine massacre, she has concentrated her studies on this issue. The economic vulnerabilities, the menial labor, the increasing inequalities are the subjects that she has been working on, both at local and at global level. In her previous studies, she worked on military masculinity, militarism as well, and she continues to work on the army, militarism, and social violence issues. And at the same time, she has compiled a poem collection. She continues her activities in New York and in Istanbul. So her speech is the performative force of the injurious discourse against the Soma coal miners. She has carried out field work in Soma, and she will be sharing with us. And she will also talk about the Judith Butler's injurious discourse, the hypothesis. So I'm very excited to listen to what İrem has to say. Thank you very much, Ms. Kadıoğlu. I would like to thank Hrant Dink Foundation and my former colleagues, being a former Hrant Dink Foundation employee myself. 6 months after the Sona coal mine disaster, in May 2016, almost about 3,000 mine workers received a text message, and they were informed that they are dismissed without any compensation rights. As a result, they started a march towards Ankara, and following a month-long watch and vigil, they were informed that they will be able to get their allowances, and to this end, legislation has been enacted, and this can be considered as the very first gain in labor movement since the 1980 coup d'etat. And this movement has inspired many laborers and coal miners, and there are so many organizations and trade unions established since 2018, including the Independent Miners Union. So a couple of weeks ago, Soma coal miners, the former workers of the Soma coal miners ended their resistance, and they could finally get a word from the Ministry of Interior that they will be able to get their compensation pay after 14 years. And this movement made something visible, made the discourse against those coal miners, the injurious discourse against miners. Unfortunately, I cannot share my screen. No, I could share my screen now. I believe you can see it now. Let me try to put it to full screen. So I could find hundreds of examples of injurious discourse after a quick check, and I could see that the Justice and Development Party, AKP, was the political party with the highest votes in Soma, and this was also a reason for the injurious discourse. And this injurious discourse came out with the contributions of so many people, including the local businesses in Soma, local and national journalists. Judith Butler, in her excitable speech, A Politics of the Performative book, she talks about the performative force of discourse. And this also relates to Austin's 1955 classes at Harvard University, How to Do Things with Words. So during these classes, Austin asked a question, would there be things through words? And then he answers yes. And Austin makes a distinction between explanatory words and performative expressions. And as a result, Austin concludes that some things happen through words, and in fact, they have real implications in the world. In other words, discriminatory or polarizing discourse is quite important to consider, because they also have the so-called illocutionary force, which considers the discourse as the ultimate truth. For one example, Austin gives is the pronouncing of husband and wife, because there is a question, do you accept one another as husband and wife? And the answer is yes, I accept. Another example is about personal promises we make, because our promises cannot be considered as right or wrong, because once a promise is made, it may not be kept, but this is not because the promise was itself wrongful, or over time it became irrelevant. But of course, it is not possible to easily see the impact of the injurious discourse, because there are the others, Kurds, Armenians, LGBTI, as well as these working class who are making their lives with their labor, and they are also facing those humiliating, discriminatory, insulting, defamatory speech as well. That's the reason why injurious discourse cannot be reduced down to performative discourse or a performative utterance. Therefore, there is a different type of temporality than what Butler has already defined. All of these injurious discourses are in fact congealed or condensed forms of historicity. The more they are repeated and reproduced, there is a certain congelation, and it leads to a sedimentation of discourse. Today I'm talking about the Solo coal mine massacre or disaster. So this disaster did not only claim the lives of 301 coal miners, but this disaster also dramatically changed the interpersonal relationship of the people who survived this disaster. So in the field, I carried out various studies, but I will focus on two particular examples. I have met more than 100 people in Soma, the family members, the widowers, and they have made use of certain expressions that were judgmental or explanatory. And I'm using this based on Austin's classification. So everyone in Soma, including small business owners and shopkeepers, other people who are not, in fact, minors themselves, they used this discriminatory discourse. And as a result of the resistance, by the way, after the disaster, there was an increase in the pay of the mine workers, which also created some sort of rage among the non-coal miners. So that also brought along another wave of discriminatory discourse, that these miners are getting a lot of pay. And the same goes for the widowers of the miners who lost their lives in the disaster. So if they accepted the compensation after the disaster, the widowers are portrayed as evil women, that they live by the compensation, or they got the compensation and now they keep their mouth shut. So also this situation gave rise to a problem in the personal relationship, because some of the women do no longer live with the families of their deceased husbands. And the women themselves that I have talked to, they have expressed that they find this discriminatory discourse quite unfair. And there is also a discourse that people, now that they have got the money, now that they have got the compensation, everything has got out of their head. So some of that also partially agreed with those criticism. And secondly, a second example, the discourse in Soma was also influenced after the general elections in 2015. And this mostly surrounded around the criticism that despite the disaster for which the AKP government was responsible, the Soma people, the coal miners, kept voting for the same party. And this can be also likened to the situation in the US under Trumpism and what happened in the coal pit in Appalachia region. Overall, in my research, I could see how this injurious discourse is reproduced and how it influences the daily lives of people, especially the family members of the Soma miners who lost their lives in the disaster. And the ones who produce this discourse are apparently not happy with the current political climate, and they try to put the burden on the families of Soma coal miners. And they also make a distinction between the economic working class and the socio-cultural capital. So, as I have already explained, these injurious discourse both circulates within Soma district itself, and it can also come from our outside, but both have significant impact on their targets. And meanwhile, let me show you a number of examples. So injurious discourse is not used to replace another form of violence, but injurious discourse is a form of violence in its own right. and injurious discourse is always a concentrated form of some historicity. And the people, the widowers who continue to live with the families of the coal miners are still being named as brides, and they are still being labeled as the voters of the AKP. And these are all to do with the historicity of the issue. But as we all know, in Soma, we need to also look into the historical background. Previously, this used to be an agricultural field, but together with the 1980 coup d'etat, with the neoliberal agricultural policies, the agricultural activities has to come to an end, and the coal mine has gained prominence, especially with the AKP government. And that's why more and more people could find employment in the coal mine, and hence more and more people kept voting for the AKP. So these are all parts of the big picture that we need to keep in mind. And it is through this discourse that we injure those people, judging them based on the political party that they are voting for. And this creates a social trauma. And this social trauma is reproduced and revived with each and every new discourse. So the Soma coal mine disaster was a shocking one. It completely detached people from their own reality and context, and coupled with the injurious discourse, we have to ask these following questions. What have you done to gain the knowledge of the disaster, as Maurice Blanchot asked in the writings of the disaster? So we have to keep asking this question. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you very much, Irem, and I will introduce our third speaker now. Our third speaker is Stephen Aiello, and he received his undergraduate degree in economics at New York University and graduate degree in diplomacy and conflict studies at the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya, Israel. He's an educator and conflict resolution specialist based in Tel Aviv, and he founded a Debate for Peace in 2016, which has engaged 2,000 students from 100 cities and towns. He's an honorary advisor for the NGO Committee on Sustainable Development, project officer and dialogue expert at ASFAR in Israel, and the head of the Model UN program, United Nations program at the Academy for Young Diplomats. His paper is titled Empathy Storytelling, and he will talk to us about a storytelling project called Empathy. In a way, he's going to portray to us how to grapple the issue of discriminatory discourse, how to basically provide solutions to that. This is a project, the project called Empathy is a project geared towards overcoming discrimination through empathy, respect, listening, and understanding. Stephen, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for organizing this important conference. I've been to Turkey several times, and I really look forward to visiting again. So I just want to start with the famous quote, the only thing, or paraphrase of the quote, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. And for me as an educator and a peace activist, it's important that we not just talk about the problem, but also what those who are concerned about it, can do about the problem. And it was just 2 or 3 weeks ago that the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights spoke at the UN on the topic of hate speech, social media, and minorities, and noted the need for proactive steps by all citizens to speak out against hate speech, and also research the root cause to hate speech. So for me, the root cause, or one of the main causes for hate speech, is simply lack of exposure. I know this from personal experience because I grew up in a very sheltered Jewish community in Brooklyn, New York. And it was about the age of 19 or 20 when I first was able to overcome many biases that I had, not from any malice, but just from lack of exposure. And when I moved to Israel 10 years ago, I found a society here that's extremely divided. I'm working with youth between the ages of 14 to 18 or 19. And we're facing the kind of barriers that are geographical, living in different cities, linguistic, speaking different languages, religious, cultural, and of course we have the political conflict overshadowing everything. And so the question was, how can we bring the kind of positive exposure that will overcome the otherness, the biases that can lead to discrimination and hate speech in society? And so what I want to present today are two powerful tools that have worked for us here, but that I think can be scaled, can be modified, can be used in all kinds of other contexts and all kinds of other conflicts. So actually the first one I'll start with is Model United Nations. Model United Nations, MUN, many may be familiar. It's popular in the United States, in Europe, in Turkey. It's a game, it's a simulation where students are role-playing, they're representing countries, and they're dealing with usually the same topics that the United Nations might be dealing with. It could be a conflict somewhere, it could be how to empower women, it could be how to address poverty via technology, and it's what we call collaborative competition or competitive collaboration. So students are often competing for awards, but they're trying to do it by gaining the support of their peers to solve global problems. Now, what I've done is to take that and use that as a framework for bringing Jewish and Palestinian students together. And I just want to speak briefly about some of the advantages for using MUN, because people understand MUN as a tool for learning about international relations or debate, but they don't always grasp the advantages it has for peace education and for overcoming stereotypes. So the first thing is that it's rules-based. So there's a system of rules, there's a framework. It's not just a free-for-all. And that makes entering difficult topics and conversations really much more easy. The role-playing aspect, the fact that I can assign students to represent a certain topic, that a certain position that they don't necessarily agree with, but everyone in the room knows that they're doing their best to represent that position, and they need to try to understand that position to succeed. So it really encourages stepping out of your own two shoes and trying to see someone else's perspective. It's diverse, so it's a national or an international program, so automatically offers the chances to do something outside of your school, your community, your city, and to meet people who are different. But at the same time, the focus is on the conference itself. So it's not about the person next to you being different. It's about the fact that you're all there to try to engage the same problems. It's egalitarian in the sense that all those
Stephen, can you hear me? Your voice is not loud enough. Could you please increase the volume of your microphone or come closer to your microphone? Yeah, because simultaneous interpretation is not possible when the voice is not loud enough. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm just going to speak a little bit louder. Is this okay?
It's a little bit better. Okay.
I can't adjust the microphone, so I will just speak as loud as I can.
Thank you.
So some of the other advantages for us are that linguistically we do it in English, which means that we overcome the issues with Hebrew and Arabic. Everyone's kind of struggling on an equal footing. And it's problem solving. And what I want to focus on for educators is that this is a flexible tool, meaning don't feel like you need to stick to someone else's rules for a specific conference. You can adjust the rules. You can adjust the topics. So we allow students to suggest topics they need. That's allowed us to talk about things like LGBT issues that's a concern for students from more conservative communities, or talking about racism, talking about religious extremism. We can choose the topics, and we can have students choose the topics, which empowers the students themselves. It gives them a sense of agency, empowerment. And of course, we have repeated interactions. So we have conferences that happen one after another, which gives students a chance to meet and build up friendships. And finally, there's a focus on collaboration and communication. So it's not just meeting someone for a cup of coffee or playing sports. It's we can solve problems, but only if we talk together and we listen to each other and we try to find a middle ground. Now, they may start with global issues, but we can bring that to local issues. And so to give just some examples here, we've taken on really the most controversial topics in the Israeli-Palestinian context, and the students have not just discussed it, but they've actually come to consensus-based resolutions and agreements. We've talked about the nation-state law, which passed a few years ago here, which was very controversial and perceived as discriminating against minorities. We've had students offer their recommendations for how to educate for peace. We've done simulations of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations, which almost always end in an actual agreement, each agreement a little bit different, proving that there are many pathways to peace. We talk about Jerusalem, religion and extremism. And what students have said is that they feel a safe space to talk about the issues that even in their own communities they don't feel comfortable to talk about. Here they can talk about it with people who disagree because it's such a safe, friendly, respectful environment. So that's a little bit about Model UN. And again, what I want to emphasize, whether you use MUN before or never used it, don't feel like you need to be stuck to specific rules of procedure or topics. You can absolutely take the framework and use it as a tool to talk about whatever local issue is challenging your community or your students. So that's Model UN. I am going to share screen just to show very few photos. So it's really just the students, sitting here meeting from all different communities. And I want to move to the second tool, which is something that's a bit unique. It's built on something that some educators may also be familiar with, which is called empathy storytelling. We got support from the Robert Bosch Foundation and the American Embassy here. And what empathy storytelling did is it tried to tackle the topic of refugees. Refugees, along with Jerusalem, is one of the two big topics from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that no one's ever been able to address. It's the Nobel $1 Million Prize winner, right? If you can address this, because Palestinian refugees is a huge issue for Palestinians, and Jews in Israel, by and large, do not feel comfortable with Palestinian refugees returning, and so they don't actually feel comfortable discussing the topic itself. Even just talking about the topic is kind of triggering for many Israeli Jews. And so what we did was we tried to pair students together and to say, what if you learn each other's stories? So there are many Jewish refugees or students whose parents or grandparents came to Israel from different countries. And so we took 4 pairs of students, one Jewish and one Arab, who all had a family background, a family heritage of having left their hometown, forced out of their homes, being refugees. And we paired them together, and their assignment was, you have to tell the other person's story. And if you think about it, it's one thing to listen to a story, but when you have to tell someone else's story, you have to really know the story well. You have to really hear it and listen to it, and again, step into the person's shoes. And every time you tell it, you live it, you experience the story. And the students had the opportunity to go and meet the family members and talk to the oldest living family member and hear the story personally. And so we've done empathy storytelling for 2 years now, 2 cohorts. Every single story is extremely special, extremely powerful. Again, Palestinians whose uncles were shot, whose families spent years traveling until they could find a home. Jews who were chased by Nazis, who fled Morocco, Iraq, Yemen. And the students, the Jewish and Arab students, every single one said that they came closer together. They became friends through hearing the other stories. So we were able to take an issue which is really one of the most triggering topics in a fairly divisive conflict. And through a respectful framework of listening and then storytelling, we were able to make it actually something that brought students together. They felt close afterwards. They can both be social and talk about the political issues they disagree with because they have this deep connection. Students were crying when they heard their friends telling one another stories. I can't show it here, but if you go onto YouTube afterwards or just connect for Debate for Peace, you can see the stories. Some of the stories are recorded on YouTube. I'm just going to show a few more photos from the Empathy Storytelling Project, and then I'm going to leave the time so we have more time for questions, okay? And so you see here, celebrating holidays together, Jewish and Muslim holidays, iftar. And then a Jewish student from Iraqi heritage who goes to visit his Bedouin partner's home. And this is when we presented in Netherlands and we presented at the Anne Frank House. So again, thank you very much. And I'll stop here so that we have time for the questions.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. I've been following the chat, and Turkay Nefes has been wonderfully answering the questions that are being posed to him in written format. So I'm not going to repeat these questions. There's a fascinating discussion going on the expressions Musevi mi, Yahudi mi. I think that's an amazing conversation going on there about that. And Turkay Nefes just shared actually a piece that eventually, as he puts it, convinced him to use the expression Yahudi. But this is something that I always wondered about. So I'm actually glad that this discussion is taking place and that Turkay Nefes just shared this information and this piece actually that appeared in Avle Ramos, the way I see. If I may go ahead and pose a question, am I allowed to do that? I'm looking at our facilitator. Okay. And I'm also, watching what's going on in the chat as much as possible, this is something that actually it's triggered by the paper, by Turkay Nefes. But I think this is something that relates to, all three of the papers. So if you want to pick it up, I will address it to Turkay, but I think, Iram and Stephen can also say something about this. What I notice is Turkay used the expression, in the paper, hospitable Turks and grateful Jews. It was also on the PowerPoints. And this is something that is, discriminatory speech, which is in the form of patronizing speech, but it also includes motives of sometimes love and sometimes pity. Right, and love and pity. Maybe pity in the case of Iram may be more prevalent, but the way I see it, love and pity does not stop discriminatory speech. Right, so discriminatory speech is really not always vicious speech. But it can also come in the form of loving speech. It can also come in the form of speech that is pitiful. So maybe connecting to what I said earlier, that it has this banal, ordinary, normal nature. So I always actually thought, this coming from, of course, from the gender studies, I always, thought, and this has become my slogan lately, that women do not want to be loved anymore, but they actually want respect, because respect is actually a much better thing than being loved, it seems. Of course, respect seems like a very thick concept for a lot of people. So I wonder what you think about that, loving and pitiful speech that may actually contain discriminatory motives. Do you agree that respect maybe is the beginning towards fighting discriminatory speech, or is it too much of a thick concept?
Sorry. I think I would definitely agree with you, Professor Kadıoğlu, because also even saying hospitable Turks mean that Turks are the owner of the house. So it's kind of like you are not equal to us. You are just the guests, kind of like, I think there's an implied meaning there as well. So in this regard, I totally agree with your comment that hospitable Turks, although framed positively, implies a kind of a patronizing attitude. Like we are the owner of the house and you are the, you should follow, you are not the equals, but almost the guests, although you have been here for half a millennium. So I think I would definitely agree with your comment.
Ben Chinese'de miyim hala, bir kontrol edeyim.
Am I on the Chinese channel? Yes. I'm in the right channel and I think you can hear me. I also agree, Ayşe Hanım. Regarding the minors situation, I would like to give an example. There are stereotypes and there is a dominant Turkish figure, white Turkish figure that is dominant. And it's mostly humiliation, the feeling behind it. So it is also out of pity. Oh, we should help them. And this is a part of the discrimination. And I was trying to give another example, humiliating and insulting. This is also causing discrimination. Or just because those people look, quote unquote, revolutionist, there's a positive discrimination. Some people admire them because they think they are revolutionary. Social-cultural and economic differences, class issue, that is very hard to tackle. And when discriminatory discourse is discussed, we should discuss especially these concepts, and I totally agree. And there is this pattern when it comes to the minors.
Stephen, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, but there is also a question for you. And the question is from Cemre Çağla Atamer. And the question is, as far as I understand, exposure is really important in the process. And although it is really inspiring, I wonder, what were the obstacles that you faced? Are there any major problems? So,
sure. Yeah, I'll quickly cover all of it. And yeah, we flip side of it here, where Jews are majority and Arabs are minority in Israel. You certainly hear similar ideas of Arab citizens should be grateful for living in a democracy and things like that, as opposed to entitled.
Stephen, I am sorry to interrupt. Could you please speak loudly?
Yes.
So simultaneous interpretation could be possible.
Okay, is this any better? Can you hear me?
We'll try.
Okay, try to get closer.
Yes, please, thank you.
Yes, so we have an issue here with minority citizens where there is not an expectation that they should have equal rights simply as citizens. But I think also there is a level of patronization when it comes to minority women. Again, where there's been a perspective of we're trying to improve their situation, but we shouldn't let them speak out too much because they may offend the men in their community. And then it becomes certainly a patronizing outlook of where the majority is trying to decide for them. But to address the question on challenges, I cannot cover all of them. There are many challenges. Unfortunately, that comes with the territory, right? That's what we're trying to deal with. But I would say a very big one is fear. On the Jewish side, you have a lot of fear that still exists here, and so I think you have many parents who they really want a better future for their children. But it's just fear that they have to overcome. And the advantage of working with youth is how easily they can overcome their preconceived notions and accept new views. They're just less scared to try it. And then once they try it, they realize we're all the same. We're all dealing with exams and family and all the other issues that teenagers deal with.
Okay. There are a couple of questions addressed to you, Stephen. They are, I see some of them written in English. If I can bring them together, overall, I think they're asking if you can give more examples, about the Empathy Project, the groups that you brought together. I think, you're also having these meetings at the Anne Frank House in Amsterdam? You know, what were the groups that you brought together? Different episodes. If you could share some of that with us.
Sure, of course. Yeah. So we're working with, again, Jewish and Arab students in Israel. Arab students in Israel are mostly Muslim and mostly Palestinian, but not all. So we had a student also who identified as Syrian. We have Bedouin students. And I think in particular what was powerful was to realize the diversity on the Jewish side, because the Jews who were coming were Moroccan, Iraqi, Yemenite, Libyan, Egyptian. So we had a huge diversity. And again, I will send resources in the chat so people can really hear it in the students' words. It's in English. It's much more powerful than me. But I mean, the stories, they're just real. They're even second, third generation. They're very raw pain of Palestinian students whose families were forced out of their villages, and it took years or decades for them to really reestablish themselves. Jewish students whose families lived in Morocco and Iraq for decades or centuries, and then had to reestablish themselves without anything. And also, something else that was very powerful to hear on both the Jewish and the Arab side was to hear how much the people telling the stories, meaning the ancestors, the grandparents, the uncles, how much they believe in peace. So they would talk about how good life was before they had to become refugees in Iraq, before the Farhud, the protests against the attacks on Jews, and how much they missed those times and how they believe in peace now. We had a Palestinian student who's the one telling the story, the grandfather. His father had been killed, and then he went and lived with his father had been killed by a Jewish soldier, and then he himself went and lived with a Jewish family, and he went to a Jewish high school, and he learned Hebrew, and he has Jewish friends. So I think it was powerful to hear how, despite all of their experiences, to a one, they all strongly believe in peace and coexistence.
Okay. Oh, okay, I'm unmuted. There are actually questions for Turkay Nefes. There's this one question about the offensive, the offensive humor language, how actually comics are used, in an anti-Semitic way. How can this be evaluated within the context of free speech? This is a question for Turkay. And then there is another question basically saying the role of Palestine and Israel conflict in the development of negative attitude towards Jews in Turkey. There is the same trend in Europe concerning negative attitudes towards Muslim minorities when terrorist attacks happened. Can Turkay Nefes tell us something about this? Is another question. So Turkay, I turn the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kadıoğlu. Yes, many thanks for the questions. With regards to the cartoons, yes, I think they have this double function of kind of like continuing any prejudice against any particular groups. And yes, there's a continuity of offensive cartoons particularly against Jews, and because of the commonness of the prejudice, I suppose. And I think, sorry, I'm still looking at the chat next, so there's a flowing, so yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. It just continues. And there's a question about, I think, the migration of Jews to Israel. I didn't study this, but I think Rıfat Bari has has an interesting article which relies on some data, which I couldn't read, so I couldn't share. I'm sorry about that. And there's another question Professor Kadıoğlu mentioned, but because of my limited memory, I just
the use of humor.
Okay, I think I addressed. Okay, then I didn't miss any. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the use of humor. Yeah, and I'll just give you a very short kind
offensive humor. That is, of course.
Yeah, I think this prejudice is kind of like something that is going understream of like anti-Semitic or any anti-attitudes, and it's very important because like I think like although it is like a framed or like sugar coated in humor, I think it's very important and we should address this. I think one of the most interesting things that I like in my PhD study, I talked to many people about conspiracy theories about Jewish converts in Turkey called dönme, and one of the most interesting findings was in nearly all interviews, everybody told me this kind of like I have never seen a poor Jew. I mean, it was kind of like and they didn't say it out of ill will or anything kind of like in a bad way, but they bought this prejudice so much, and because like most of these people never saw any Jew anyway in their lives, but they also like want to underline that. So I think even sugar coated in humor, I think it's very serious, and then I think it somehow kind of like allows anti-Semitic prejudice to arise in different moments of history. Sorry for the long answer. Thank you.
Pardon, bir şey ekleyebilir miyim çok kısaca?
May I have a very small addition? This question is not really related to my presentation, but I follow the questions on the chat, and I can see that we have a very fixated approach to culture, as if young Jews feeling more ownership of their identity, or just like the LGBTI groups, they feel the ownership, or they take the ownership of faggot, for instance. But in many moments, the meanings of these names are also being changed as well. So it is quite important to take into consideration the cultural context when we think of all these names that are being called.
Evet, bir de kısa bir anonsum olacak. Bütün konuşmacılarımıza ve sevgili Ayşe
I
Kadıoğlu'na
have a
çok
very short announcement. I would like to thank all our panelists, especially our moderator, Ms. Kadıoğlu. We will take a break now, and then we will reconvene. We are aware that some of you would like to still ask questions. We will have a separate Zoom chat room. For that, you can see the link in the chat box. At the same time, we will have a parallel event, a side event, speed networking. If you wish so, if you would like to get to know other participants or panelists, you can definitely join this event. And we would like to take a photo of this panel. Therefore, you can turn on your cameras and we can take a photo all together.
Merhaba, birkaç dakika içerisinde başlayacağız. O sebeple sizlerin mikrofonlarını kapatıyoruz.
Hello, we will begin in a few minutes. That is why we're muting you.
Will mute your microphone. Hepinize merhaba. Uluslararası Nefret Söylemi ve Ayrımcılık
Hello,
Konferansı.
everyone. Welcome to the International Hate Speech and Discrimination Conference. We will resume the conference now, and we hope this conference to make a difference and turn this physical distance into social togetherness. That is quite important to us. That is why we'd like to have you experience different things today. Throughout these 2 days, we will be visualizing the conference, and from time to time we'll be joining with our colleague to show you the visualization of the day, and at the end of each day of the conference we'll be sharing the visual journey of a day of the conference with you. Now we're joining with Emre Güzel, and he's prepared this beautiful visual note and contributed to our conference in that manner. As we mentioned earlier, this is a brand new experience for us as a conference, and in our previous conferences we had met in Istanbul and visited various spots together. Right before we start our sessions, Rudy and Atom from the Cultural Heritage team of Hrant Dink Foundation will take us to different places in Istanbul, touching our collective memories, and they'll be telling us about the different and quite unknown stories of these different places. And our colleague is now greeting us from Tatala. Hello, everyone. This is Rudy speaking. We are in Tatavla today, and we'll be discussing the fire that took place in Tatavla. Just like in many neighborhoods of Istanbul, in Tatavla, there were many wooden buildings, wooden structures, so it was always stricken with fires. And after 20, 30 buildings being burnt down, the fires were extinguished.
Herkese merhaba, ben Rudy. Bugün
Hello everyone, this is Rudy speaking. We are in Tatavla today, and we will be discussing the fire that took place in Tatavla. Just like in many neighborhoods of Istanbul, Tatavla had many wooden houses, and fires always took place in these areas, and these fires were stopped after 20 or 30 buildings being burned down, and then a repair process would begin, or restructuring, a rebuilding would begin. The frequency of fires made fire extinguishers, fire brigades, very, very important in these areas. And those fire brigades at the time, who were called Tulumbacı, were gathered together in two spots, right next to Iros Dimitrios Church and Evangelistas Church. So whenever there was a fire, they would depart from their stations, and they would intervene and stop the fires from getting bigger and bigger, until one day on the 20th of January, a fire that broke out in Tatavla burnt the whole neighborhood down and changed the fate of Tatavla, and it brought about a lot of different discussions. The fire was known to have started at number 47, but the reason as to why the fire had broke out, there were different discussions, and the whole neighborhood burned down in the end, and there was a lot of speculation about why it couldn't be stopped before. And a news article in İhtam newspaper claimed that the fire brigade was informed of the incident quite late, and because of the water shortage at the time in Istanbul, the fire brigade could not intervene as they should have and could have. Another speculation was that it was intentional that the intervention came late, because this was a neighborhood where there were a lot of Anatolian Greeks, and that's where the word Tatavla comes from. The neighborhood itself dates back to 15th century. And the reason why the fire brigade was late to intervene in the fire, at the end of the day, what happened for sure was that the neighborhood was destroyed completely, and the name of the neighborhood was changed from Tatavla to Kurtuluş, Kurtuluş meaning liberation, and one wonders sometimes whether the liberation refers to the liberation of the neighborhood from the Anatolian Greeks or from the fire itself. Thank you very much, Rudy. In a few minutes, we will be discussing hate speech and racism, and we'd like to ask you a question in that context. Write us in the chat box. We would like to ask you about the examples of racism that you come across in popular culture. If you can think of any examples at all, please write to us in the chat box. A small reminder before we go on to the panel, if you'd like to follow the conference in Turkish, please click on the interpretation function and then on Chinese. And to listen to the conference in English, please go to the interpretation function and click on English. If you'd like to ask questions to our listeners or to our panelists throughout the conference, please write to us in the chat box. Our moderators will get the questions to the panelists. And if you follow us from various social media channels, please reach out to us via those channels. So we're going to have a thematic discussion on racism and hate speech, the racist hate speech and its implications. Sociologist Ferhat Kentel is going to take the floor first, and he is from Istanbul Bilgi University Sociology Department, from Marmara University Sociology Department, and he worked in those departments as a lecturer. He worked on discrimination, new social movements, daily life, and daily sociological movements. He wrote many books, and among those books we can count Armenians in Turkey, as a member of the community and citizen, etc., etc. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Farhat Kantar. Hello, everyone. Let me first of all extend my greetings to those who organized this beautiful event, to Hrant Dink Foundation. The title of today's session is Racism and Hate Speech, Racist Hate Speech and its Implications, to be more precise. In popularism, racism has become mainstream almost. It's become normalized and it's turned into something different. And this issue, which affected large masses, should be analyzed more in depth, and it requires great efforts. And hopefully during this session, we will open up new horizons in our minds. We have very valuable two speakers. First of all, Ms. Kemal Yıldız, and then we will give the floor to Ezgi Güner. But let me introduce to you Ümit Kemal Yıldız. He is a lecturer in Manchester University. He worked in prison training programs and active citizenship training programs for active citizenship, and he specialized in those topics and made many studies on the topics. And he is anti-racist and an activist in the labor union. And he has social activities besides his academic work on the subject as well. And in the college union of the university, he was elected to the Black Students' Union. And probably what he has to tell us will be very important and very informative for us. He's going to be discussing fundamental British values and the perfect racism. Ümit Bey, the floor is yours. Please go ahead. You have only 15 minutes to deliver your speech, and I will intervene to remind you of the time. Hello, can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for organizing this event. I think it is very timely and it is really important period of history we are going through. So before I start talking about fundamental British values, I'd like to say a few things about what we have been doing in Bradford as an activist. I want to share a few photos here because I think the state murder of George Floyd in the USA is a highlighted really important issue. The racism is alive and alive, and we have to keep fighting back against racism. And the mass demonstrations across the world gave us boost, some confidence for the racist, anti-racist campaign and fight back. These photos are from my hometown here, where I live in Bradford. We organized 3 big demos, and hundreds of people came and they united against racism. And I think is that we need to remind ourselves that we are many, and anti-racists are many, and the racists are few. But in order to show this strength, we need to be out there and fighting against and campaign against racism. And the one placard has really touched me in this demonstration. I think it shows the international perspective aspect of this Black Lives Matter demonstrations as well. And my research and this talk is a very small contribution to this ongoing anti-racist, anti-fascist struggle. And I hope I will raise a few questions amongst listeners here. And well, I hope we will have a good discussion. So just to talk about the fundamental British values, the themes and ideas I am going to share with you today are emerged from my interviews with 46 young people from schools and colleges in the north of England, addressing fundamental British values and what they mean for them. The title of this talk is suggested by one of the participants, and it was her description of fundamental British values. Although I conducted this research in England, it is framed in a wider international political, social and economic context. In this talk, I'm not going to discuss about whether the identified values are British values or human values or world values, but what I am going to argue here, the notion of fundamental British values is a racist notion, which is part of a wider political agenda. It is part of anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim discourse. Now, let's see what they are, what fundamental British values are. Fundamental British values identified as democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty, mutual respect and tolerance of different faith and beliefs. I mean, some of you might say now, Ümit, are you a crazy person? How dare you can say democracy, the rule of law, individual liberty are racist, which we are going to discuss in a minute. But, and especially the one terminology here is the tolerance. And we can talk about tolerance here all day within this context. But I'm not going to discuss whether these values are British or European or world values. I'm going to argue completely against these values. First of all, I need to say, why did these values emerged? Where did they come from? Why they are there? Because they have not emerged from nowhere. Because teachers have been teaching values over the years for centuries. But the specific values, fundamental British values, emerge under specific conditions. These conditions were created by attack in New York, 9/11, and following 9/11 declaration of war on terror, war in Afghanistan and Iraq, and its boomerang effect for the British community, 7/7 bombings in London. Fundamental British values emerge from these events. And also, I have personal stories for 9/11 and 7/7, because 9/11 is my first day of teaching in England. And I was going to school teaching, I was going to teach government and politics class in the UK, and this event happened. And 7/7, I was traveling to London for a conference, and this hotel I was staying was directly looking at this number 30 bus, which you can see that I put a photo here, that wreckage. I could see from my hotel room, that wreckage of bus and body. So they have personal stories as well. Now, where was first time this terminology or the definition of fundamental British values emerged? It emerged in a document which is nothing to do with education, which is my research area. It emerged in a document called Counter-Terrorism and Security Act as part of anti-terrorism law. It is the definition of extremism. According to Counter-Terrorism and Security Act 2011, extremism is vocal or active opposition to fundamental British values, which they are identified as democracy, the rule of law, and so on and so forth. So anyone who opposes or criticizes these values, they are identified as extremism in 2011. And why is it important for educators? And one might think is it is something to do with counterterrorism. What is it to do with educators? It is important for educators because in 2012, these values, the definition of these values entered into teachers' standard. What it means, all teachers has to follow these values and they must not undermine fundamental British values in their schools, in their teachings. Following this, in 2015, a newly elected conservative government which they had big majority, they turn fundamental British values into a full law. So since 2015, promotion of fundamental British values in schools and colleges is law. every teachers, every lecturers has to promote and not to undermine fundamental British values. What it means, this also has put some responsibilities on teachers. Teachers has to identify if they see someone as a suspect, if they see someone is opposing these values, they can be identified and referred to a specific organization, which is called de-radicalization organization. So teachers becoming a part of police force. In the beginning of the talk, I said I'm going to be arguing that these values and promotion of fundamental British values are racist. Why? The racism is not a static phenomenon. From the transatlantic slave trade to the Armenian genocide, to the Holocaust, to the present-day anti-Muslim racism, each epoch developed and identified its own alien or undesirable section of the community, then developed an ideology for justification of it. For example, Karl Marx observed racism during the development of modern capitalism by looking at the antagonism between Irish workers and native English workers in the 19th century in England. He showed how English discriminated Irish workers. Also, Edward Said's notion of other explored the construction of a binary relationship between the superior Occident and its opposition to the inferior Orient. This hegemonic relationship constructed the Occidental other in relation to European values and cultural codes. In the UK, since 1980s, cultural differences have become a smokescreen for racism, and daily use of certain coded words such as illegal immigrant, bogus asylum seekers, extremists, Islamic extremists, and patriotism have replaced crude racist terms. And racist ideas have also been concealed behind intellectual discourses such as nationalism, European values, our way of life, and in France, laïcité, and in Germany, light culture or dominant culture, and Britain, fundamental British values. So it is not just in UK context, but in European context as well, Muslims and the new racism and discriminations turn into culture.
Ümit Bey çok pardon, son 5 dakikamız lütfen ona göre.
Son 5 dakika. Oh,
evet, biraz
okay. Last 5 minutes, please, Ümit Bey. Please wrap up. Thank you.
I'll go very quickly now. In the UK, anti-Muslim racism also become respectable face of new racism. The media played a very important role. Media demonized and dehumanized Muslims and immigrants in Britain as describing them extremists, terrorists, so on and so forth. I'm going to move from media to directly the definition, or what is the function of fundamental British values. Last 6 minutes. The fundamental British values used in Britain, firstly, as a tool to identifying radicalization and extremism in schools. As part of it is the new Counter-Terrorism and Security Act, and it made teachers agents of the state security apparatus. And how did this happen? And I'm going to share a few numbers here. It is, I think, it's really important. Over the years, thousands of people was identified as extremists and terrorists. And I just want to focus on the 2016. In 2016, 7,631 people identified as extremists. And 65% of these were related to Islamic extremism. If you think about it, Muslims are only 5% of the British population. They make up the overwhelming majority of the people who were identified as extremists. What is the worrying aspect of it is 415 of those people were aged under 10, and the youngest one was 4 years old. How they were identified? Examples include like a Muslim teenager with Asian heritage in a North London school was identified as potential to requiring de-radicalization after using the term eco-terrorism in his French class. And after this, he was questioned about Islamic State and what he thinks about terrorism. Another example is a postgraduate student of counterterrorism who was falsely accused of being a terrorist after reading a book about terrorism entitled Terrorism Studies, which was part of his reading list. The most ridiculous one was a 4-year-old child was referred to anti-terrorism officers because he mispronounced cucumber. I mean, this is his drawing in school as he drew his father's cotton cucumber, his green cucumber. I'm not going to describe his artistic skills, but so what was happening here, teachers interpreted his pronunciation of cucumber as cooking bomb, and he and his family referred to police because teachers thought his family is cooking bomb. This is 4 years old child. And the second aspects of fundamental British values, how it is used, it promotes the notion of British values are essential element of Western civilization and they are superior in comparison to non-Western values. The British are regarded as the defenders and promoters of democracy, individual liberty, and respect around the world. This also dovetails the notion that the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq were concerned with spreading democracy. It means the promotion of fundamental British values is a means of othering and divisive policy which implicitly and explicitly contributes to positive elevation of Britain's bloody colonial past. The colonial masters believe in their superiority over the colonized has been kept alive in the UK in a different ways in social relations. The ontological superiority of being white is deeply entrenched in society, in British society, and the perception of the inferiority of Black and Asians is also present, not just in the day-to-day life, but at the top level of state institutions. For example, many MPs...
Son bir dakika Ümit Bey.
Tamam. Even Black MPs have been called the "Are you the new cleaner?" in British institutions. Very lastly, I'm just going to move very quickly. I'm going to quote Edward Said here, because Edward Said said, hostility to Islam in the modern Christian West has historically gone hand in hand with, has stemmed from the same source, has been nourished at the same stream as anti-Semitism. And it was clear from the media presentation. We can discuss this again, but I'm going to finish very quickly, what is to be done. What are the things what we are doing in the UK in order to challenge racism and in order to challenge what the environment created by promoting fundamental British values. First of all, as trade unionists and anti-racist campaigners, we are organizing the decolonized education curriculum. In order to do this, we are working with grassroots anti-racist organizations, student organizations, parents, and all the trade unions. Decolonizing curriculum means that not just curriculum, but we want to decolonize society. And most important part of decolonizing society is the showing solidarity with the oppressed groups and working with them. I'll stop here, and then hopefully we can discuss any other questions or issues later on. Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler Ümit Bey. Gerçekten çok faydalı bir sunuş oldu bu. Şimdi hemen vakit kaybetmeden Ezgi Güner'e geçelim.
Thank you, Ümit Bey. This was a very useful presentation. I will move on to Ezgi Güner without further ado. Ezgi Güner has received her undergraduate degrees in cultural studies at Sabancı University. She continues her PhD anthropology with a minor in African studies at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Her work explores the articulation of race and religion with global capitalism in the context of Turkey's contemporary relations with Africa south of the Sahara. She conducted multi-site ethnographic research in Turkey, Tanzania, Senegal, Gambia, and Benin. Güner was a visiting fellow at the anthropology department at Harvard University and Erasmus Fellow at the Center for Southeast European Studies at the University of Graz. I now would like to give the floor to Ezgi Güner for her presentation on changing meanings yet unchanging supremacy of whiteness in Turkey. You have the floor.
Say that I worked in the organization of Hrant Memorial Workshops in the past as an assistant, and it's a great honor for me to return as a presenter today. In contemporary Turkey, there is a new investment in whiteness. A new racial formation, which I will call Muslim whiteness, has emerged under the AKP's hegemony. Whereas whiteness has historically been associated with secular modernization, over the last decade, it has become at the same time a marker of Islamic civility. This racial project has so far escaped academic scrutiny, I argue, because it came into being in Africa south of the Sahara. And Africa remains to this day marginal to the Turkish academia, at home and in the diaspora. When we look at the images presented here, they give us a sense of the different sites in which the Turk is racialized as white and African as black. The symbolism of the hand is important because it signifies the giving hand and the receiving hand. So racialization occurs in the context of an asymmetrical give and take, be it official development aid as in the image below, or of Islamic education in the left top, or Islamic charity in the form of humanitarian and medical aid as in the other two. I just want to make sure that you see my PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. The discourse of white Muslim is therefore crafted and circulated primarily in the context of humanitarian projects by faith-based NGOs and Islamic schooling by Sufi orders, which operate in tandem with Turkey's foreign policy in Africa. Before we move on, I would like to point at the representation of children, teenager, and adult hands in the pictures. Rather than engaging in acts of give and take, they are touching and holding each other, exhibiting physical and affective intimacy. In this racial regime, as we will see, Muslim whiteness is characterized and differentiated from other forms of whiteness by its capacity for interracial intimacy. Okay. So in this presentation, I will first analyze very briefly the historical trajectory of whiteness in Turkey, and then I will discuss how Africa provides a racial terrain in which Turkish whiteness acquires new meanings. As Murat Ergin has shown, the early Republican regime established a strong correlation between whiteness, modernity, and Western civilization, which lingers until today. In the early 20th century, skull measurement and pigmentation determined the ranking of a nation within the global hierarchies of savagery and civilization. In Turkey, the state allocated funds to physical anthropological research to prove the whiteness and hence the supremacy of the Turkish race. Students received state scholarships to study anthropology in Europe and America. One of these students was Afet İnan, Atatürk's adopted daughter. For her doctoral thesis under the supervision of the Swiss anthropologist Eugène Pitart, İnan conducted an anthropometric survey with 64,000 participants in Anatolia to show that Turks belonged to the Alpine race. The main objective of the scientific racism of the 1930s was to elevate the Turkish nation to the ranks of Western civilization. Although scientific racism lost its popularity in the aftermath of the Second World War, the racial construction of Turkish nationalism has remained intact, while the strong connection of whiteness to modernity and civility survived until today. We will see, however, that whiteness can be disarticulated from Western civilization and re-articulated instead with Ottoman Islamic civilization. The racial legacy of this state-led modernization became evident later in the century with the mobilization of color metaphors in public discourse. The neoliberalization unleashed by the 1980 military coup soon resulted in the deepening of economic inequalities and solidification of cultural hierarchies. Multiple axes of social division became more visible than ever with the increased migration from rural areas to Istanbul and the informal housing that followed. Popular culture produced the racialized image of Maganda, representing the rural other, polluting the urban life. Maganda was a grotesque figure with dark skin, body odor, and a mustache. He was over-sexualized and dangerous. The antithesis of Maganda was the White Turk, who embodied the values of secular modernization, a westernized, secular, urban subject. Whiteness here indicated all the privileges that the newcomers lacked. Portrayed as young, handsome, light-skinned, and mustache-free, the White Turk symbolized the face of Turkey that deserved to become a member of the European Union. The identity of White Turk first emerged as a class-based social critique until it was appropriated by some media figures. The critical impetus of the White Turk label is not completely lost today. A rap song released in 2019 criticized the White Turk who drinks third wave coffee and only worries about his startup for his complicity with the authoritarian regime. With the rise of political Islam in the 1990s, the polarization between, that was a spoiler, okay. With the rise of political Islam in the 1990s, the polarization between secularists and Islamists was also articulated with the binary of white and black. While the White Turk symbolized the secularist establishment, the political leaders and media representing the Islamic movement appropriated the identity of Black Turk as a counter-hegemonic discourse. The self-claimed blackness of the leaders like Recep Kutan and Recep Tayyip Erdogan was a critical commentary about the repression of their parties by the secularist establishment. If the Black Turk was a counter-hegemonic discourse in the context of the 1990s, as Tanıl Bora reminds us, today it has become a discursive strategy in the maintenance of the AKP's hegemony. More recently, then the Prime Minister Erdogan identified himself as a Black Turk during the Gezi protests in 2013, morally justifying police violence with an outdated claim of symbolic violence. Assimilated into AKP's identity politics, the binary of white and black is divorced from its critical potential, as Sedef Arat Koç argues. I should add that the reification of the categories of white and black Turk by scholars and journalists, as you can see here with Der Spiegel, contributes to this process. So if the White Turk is the national symbol of power and privilege, the white man has been its global counterpart for the Islamist critiques of Western hegemony. An important point of reference in the genealogy of the critique of whiteness by the Islamic movement has been the figure of the Native American. Leaders of the movement like Necmettin Erbakan and Ahmet Davutoğlu referred to the indigenous critiques of the white man at different times as the embodiment of settler colonialism and Western imperialism. President Erdogan cited the Native American proverb in two different international meetings organized by the United Nations in Istanbul in 2011 and 2013. The Turkish rendition of the proverb, when the last river drains out, the last tree is destroyed, the last fish dies, the white man will realize that money cannot be eaten, gives a name, the white man, to the object of the critique, which is actually missing from the original. So the following questions beg for answer. If the white man is the plunderer of natural resources and the perpetrator of genocidal violence, what makes whiteness so desirable? If achieving whiteness was an objective of the Kemalist modernization project, then on what grounds is it appropriated today by its strongest critiques? How is whiteness dissociated from Western civilization and associated instead with Muslim identity and Islamic civility in contemporary Turkey? In short, how does the Black Turk become the white Muslim? Before moving to the redefinition of whiteness in Africa south of the Sahara, I would like to mention a critical moment in transitioning from blackness to whiteness. In 2013, the Turkish Coordination and Cooperation Agency, TICA, donated $200,000 to a Native American tribe in the United States as development aid. This picture shows the leaders of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs receiving the check at the Turkish embassy. With this symbolic gesture, we can say Turkey inaugurated its emergence on the world stage as the new white man. The racist headline of a pro-government newspaper, "Thanks from Redskins to the White Man Turkey," makes this transition clear. Whiteness, it seems, has something to do with giving, and giving with power for sure. This moment also marks the bifurcation of whiteness into good whites, i.e. Turkish Muslim whiteness, and bad whites, European colonizers and their descendants. In the post-Cold War humanitarian order, sovereignty is reconceptualized as the moral responsibility to intervene. The global mapping of sovereignty and suffering is in itself a racial configuration. As a strategy of power, race produces humanitarian subjects and suffering subjects at the same time. Whiteness thus marks the position of the philanthropist, the humanitarian who is entitled to intervene. And aiding the Native American in that sense was a conspicuous performance of sovereignty which whitened oneself. It is in the context of global humanitarian governmentality, more specifically during the 2005 Niger food crisis, that Turkey emerged not only as a new donor in Africa, but as a committed member of the international community by donating $1.8 million to the United Nations World Food Programme. In the wake of the 2011 Somalia famine, Turkey consolidated its position as a humanitarian state with a $400 million in official aid. During the month of Ramadan, Prime Minister Erdogan visited the country along with his family, cabinet members, businessmen, and artists like Ajda Pekkan, Sertab Erener, and Muazzez Ersoy, to the surprise of the Turkish public. If there was an iconic figure of the white Turk in Turkish pop music and cinema, it was Ajda Pekkan. This was not due to her blonde hair and light skin only. In music, she represented the Western and cosmopolitan, as opposed to the provincial and folk. On screen, her beauty combined whiteness with goodness and innocence. The Prime Minister's 2011 visit marked also the beginning of the Turkish presence in the post-conflict reconstruction of Somalia by paving the way for the Turkish contractors to build roads, schools, hospitals, and mosques, and to operate ports and airports. Africa thus provides a racial terrain in which the binary of white and Turk as symbols of political, economic, and social inequality in Turkey can be reversed after being recycled as phenotypical qualities. This phenotypical value is then converted into economic value. After all, whiteness is not limited to philanthropy and humanitarianism. It stands at the same time for modernity, development, technological advancement, and technical know-how. It is the lubricant of global capitalism. Okay. So since 2011, dozens of faith-based NGOs ranging from small-scale local associations to nationwide foundations have provided aid in sub-Saharan countries. These took the form of drilling water wells and constructing mosques, sacrificing animal and distributing livestock, building solar energy infrastructure and community gardens, organizing medical camps and circumcision operations, establishing Islamic schools and distributing Quran, as well as sponsoring orphans. Here you see the pictures I copied from Dr. Banu Çiftçi's Instagram account, which has almost 700,000 followers. Dr. Banu regularly volunteers for medical camps organized in different countries in Africa south of the Sahara. Besides, she herself sponsored water wells and collected donations through her social media account for the construction of several others. As a gynecologist, she usually posts pictures with newborn babies of Turkish families and occasionally with African children from her medical camps. These pictures taken in rural Africa present a stark contrast to the sterile environment and high technology of the private hospital Dr. Banu works for. Gamze Özçelik, a former model who recently surprised her fans by covering her hair, is maybe the most popular Turkish humanitarian volunteer in this context. In her pictures with African children, she appears as the perfect embodiment of the values of Muslim whiteness. Her gendered performance combines whiteness as an aesthetic value with Islamic conceptions of female modesty, care, and interracial intimacy. Finally, I would like to turn to Sevda Sevan, who received the 2018 International Benevolence Award from the Diyanet Foundation, attached to the Ministry of Religious Affairs. Unlike others, Sevda is not an occasional volunteer. Rather, she devoted her life to developing agricultural, humanitarian, and educational projects in Tanzania. She also differentiates from other humanitarians I discussed by actually living in rural Tanzania. The award she received from the Diyanet reflects the state's support behind Islamic humanitarianism in Africa. It also makes a statement about the ideal citizen of the current regime, the white Muslim who continues to embody the whiteness and modernity idealized by the Republican regime, yet does so not within the civilizational boundaries of the West, but of Islam. In Africa south of the Sahara, the Turkish Muslim is reborn as the new white man. This racial rebirth entails the transformation of the Black Turk into the white Muslim, mirroring the shift of the Islamic movement from counter-hegemonic position to a hegemonic one in Turkish politics. As the AKP's new Turkey turns away from Western civilization towards an Ottoman Islamic civilization, the previously Black Turks become white Muslims. When I say Africa provides a racial terrain that enables this transformation, I do not simply mean that Blackness operates as a foil against which phenotypical whiteness can be claimed. Rather, the new humanitarian order is built upon the persistent legacies of earlier racial order. Through humanitarian interventions, Turkey is negotiating its position within the post-Cold War order. Therefore, appropriating whiteness as the new racial code of Islamic civility is to claim a hegemonic position in a world structured by global white supremacy, and not a counter-hegemonic one as the official and mainstream discourse on Africa suggests in Turkey. Thank you.
Ezgi Güner'e çok teşekkür ederiz. Gerçekten İngiltere üzerine bir sunuştan sonra Türkiye'deki bu Türklüğün değişmesiyle ilgili çok birbirine denk gelen, birbirini tamamlayan bir...
Big thank you to Özgür Güner. This has been a very good complementary presentation upon the first one we heard from our first speaker. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions to both panelists, but I think that in the strengthening of racism and prejudice and things like that, that there is a principle, some sort of principle of mutuality, reciprocity, and the sense of supremacy experienced by one nation can be adopted by other nations. And the arrogance of the West can be carried over and transferred to the Eastern world, so to speak, at different levels. Now we have 15 minutes for questions and answers. You can either message me your questions or write them down in the chat box. We will try to relay your questions to our panelists, or you can raise your hand to ask your question. Do you have anything to say, Noya, before we move on to the Q&A? I was about to remind the same things to you, and if you'd like to take part in the family photo, please remember to open your cameras so that we can see you. We have until 14:20, and then our colleagues will share a link with you. We can meet in the other chat room. Thank you. I think we have the family photo now. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll keep this as a memento of this conference. Now, it's time for your questions and comments. I'm allowing all of the participants. Hopefully, I'll be able to see those of you who raised your hands, and Nayat will help me out, I'm sure.
Evet, şu anda pardon gördüm. Nazlıcan Başdemir.
I now see Nazlıcan Başdemir would like to take the floor. Please go ahead. Ms. Nazlıcan, we can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself, or I may also ask our technical team to assist. I think you can hear me now. Right, thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I fully agree with what has been said so far. We need to rid our world from prejudices and paralyzing contradictions. And all of the panelists have shown us a perspective that sees the whole world and nations as a single family. To rid ourselves of the prejudices, I think that our priority must be to know the truth. If we can grasp the reality that the humanity and the people are actually fruits on a single fruit tree, then we can achieve that. And how can we translate this into a wider perspective? I ask this question to both panelists. Was the question clear enough? Because I couldn't hear the speaker very well at some point. Ezgi Hanım or Ümit Bey, were you able to hear the question? Yes. Ezgi, I think you couldn't hear the question. I heard the question, but this is more relevant for Professor Mix, I think. I'm not sure to what extent I can answer your question, but I think first and foremost, we have to accept and embrace our differences. So this word tolerance, or the concept of tolerance, I think it's something that we need to talk about. What we call tolerance in societies and communities has a lot to do with power, with power, to what extent we tolerate others or things, and how we tolerate things or others. I can't quite explain what I mean here. Ezgi, maybe help me out at this point. I think I couldn't quite hear the question. In pedagogical terms, how I interpret the question is that how we can prevent racism in pedagogical terms. That's why I threw the ball in your court. I'm teaching on racism at the moment, giving lectures on racism. And I think that classroom is a space, provides a space for it. For example, fundamental British values, that's something taught in classrooms. I think a pedagogy that is anti-racist could replace that. I saw the question now in the chat box. I think it's more clear now. What was the contribution of the Muslims? That's another question, actually. That's another question. Going back to the first question then, in terms of pedagogy, the most important thing, what matters the most is that marginalization and racism is not individual, it's not personal, but it's social, it's communal, it's a structural concept, notion that is put into practice by the state, by the government, by the society. If we understand that first and foremost, I think it would be easier for us to eliminate racism altogether, because there was a deliberate effort in Britain to wholly change the curriculum. In hegemonic scientific terms, the state delivers everything, the information to the people, and the information, the cultures of other groups are not determined in the curriculum at all. And studies on this aspect, on this topic, is very important. And the same applies to Turkey. The Greeks, the Armenians, the Laz, the Arabs in Turkey, and their contribution to Turkey. If we can show that in education in a systematic manner, it would better equip us to fight against racism and discrimination. I think the second question was about the contribution of the Muslims in the reactions against Muslims in Britain. Is there anything the Muslims can do or cannot do? I don't agree with that at all, because Muslims are not doing anything. Strong institutions, state is doing these things to Muslims, and Muslims do not constitute a single group at all. They are more like a tapestry. They come from different backgrounds. They exist in different institutions. You cannot place each Muslim in a box and define them as such. Up until 1990s in the UK, there wasn't a direct racism towards or against Muslims. The racism that existed was against their color, skin color. And the racism against the culture itself started as of 1990s. And the reason why was because of the clash of civilizations. It has to do with the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, Russian Federation, after which Europe and the UK started to create a new enemy, which corresponded to the minorities that lived in their own community. And the biggest community, such community in the UK, were the groups that came from Pakistan and India. And I don't think there's anything Muslims can do. What they need to do is to fight against racism and merge their powers with those who are anti-racist and eliminate systematic racism altogether. Iram Az is asking for the floor as well. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. I was about to start writing my question. My question is for Ezgi Güner. Whiteness, concept of whiteness in Turkey is, if it's being discussed at all, I haven't seen any such discussions, especially when it comes to studies about the Kurdish people or Armenian community. Maybe I haven't come across any such discussion. My follow-up question to that one is, do you think there's a need to have that discussion? Or how, if necessary, how it could contribute to other internal discussions or domestic discussions? I agree with you. Whiteness is not a subject that is at the forefront in Turkey, as far as I can observe as well. Barış Ünlü's book, Changing Whiteness Studies, are adapted to Turkishness, contract of Turkishness, but it has to do with Turkishness rather than whiteness. There are studies on Afro-Turks, both historical and sociological studies, and it becomes more clear how Turkishness is being designed, even though their studies are not directly focusing on whiteness. That's all I can say at the moment. By the by, there's another question to Professor Yildiz.
My research project is about the media representation of foreign fighters in the period from 2011 to 2021 in English-speaking countries. So I am particularly interested in the topic of your research. As a linguist, I could not avoid thinking of the double standard connotation of the adjective fundamental with a kind of positive meaning when referring to British value and a quite negative one when used when speaking of Muslims. Have you had the chance of focusing on this aspect as well?
Language is, I haven't really focused on, I haven't focused on the language aspect of it, but as there are lots of studies about using derogatory language when you're referring to minorities and Muslims. And I am going to put my email address here so the person directly communicate me and I can refer the person to write publications.
Hocam bir de bu arada hemen onu da gördüm. Suheda Doğan sormuş. Hoşgörülü kavramını açar mısınız?
Another question about the notion of tolerance. Can you expand on that a little bit? The notion of tolerance, or hoşgörü in Turkish, or let me switch to English.
Is used in here as in a power relationship. Tolerance is we tolerate you until you do everything what we want you to do. So what we do in the anti-racist in Britain, we are saying we don't want to be tolerated. We want to be accepted what we are, who we are. But when we start using the term tolerance, I can tolerate you to be a Turk, to be a Kurd, to be a foreigner, as long as you obey what I'm telling you to do it. As soon as you start criticizing this establishment, as soon as you criticize the system, the tolerance disappears. And the same thing applies in Turkey as well. Turkish government, white Turks or the hegemonic, they tolerate the minorities as long as minority accept the superiority of Turkness. As soon as, for example, in Turkey, a Kurd can be anything. You can be a prime minister, you can be a president, but as soon as you said, I am a Kurd, there is a problem. You are here because we tolerate you to be here. So that is the problem with the word tolerant. Recently, I've seen a book called Armenians in the Society of Tolerance. I mean, how can you talk about this? 1.5 million people have been murdered and you talk about tolerance. We tolerate you. You can be as long as you obey us, you follow us, what we are saying. That is what I mean when I said about the tolerance. It's about power relations.
Evet, saat bitirmemiz mi gerekiyor? Öyle bir
I think we need to wrap up. I've received a message to that end. We have come to the end of the Q&A. session, we are going to share another link for those of you who still have some questions. We can spare you another 10 to 15 minutes in another Zoom room. The next session will start at 2:30. And if you have any lingering questions in mind or some statements you'd like to share about this session, we will all go to the post-panel Zoom room in a minute. See you there.
No sabía de sufrir por caer contigo verbante. Me metites a servir. Yo era niña de casa alta, no sabía de sufrir por caer contigo verbante. Me metites a servir.
Merhaba, birkaç dakika içerisinde başlayacağız. O sebeple mikrofonlarınızı sessize alıyoruz. Teşekkür ederiz. Herkese tekrar merhaba.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Before we move on to our panel, we would like to ask our panelists to remember that you're being interpreted. So try to keep a more natural pace while you speak. Before we start the panel, we will first switch to Rudy. For those of you who are newcomers, a reminder for you. Throughout these panels, we will either be connecting with Rudy or Atom from the Granting Foundation, who will be talking to us from historic spots in Istanbul. We are going to Haydarpaşa train station now. Rudy is going to tell us about the history of the place. Hello everyone, we are in Haydarpaşa train station. Right behind me you see a building which was built in late 19th century, and before that this whole area was covered in pasture land. And in early 19th century, on the land, on the plot that is now housed to Haydarpaşa train station, some initial facilities were built, which were far more modest. It wasn't the building we have today. And in early 19th century, in line with the neo-Renaissance style, Otto Riemann and Helmut Glan built Haydarpaşa train station. And it has gone through various phenomena. There was a sabotage attempt. And in 2010, trains stopped entering the station because of the restoration work, and it took a long time to complete the restoration work. And some of the reasons why is because an antique structure was discovered, the citadel, walls of the citadel, or some part of the old port structure was found during the excavation work, and the areas where we had the stations could potentially be removed altogether to fully excavate the area. That was a news article on newspapers. It has made an important mark in the social memory, because this train station was the the final point of arrival for those who came to Istanbul, and it was the point of departure for those who said goodbye to Istanbul. And one of those departures had made an important mark on the memory of the Armenians, because in 1915, the intellectuals were collected from their homes, and they were sent off to different cities of Anatolia to be tried. And most of these journeys came to an end, with most people being killed in the process. Some of them did arrive in their destinations. However, they disappeared after a while. According to official statistics, we're talking about 200 people, but witnesses at the time reported that close to 600 people left Haydarpaşa train station on that fateful day. Thank you very much, Rudy. Before we move on to the session, we are going to ask you a question. We'd like you to give your answers in the chat box. Which is the most disturbing discourse about refugees for you? What is the most disturbing hate speech targeting refugees? Our moderators will share your answers, and other participants following us from other social media platforms can share their comments on those platforms. I'd like to introduce you the chair of this panel, who is a lecturer in Galatasaray University Sociology Department, also founding president of the Migration Studies Center. She's worked for a long time in social democracy and supported Hrant Foundation in many of the studies. She's someone that we go to for a lot of questions we have, a lot of requests we have. Hello to everyone. Hopefully you can hear me well. Let me first of all take this opportunity to say a big thank you to you and to all of your colleagues who contributed to the organization of this event. In this day and age, we are quite directly faced with racism and discrimination, and social inequalities are being pronounced with discrimination and hate speech. And especially in these times of coronavirus, where we are locked down in our houses, we have social media, which is turned into a new platform for hate speech, housing hate speech, and we are witnessing this phenomenon most of the time, even if we're not directly exposed to it. And the refugees are some of the groups that are worst affected by hate speech, because they're not any group at all. We've heard important and very good presentations in previous panels, but not just in Turkey, but especially in Europe, in the Western world. Anti-refugee hate speech has become very prominent, especially in political speeches and on other platforms. In 2015, circa 2015, there was a huge wave of migration towards Europe, and Europeans mostly called it a refugee crisis, but it was, for most academics, including myself, was a management crisis. And migration itself is used as a negative label, a negative speech too. And one of the most frequent places where we most frequently see anti-refugee speeches, that is social media. And our next speaker is Şükrü Şimdi, has worked on a lot of signature campaigns in Change.org, and he's going to share with us his analysis of anti-Syrian signature campaigns in Turkey. To introduce him briefly, he started his studies in journalism in Ege University, communication faculty. He's currently doing his master's degree in the communication faculty of Çukurova University. He has done some work in Demirtaş neighborhood, which is a multi-layered neighborhood, which is a widely discussed neighborhood. He did a case study in that neighborhood and worked on the perceptions of the native neighborhood members of the neighborhood towards Syrian refugees. And this is a neighborhood that has received migration from various parts of the country. So it is quite an interesting place to look at. And based on a similar analysis, he did some work on the cases from Change.org as well, which he will present to you right now. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. First and foremost, let me thank everyone who shared their time with us and who contributed to the organization of this event. Let me start sharing my study with you. And I'd like to share my screen to show you better. Now I'm trying to find my slides.
Bir dakika.
Evet, gözüküyor şimdi.
Yes, we can see your slides now. Just a moment.
Özür diliyorum.
I'm sorry. As for the content of an outline of my speech, I'll be talking about the introduction, Syrians in Turkey, and I'll talk about the methodology and the findings. Well, my work is based on Change.org and stigmatizing and discriminatory discourse that is constructed through change signature campaigns, particularly regarding Syrian refugees in Turkey. We see that the hate practices and Syrian xenophobia and anti-Syrian sentiment is on the rise, and according to the Syrian barometer's latest results, there's a diversion from the social acceptance to tolerance. And in the rhetoric, the identity, Syrian identity, is centered around being a guest, and now there's a stigmatization process as they are recognized and described as such. Well, there are two different theories. One is social identity, the other one is stigmatization. Social identity focuses on differences and similarities, making categories, social categories more precise. And Goffman's sigma theory defines tools for categorization, and individuals make this ordinary and natural. There's an area that is marked with inconsistencies and stereotypes, and the stigmatization is about the type of relationship that feeds from this area. In fact, there is a group that is exposed to tribal stigma, which is based on ethnicity. And stigmatization makes lack of communication more intense, creating distances, and the groups form their own strategies. This is important, particularly regarding recent work regarding Syrians. We observe this frequently. Now we see that the groups have become more introvert. And in this new media environment, we also see prominent examples of hate and discriminatory discourse. Frequently, regarding Syrians too, particularly in 2016, the president at the time talked about the possibility of granting Syrians citizenship, which resulted in intense debate and also intense hate speech. In fact, this could be read as the distinct form of cultural and national distinct form of anti-immigrant sentiment. And I based the migration discourse on Van Dijk's critical discourse analysis, and specifically the information regarding migrants are generalized, phenomena are used, and the dichotomies between us and them is used. As for the questions, while I was forming the questions, first and foremost, I looked at Halpin and others, which has a particular focus on creation, petition, and talks about a different performativity, a specific performativity. So there's an emphasis on not including hate speech in the content. And Change.org is a specific platform as such that has a creation petition. And we looked at which are the contexts and social representations used for Syrians, whether stereotypes are used, is there tribal stigma, and if there is anti-Syrian sentiment, and which arguments and strategies are used. And as for the methodology, using the keyword Syrian, and this is not random, of course, the selection, we looked at studies, and we use that keyword to define this group. And I reached 154 campaign texts. We looked at the creators, authors, and counterparts, headlines, and transformed them into data. In fact, there's a counterpart in these campaigns. And generally, these are government authorities, governmental authorities. And as for the thematic analysis, we have main categories and subcategories. The main categories are Syrians, virtual social identities, stigmatization, Syrian male stereotypes, and subcategories are economic problems, guest potential, enemy, lazy, beggar, those who stink, immorals, traitors, fertile, and terrorists. Those are the concepts and notions that we used. As for our findings, in the campaign texts, Syrians are subject to stereotyping and ethnicized stereotyping as a stigmatized representation, and they are positioned against the Turkish national identity. They are ethnicized along where necessary with historic and daily references. So there is a distinct Syrian identity that is created, and there's a homogeneous and ethnic context to it. Also, in the texts, we see historical arguments being used and the tendency to use a natural link between Syrian, for Syrian virtual social identity, linking historical references with potential future outlook. And homogeneous identity imagination. For instance, tomorrow they can rise against us in the future. They may rise against us. We have no other friends than ourselves. We have always been alone as the Turkish nation. And we cannot feel sorry for the Syrians anymore. there are historical references that are being used to create this climate of potential danger. And in the discourse, we see that the discourse is being based on non-government informal nationalism. Groups are being criminalized, and the events are associated with the group identity, and there's an emphasis on ethnicity, and there's an effort to move the rhetoric from a rational to an irrational area, terrain. Here in this example, we see a dog that is allegedly killed by 2 Syrian children, and we see that there's an exposure to hate speech and discrimination. Such texts have reached many supporters, a great number of supporters, and one of the mostly used discourse against refugees is that they are blamed for the poor status of the economy. They are seen as an economic problem. They strain on limited economic resources. They receive a lot of aid from the government, and at some point this turns into a racist tendency. The economy-based arguments against migrants turn into this type of approach, and these are mostly based on distorted information, and it is changed to favor a group identity and represented in a biased way. We also see different presentations of masculinity. Our brave soldiers, Turkish soldiers, and Syrian men who desert the army. And here we see that there are qualities such as being masculine, being a warrior nation, and on the other hand, there are qualities such as people fleeing war, running from war, or immorals. In fact, manhood is seen as within a collective understanding that in which men are supposed to continue the nation, as Nagia stated. We see that the age range is between 18 to 45, which corresponds to the strong male prototype. You have 5 more minutes. If you could use your time accordingly. Yes. Homeland means honor. Syrian men should own their honor. Therefore, we should collect Syrian citizens across Turkey. Women and children should remain in camps, and men should be deported to own their honor. Demonic masculinity serves a purpose. It helps us compare different types of masculinity and see which are the stereotypes used for such different understandings of masculinity. And there's an ethnocentric perspective regarding Syrians. There's an emphasis on being Turk and kinship. That's the basis for the creation, an effort to create migrants. And there's a distance that is defined regarding Syrians, Iraqi and Afghans, and Turkish national identity and kinship is used as a concept. This group is associated with the status of refugees, while others with Turkic origin are not. So there's an emphasis on kinship, and an ideal migration concept is being defined while delineating the position of Syrians. And the Syrians fall out of the boundaries of the established construct. And there's an ethnocentric perspective used for refugees, and there are negative descriptions for certain groups. Stigmatization and cultural racism feeds from that. This basis, and in the text we see a new type of racism that is based on national dynamics and cultural dynamics. This is different from scientific racism in that there's a lack of acceptance and looking down on certain identities. there's a difference between being, there's a description of being less migrant. In fact, there's also an effort to protect the homogeneous status of the Turkish identity in attacking other identities. This is an imagined community which imposes a reflex on the others, to alienating the others. They're trying to create a distance with regard to such groups, such other groups. Keeping the potential danger alive is based on the fear that the identity will lose its core, and there's a distancing and alienation, othering, using a rational practice. Turkishness is being used in particular. Just to share our conclusions, refugee represents a secondary status that is used for other migrant groups than Turks. Syrian identity is based on a virtual social identity that is stigmatized with stereotypes. There's a distance created using hegemonic masculinity and informal nationalization dynamics, and if a discourse feeds on this, and this results in discrimination and hate practices in the new media, which is important for public participation. An example is change.org. And anti-migrant sentiment is clustered in a homogeneous manner there. In fact, these are the things that we observe in other Syrian-related studies, but in the new media and on social platforms, we see a very different example. Thank you. Thank you, Şükrü. It was not easy to present this briefly. I'd like to thank the interpreter. We're trying to interpret your speech, as you were reading. In fact, there's from your presentation, there's a focus on so-called acceptable groups, such as women or children or kins. Well, we could link this to our other speakers. The title is Examining the Role and Influence of Gendered Power Dynamics Across the Challenges of Violence and Discrimination Impacting Syrian Refugee Women in Turkey. We have 3 participants who will deliver their presentation together. I will speak in Turkish, but they will present in English. I would now like to briefly present them. For those who haven't participated in our conferences before, from the interpretation button below, please select the relevant language channel, Turkish or Turkish, Chinese, or English. Well, all our 3 speakers come from the Center for Progressive Security. Ms. Tanya Rosario is the Director of Research at the Center for Progressive Security. She is also currently a PhD student in Sociology and Advanced Feminist Studies at the University of Massachusetts. Her research interests are gender and sexuality, human rights, law, and society. She also teaches at the Gender Studies and Political Science Department at John Jay College, CUNY. She's also the founder of a gender justice organization, South Queens Women's March, and she serves as a consultant for many other gender justice organizations. So she's both in academia and an activist. The second presenter will be Ms. Maria Kumskova. She also comes from the same center as a program director. She was part of many projects in the field of human rights. She has a particular focus on counterterrorism activities, enforced disappearances, and treatment of terrorist suspects. She added the peace and security word to our portfolio by joining the Women Peace Security Program of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. The third speaker is the executive director of the same center and senior programs managers at Atlas Relief and Development International, Ms. Katie Kruger. Katie is an experienced international development practitioner using intersectional conflict, human rights, gender-sensitive lenses across a wide range of programmatic areas. She focuses on peace building, civil society strengthening, capacity building, research, refugee integration, preventing extremism. I will be giving the floor to our presenter, but I would like to remind you that you have 15 minutes, so in order for us to have time for Q&A, and there are many questions coming in the chat box. We will be allocating time to that during the Q&A session. You have the floor, Katie.
Hello everyone, merhabalar, hoş geldiniz herkese. I am so excited to be here today, and so is all of our group. I would first like to thank all of you for being here, and also to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for providing this incredible digital space to explore such an important and timely subject matter. So today, within our presentation, our team will be sharing insights from a current community-based survey project that we have collaboratively led in Istanbul that sheds light on the role and influence of gendered power dynamics across the challenges of violence and discrimination impacting Syrian women and men in Turkey. So Atlas Relief and Development International and the Center for Progressive Security, we worked as partners together to co-design a community-based survey in close collaboration with a Syrian women's collective called the Hayat Syrian Refugee Women's Collective Group. And this is a group of women-led, highly diverse Syrian refugee women based in the Fatih and Esenyurt districts of Istanbul. And they are working together through a project led by ARDI to conduct community-based activities that impact and benefit the Syrian refugee community in their areas. So as a group between ARDI, CPS, and the Hayat women, we really believe in participatory, action-oriented research. And therefore, we work together to ensure that the Syrian members of the Hayat Women's Collective were really at the forefront of designing and disseminating the survey that we have designed together. And this survey really delves more deeply into 38 different questions that were working to understand the experiences, the challenges, barriers, and perspectives among Syrian refugee women and men in Turkey, and especially within the neighborhoods I mentioned, since they have higher levels of refugee populations. Through the survey, we had 3 main guiding questions that really helped us form the scope of what we were wanting to look at and understand. The first section we looked at are some of the ways that gender power is maintained within Turkish communities, especially when it comes to the rhetoric around Syrian refugees and their community needs and challenges. The second section we looked at was the impact of online and in-person hate speech and discrimination, and how this rhetoric really impacts the experiences of Syrian refugees living in these communities. And the third area we looked at was looking at how this rhetoric has emerged from the communities. What are the root causes? And to what extent does the Syrian refugee community have an influence or an impact over this rhetoric? So from our experience, we know that gender norms and the underlying power dynamics are really deeply entrenched in the structures of all societies. And, you know, this can also be used as discrimination against people from various different backgrounds. You know, as a society, when it is homogenous, it's really hard to see these structures. They're not very visible. But when crises happen or mass migration and movement of people happens, this can really impact the dynamics being more visible. And they can create more restrictions for people that are often seen as foreigners, especially when they are women. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. We have integrated gender analysis at the core of the survey. That's what we say, but what really gender analysis means for us. As the previous presenter has already mentioned, the national political landscape, including the state of social, security, and economic systems, are infused and determined by gender relationships of power, where those identified with masculinities are immediately associated with power, privilege, rationality, and therefore favored in gaining access to control over resources. Based on this relationship of power, people perceive their identities and determine their sense of belongings. Those closer to power feel more privileged and create limitations for others to join, building what is called national identities. When social, economic, political structures denied marginalized groups, such as refugees, their agency and frame them as victims, we call it a feminization of the issue, where people's individual needs, identities become irrelevant and their victimhood drives their access to resources. Next, when national identities are challenged and require adjustments, elites in power use this victimhood to legitimize their action to contain power. We call it securitization of the issue. Social, economic, legal barriers and the lack of political agency together create spaces for reinforcing gender power and driving marginalization of those outside national identities and through the breach of trust and lack of dialogue. This marginalization, however, should not be understood as a claim that marginalized communities are more likely to be radicalized, because radicalization depends not only on external factors, but also on a variety of other factors, and in many ways personal factors that create and reinforce individual power and resistance that prevent people from radicalization. These forces are individual strengths, community of support, and other development factors. Taking both power dynamics and personal resilience factors into consideration, we have developed a survey through collaborative approach with the Hayat Syrian Refugee Women's Collective to make sure that participants can not only use this survey to express their challenges, the experiences that they're facing, but also engaging with this survey and kind of understand what are the crucial sources of power that can gain both from their own communities, from their own selves, but also from the host community. The data for which we present findings today is based on the sample of 194 participants from refugee communities in Turkey. Of them, 70 are male and 124 are female, predominantly between ages 18 to 60 of different backgrounds and different legal statuses within Turkey. The survey examined 4 key areas. So the first one is economic, social, and political factors that impact refugees' sense of belonging in Turkey. The second one is prevalence of online and in-person hate speech towards refugees and asylum seekers. The third one is impact of increasing disinformation and the rise of fake news in the wake of COVID-19. And fourth is the extent to which refugees are meaningfully engaged in the decisions that affect them. So I will now pass it to Tanuja to share some of the findings of our research.
Thank you, Marina. I will now talk about the findings that we have collected so far from the surveys that we have done. So thus far in our research, we have found that hate speech was a common experience among Syrian refugees in their host community. Most of the hate speech that they experienced occurred online, although numerous respondents also reported that they experienced hate speech and discrimination in person. The majority of survey respondents stated that they experienced hate speech online through the social media, which was reported by 69.6% of the participants. While other outlets, such as things that they see on television, newspaper or magazines, and statements made by the government, were also other outlets where they experienced hate speech. Respondents also noted that there was a strong power in the media to shape people's opinions in Turkey and perpetuate discriminatory narratives that incite violence, especially shaping the way that young Turks react to refugees. 46.9% of the sample reported that social media bullying does affect their sense of belonging. Hate speech was also found to be very common in public spaces. Hate speech occurred in the very neighborhoods that they were living in and the public spaces where they go to work, where to go to shop, and simply carrying out daily life activities. 34.5% of participants state that they experience hate speech in their very own neighborhoods. 40.7% of participants stated that they experience hate speech in public spaces in Istanbul. And 35.6% of participants experience hate speech in stores and markets. These high levels of targeting, particularly the violence faced by women within their host community, have a deep-rooted impact on refugees and asylum seekers' mental health, sense of belonging, and feeling of safety in the very areas in which they live in their host community. Within the survey open-ended questions, it provided space for respondents to share their personal experiences with insights relevant to each focus area. Looking at the experiences around hate speech, several respondents share their personal stories that shed light on the severity of hate speech they experience on a regular basis. One participant from Izmir district stated that it happened many times that when I go to the supermarket and wait for my turn at the cashier counter, employees would keep inviting Turkish guys to take my turn and sending me to the end of the line, insulting me with bad words because I'm a Syrian. This woman talks about the hate speech she experienced while carrying out a daily activity in the supermarket. The hate speech was targeted against her identity as a Syrian. Another woman from the Izmir district stated that she experienced hate speech as well based on her identity. She states, people yell at her by saying, "Go back to your country. Our men die while you are enjoying your life." This is also exacerbated as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, where statements like, "Let Corona take Syrians and not us," meaning the Turkish nationals, have become prevalent. Across the overall survey findings, ethnic and cultural identity was found to be a significant driver that prompts hate speech against Syrian refugees. Other factors for hate speech in public spaces were language ability and legal status. Syrian refugee women were also more likely to experience in-person violence in big cities and public spaces, perpetuated by strangers in their host communities. The major reason for violence are perceived by legal status, cultural affiliation, followed by language abilities. One male participant talks about the gender-based violence that his wife experienced in a public space. He states, "My wife was beaten by a woman security official in the government hospital for no reason at all." Experience such as this highlight the ways in which the governmental institutions, even health-focused bodies, may also perpetuate discrimination, even physical violence against vulnerable communities. Interestingly, the majority of survey respondents agree that young people from the Turkish host community are largely responsible for perpetuating these forms of hate speech and physical violence. A significant concern highlighted also by the members of the Hayat Women's Collective is the discrimination faced by refugees and asylum seekers in the workplace. Syrian refugees work for lower wages than the Turkish nationals. Women have also reported instances of sexual harassment at work. In an initial group interview with the members of the Hayat Women's Collective, they shed light on the Syrian women being asked for favors, such as being pressured to accept marriage's proposals, and other forms of gender-based violence and harassment at work. When victims attempt to stand up for their rights, they were intimidated by employers and threatened to leave their job and move to another city. Many reported that a desire to seek legal support to address such experiences, including the common experience of withheld wages, but in the end, most were unable to afford those legal costs and were unaware of those free resources that were available to them. Survey respondents largely reported seeking recourse in their own communities, largely in their own networks of Syrian friends and families, as many believe that the Turkish law does not protect the refugee community effectively and their own Syrian networks. One important thing to note is that refugees are supported by humanitarian agencies, and the host governments often receive additional support to host refugees. In rhetoric, however, it creates a sense of marginalization, victimhood, and this idea of foreigners. Lastly, 3.8% of the survey respondents reported that they filed a government report to share evidence of hate speech, such as videos, pictures, and names. Such low reporting indicates that even following an incident of hate speech, they were not able or willing to actually report that because there was a lack of trust of the effectiveness of the host community's justice system. I'll now pass it on to Katie to conclude our presentation.
Thank you so much, Tanuja. So we've seen that gendered power dynamics are really triggered and then become more visible when you're working with a group of marginalized people, such as Syrian refugees, and especially women Syrian refugees. There are refugees and asylum seekers who face hate speech within social media and other media resources. They often even encounter it on the street as a secondary form. And we've found that primarily it is younger groups of host members from the Turkish community that often perpetuate this type of violence and hate speech against people, which was a surprising encounter for us to find through our survey. Overall, we found that the needs of Syrian refugees continue to be misunderstood. However, the survey has demonstrated that one of the ways that they have been misunderstood is that they're really never engaged actively and directly with decisions that are being made for them about their lives, about their status, about the resources and services that they need to access. And this lack of engagement can really just emphasize the differences between the host community and the refugee community. This also connects back to the issue of power and power dynamics within institutions, and also the commitment to maintain power through decision-making, rather than building systems that are working in partnership with the people that they're trying to serve. And this is not only detrimental, but it really has the ability to stop the transformation of bringing communities together and making sure that the services and resources available to them actually impact and benefit their ability to live fulfilling lives within their host community. So based on the insight and the important information we've gained through this survey, ARDI and CPS will continue working with the Hayat Syrian Women's Collective over the next 12 months. We're going to be helping them to use the findings from the survey to do several different things. The first of which will be to host a task force networking meeting among different stakeholders from the civil society, from the governmental institution, from activists, from community leaders, both on the Turkish and the Syrian side, to bring people together to really share understanding of what the reality is like on the ground. And also, CPS and ARDI will be working with the Syrian women from the Hayat group to put together a list of policy and practice recommendations that are built off of the findings of this survey. And this will be disseminated to stakeholders within the community who have the power to make changes that can actually deeply impact the well-being and livelihoods of Syrians and Turkish community on the ground.
Katie, is it we are running out of time?
Oh, apologize.
So, okay.
Thank you so much. That's really it. We just want to thank you all so much for being here, and we're looking forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sağ ol. Çok teşekkürler. Üç konuşmacımıza da Katie, Marina ve
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all three of our speakers, because they've touched upon a very important gender dimension of hate speech in terms of those who are exposed to victimized by hate speech as well. To wrap up very briefly what the speech consisted of. And it consisted of marginalizing these people. Hate speech is turning into a marginalization tool. And during the second speech, it was said that refugees are forced to turn into each other and turn into limiting themselves to ghettos, so to speak, as we most often see in Europe. That is something to avoid, and is also a huge risk on integration. And we've talked about different dimensions of hate speech in two speeches that we've listened to. We have traditional media on the one hand, and Shukra has talked to us about how it was expressed in the new media. And during the second speech, we heard that individual speech and hate speech in public spaces sometimes turn into physical violence. And after a very brief wrap up, I'd like to turn into now Q&A, and I've tried to look at the questions in the meantime, there was an important one in the chat box, and I'd like to ask that question to Şükrü first of all. One of the participants asked that, how do we make the distinction between the limitations or definition of the freedom of expression and hate speech? Because this is something that we're faced with in day to day in Turkey, the limitations of the freedom of expression. How do we make the distinction between the two? Let me first of all ask the question to Şükrü, and in the meantime you keep on asking your questions in the chat box, and I'll give the floor to you as you ask your questions.
Cevaplamak gerekiyor aslında. Eğer bir gruba, yani genel anlamda hitap ettiğiniz...
Thank you, Professor. In fact, if you address a group altogether and if you associate certain incidents with a certain group, you lose that rationality. As I gave the example in my presentation, there's an incident regarding the killing of a dog and hate towards a certain group. These are two very distinct things. You look at this incident and then you generalize this for a certain group and use hate speech for them. Then you are beyond the boundaries of freedom of expression. And a second example is using historical arguments and trying to associate a group with being traitors. And then we lose our rational status and also lose our justification. There's a hatred-based discourse that is based on distortion. And this is no longer rational. We should put an emphasis on this. There are those who raised their hands. I see Deniz Yazgan, and I'll give the floor to Robin Kara. And I'll ask the presenters to be brief in their answers. This is a very good event, well-organized events, but we have to act within the confines of the time limit. Deniz, you have the floor. Thank you all very much for your presentations. In fact, my question will be centered on autism. In the autism committee, we hear very problematic discourse regarding not owning children with autism. And children who cannot attach may have reactive autism or attachment disorders. Unfortunately, there's a lack of studies on children's care. And there's a lack of awareness regarding women's role in childcare, the burden. And I would like to ask about your impressions on this. Deniz asked about more vulnerable groups, those with children with autism or with disabilities. I will give the floor to Katie, but before that, and the group, but before that, Robin Kara raised their hand. I would like to leave the floor to them. If you could unmute yourself, Robin. Well, I wasn't allowed to earlier. I'll have two questions. And my first question will be for Şükrü. In fact, I agree that associating the economic problems with Syrians is part of hate speech. What about the assistance towards refugees? Criticizing government for that. What do you think about that? When does this fall into hate speech? When does this fall into criticism of the government policy? The second question goes to the second group of presenters. Their study is a very good one based on women in particular. What about queer individuals or LGBTI individuals who also have to counter injustices? What are your views on that? Thank you very much. Thank you, Robin. I would now like to give the floor to Katie, Marina, and Tanuja for them to start first, and then we'll take both questions, the answers to both questions, and then move on to Şükrü. Katie, yes, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'll just say a few words, and if Tanuja and Marina would like to add anything, please feel free. So I think it's very important, the topic brought up about autism. And while our survey did not specifically look into this particular group, I can see connections, of course, between one marginalized group being Syrian refugees and also the autism community, or a community of people that may have a different form of ability that is not widely understood and can also be marginalized in very strong ways. So I would definitely say that more research is absolutely needed, and we need to also look into the institutions and the rhetoric that is being shared in the country, at the community level, at the national level, about creating a deeper understanding of the challenges and needs that this group goes through, just as the same when it comes to refugee communities, so that we can better serve their needs in a way that they would like to be served, and really engage them in that process, because they themselves know what their needs are better than, another community who does not have the same experience. So I think that just as I would recommend that to be the case for the refugee community, I would hope that more institutions will try to destigmatize the experience of autism and engage people that have autism within the decision-making process more than they already do.
Thank you, Katie. And I would like to add on that, we did have a survey question on childcare, but unfortunately a lot of, I believe around 38.7% of participants said it was not important for childcare. And I think it's because, maybe a lot of our participants may not be mothers in that case. And I also think that it's really important to focus on the LGBTQ community. And that's one of the limitations of our work, where most of our surveys are done just with women and men, and no one identified as part of the LGBTQ community. But it's very important to uplift those voices in our work, and we will definitely do that and talk about it throughout our project as well.
Yeah, just if I can add a few points in terms of first LGBTQI issues, I guess gender analysis as a term is often being misunderstood to basically be equalized with what it means, empowerment of women, or attempts to empower women. And really, when we are talking about gender analysis, we need to look at the variety of genders that are out there and the ways in which I guess the equity can be achieved between different parts, different actors and their identities in the society. I think the question that I wanted to raise on that for, I guess, other people to reflect on is, what do we really mean when we say power, right? When we are saying that refugees are coming to different countries, not necessarily Turkey, but everywhere, right? And that kind of challenges national identities. But then we can think about the fact that they're not really there to challenge their identities. They are people of power, and they have their own power, and it's not them making that decision to take a power away from them. So when they're coming to this country, we should not be thinking about them as people who need support. We should be thinking about them of people who need to be continued in their way towards empowerment, and the structures need to be developed in a way that provides that opportunity, regardless of whether this person, a woman who has to take care of the children, a man, an LGBTQI person, because the power is diminished based on how many diverse identities you have. And the structure that needs to be set up on the national and through legal, economic, social, and other structures to uplift and contribute to giving power to different actors based on their needs, and not what the unified structure of support actually means. Thank you so much.
Şükrü, sen bir şeyler eklemek ister misin?
Şükrü, would you like to add anything to this? Because we are about to wrap up after that. Just to respond to Robin's question, and there were a few more questions, just to briefly respond, I would like to remind that the next panel will start in 10 minutes. If you could give your response, we will give a link in the chat box. If our participants have any other questions, there will be a 15-minute Q&A session in a separate link, and we could move on to that before the next session. Well, instead of a notion defined under international law, if you use the notion of guest in presenting a group to your people, then they respond as such. If you cannot continue this power in a transparent and open way with terms defined under international law, then you get a reaction accordingly. And there's an attack on a more vulnerable group that are migrants. And in terms of the relation between your government and the migrant group, you choose an easier target to attack. In fact, this is a government policy, and we should all be able to criticize that party. Thank you all very much. There's a separate meeting room. Our colleagues from the Hrant Foundation will share the link, and in 10 minutes, the next session will start. For those who have more questions on this, we can continue in this smaller meeting room. I now declare this panel. I would like to conclude this panel, and for those who do not have any questions, we will have a side event, 10 minutes. South African yoga trainer Sis Method will have a breathing exercise together with you. And for those who don't have any other questions, I would like to invite others to our body break experience. Follow the other link for that. And myself and this team here, Didem, and our panelists will be following the other link for the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Please click on the link.
Hepinize merhaba. Birazdan başlayacağız 5. oturumumuza.
Hello, everyone. We are going to start our fifth panel soon.
We will need your voice. Herkese tekrar merhaba. Uluslararası Nefret Söylemi ve Ayrımcılık Konferansı devam ediyoruz. Birazdan nefret söylemi ve azınlık hakları başlayacağız. Daha önce bildiğimiz gibi bugünkü konferans vesilesiyle İstanbul'un farklı noktalarına
We are now going to start our conference, International Conference on Hate Speech and Discrimination. So we are going to have another session of virtual tour. Atom is going to take us to the office of Ara Güler, the Eye of Istanbul. Now I'm going to give the floor to Atom. Hello. I am in front of Ara Cafe now. The building behind me is where Ara Cafe is located. And on the second floor is the office of Ara Güler, the Eye of Istanbul, or the photographer of Istanbul, as he is known. Ara Güler was born in Istanbul in 1928. His real name was Aram Güleryan. His father, Dacat Bey, gives him a 35mm film camera, knowing that Ara Güler was quite interested in cinema. And this was a turning point for Ara Güler. Starting from that date, he takes pictures. He shoots movies. When he went to high school, he also worked on movie studios. He also worked in Armenian journals and newspapers. His photos and columns were published. He also worked in various Armenian newspapers. Even though he received education in economy in Marmara University, he decided to be a journalist. As you know, during the events of September, there was a chaos in the district of Beyoğlu. One of the details that made Ara Güler important is that he was one of the few photographers who took photos during the events of September in 1955. Here is how he explained the events. I ran into Orhan Kemal. We walked until Harbiye together. And there was a folklore show that night in Harbiye Open Theater. And I wanted to be there, but I never had the chance because they started to destroy the coffee house in Beyoğlu. There was a chaos in Beyoğlu all of a sudden. I thought there's no need in going to the folklore show. I need to be here taking photos. So Ara Güler left us in 2018. His photos are now in the collections of various photographers, both in Turkey and outside of Turkey. Thank you very much, Atom. We are soon going to discuss minority rights. We would like to ask you a question. If you like, you can write your answers in the chat box. In Turkey or in other countries, when you think about minorities, what are the first three things that come to your mind? A little reminder, if you would like to follow the conference in Turkish, please select the Chinese button on the interpretation menu. If you would like to follow the conference in English, select English. Throughout this session, if you have any questions for our panelists, please write them in the chat box. We are going to convey your questions to our moderators. In the same way, if you are following us through various different media channels, you can convey your questions to us as well. Now, I would like to introduce Onis Kılıçdağ to you, the chair of this panel. Onis Kılıçdağ, after having double major BA degrees from Sociology and Political Science departments of Boğaziçi University, Istanbul, continued his doctoral studies at the Department of History of the same university. Between 2003 and 2017, he lectured at Istanbul Bilgi University Sociology Department on social and political history of the late Ottoman Empire and modern Turkey. He worked on the rights of minorities. At the moment, he is working as a guest professor in Columbia University. Since 2011, he has been writing a column in Agos, the Armenian newspaper. So, if you're going to speak in Turkish, please set your interpretation settings in
thank you, Mayat.
Chinese?
Let me speak English. I think this would be better for inner communication of our panel with our participants. First of all, let me thank all our participants, our listeners, for joining us today in this very important panel, where we have three extremely important presentations and speakers. But before starting, let me also thank Hrant Dink Foundation for organizing such an important event in this, let's say, era of rising populism and racism. I think this kind of events will raise a counter consciousness against these trends, this populism, racism, whatever, as global trend. So personally, I find this kind of activities very, very important for not only a specific country or society, but I think for, let's say, quote unquote, health or well-being of global community. Thank you. Thank you for all organizing for your labor this event. As I said, today we have three speakers, and first one, as Nayat said, will be Michael Ferguson. Let me introduce him first. He received his PhD in history at McGill University, and he joined the Department of History at the School of Oriental and African Studies as a postdoctoral fellow. In the spring of 2020, he was a visiting scholar at the Hagop Kevorkian Center for Near and Middle East Studies at NYU. He is an affiliate assistant professor in the Department of History, Concordia University in Montreal. His work focuses on the history of slavery and migration in the late Ottoman Empire and early Turkish Republic. And Michael is currently completing an article-length project on the food history of enslaved and emancipated African women in the Ottoman Empire. And today, the title of his presentation is Origins of Anti-Black Racism in the Ottoman Empire and Turkey, the History of Enslaved and Emancipated African. I think this is a very important topic, especially if we consider that there is a myth in Turkey that there has been no racism in Ottoman Empire and Turkey. So I think this presentation will show us these historical roots of this racism in Ottoman Empire and Turkey. Please join me in welcoming Michael Ferguson. And Michael, dear Ferguson, the floor is yours. And let me remind you that we have 15 minutes for each presentation, okay? Thank you, and floor is yours, Michael.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. All right, well, of course, just like Johannes said, thank you very much to the organizers. It's an honor to be part of this amazing conference. For me and for Johannes, it's a little early in the morning. It's 7:30 in the morning here, so we are still drinking our tea and coffee as we present. Thank you especially to Ebru and to Johannes for taking part in the organization of this particular panel, and for you, those watching in attendance, dealing with this difficult time together. We're making something of it by joining together online and talking about these important issues. All right, so as Johannes said, I'm interested in my work is mainly about the history of African slavery in the late Ottoman Empire. And I particularly focus on the history of Izmir. I use in my work a general combination of British government documents, Ottoman archival records, memoirs, journals, photographs, and even oral history interviews with the descendants of the enslaved people in the Ottoman Empire, who there's a concentration of them around Izmir in the Aegean region, who I self-identify today as Afro-Turks. So this work is kind of an offshoot of my core work, and it's something I see as a historiographical problem, in that there seems to be a disconnect in between, first off, popular conversations about anti-Black racism in Turkey, which have taken an enormous leap in discussion, in particular since the murder of George Floyd this past summer. But often it has to do with, in terms of popular discussion, crises around football players being insulted on the field or accosted in the street, or discussion of African migrants in the press. Beyond the popular level, in terms of the academic level, if we're looking at the last, or at least the Republican period, let's say since the 1920s or 1930s, the majority of academic research is focused on the construction of race in the early 20s and 30s. And scholars such as Murat Ergin, Zafer Toprak, Nazan Maksudyan have been particularly interested in the construction of Turkishness and the construction of whiteness. As a scholar of African slavery in the late Ottoman Empire, what I don't see in those conversations is linkages to what's happening in the late Ottoman period. That is, well, the Turkish state in the 1920s and 30s is actively constructive Turkishness and whiteness. They're also constructing as inverse by not talking about it, that is, Blackness. And all those kinds of things. If whiteness is associated with civilization and Turkishness is associated with civilization, then what is Blackness associated with? So this is kind of, as I read the popular literature and the academic literature on the Republican period, this is the kind of questions I have. So what I'm going to do today is overview a little bit about African slavery in the late Ottoman Empire, and then give some specific examples of how the press in the 1890s in Izmir talked about emancipated Africans in the city who they believed were essentially a danger to public order and public decency in the city. So while I highlighted that original historiographical problem in the Republican period, in fact, Ottoman historians have just as big of a problem themselves. And that is the history of African slavery in the Ottoman Empire has largely been isolated to a small kind of group of scholars doing a subfield of work. That is, you can find no general text on the history of the late Ottoman Empire that has even a section, even a paragraph on African slavery in the Ottoman Empire. So broadly, historians of the late Ottoman Empire have not been well to address this topic and integrate it into their analysis as well, despite the fact that slavery existed in the Ottoman Empire from its very beginnings all the way to its very end. So within that subfield, I can talk about the kinds of things that we've been working on as scholars of slavery in the Ottoman Empire. We can say slavery was probably the most important means of expanding one's social network and household in the 19th century Ottoman Empire, and indeed before, but I'll just focus on the late 19th century. Within the household, in the hierarchy of different kinds of peoples, there's including so-called white slaves, Circassian slaves in the late 19th century, and African slaves as well. And if we look at the labor the two groups performed, we can get an idea of their social standing in the household, and as a result, their social standing in society. So African slaves in the late Ottoman Empire were generally relegated to menial tasks in the household, that is, cooking, cleaning, taking care of children. Whereas Circassian slaves were generally destined to become either concubines or wives of the head of the household who had purchased them in the first place. In terms of numbers, how many African slaves were there? Well, we can say 2/3 of the slaves, African slaves in the Ottoman Empire were women, which is unlike the slave trade to the Americas. And they were generally destined for work in the household, as I said. And if we can put a number on it, from the year 1800 all the way to the end of the empire, and if we include, you know, the farther flung provinces of the empire, Arabia and Iraq, you know, thinking of Basra, we can say around 1 million Africans were imported into the Ottoman Empire with an average of 10,000 a year in the 19th century, all the way to the end of the empire. A fair amount of people that are, to be honest, not talked about that much. So what we have then is a social structure that, while employs African labor, African women's labor, puts them at the bottom of the structure. And of course, sets of values and ideas are naturally built into the logic of creating households and a society where what puts African labor at the bottom. Beginning in the mid to late 19th century, a process of the end of the African slave trade begins. This is largely as a push from the British Empire, who push the Ottoman Empire to end the slave trade, as they're doing elsewhere in the world for their own political reasons, in fact. And what happens beginning around the 1870s and 1880s is we have the emergence of freed African neighborhoods in the large cities of the late Ottoman Empire. So we can say, without a doubt, Istanbul, Izmir, Salonika, Beirut, many other of the cities, particularly in the ports of the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean, where kind of communities were formed of these emancipated Africans who, by a process of quote unquote state emancipation, were left to their own devices. Many of them, in fact, were re-enslaved or paid a menial wage to do the exact same work that they had done as slaves. But what happens is, left to their own devices, relegated to kind of the bottom of the social order, they stuck to themselves in their neighborhoods and began to actively recreate the traditions, cultures, and religions that they had brought with them from sub-Saharan Africa. And for reasons which we don't have time to talk about too much today, Izmir becomes, what I argue, the place of highest concentration of Africans in the late Ottoman Empire. So while there may have been more in Istanbul itself, Izmir, relative to the rest of the population, there was a greater, more visible community. And generally, if you know Izmir, which I miss greatly, I haven't been since 2016, Kadife Kale, the hill that kind of dominates the city with the castle on top, is where the historic neighborhood of emancipated Africans lived. And since then, in fact, it's newly displaced communities of different backgrounds have arrived into that same neighborhood. So informing their reforming or attempting to reform their culture from sub-Saharan Africa, they begin to perform what's known as the Kaf Festival in Izmir. So this is an annual festival led and organized by Africans, and in particular African women are the leaders of this festival. It happens every year, at least since the 1880s, in May, over a period of 3 weekends. And this is led by a woman known as a Godia. So it's a female priestess in this African, sub-Saharan African belief system. And in general, the focus is to raise money by contacting the broader community and raising money for a calf, as it's called, the Calf Festival, Dana Bayrama. And at the end of the 3rd day of the festival, they are sacrificing a calf atop Kadife Kale, where they have a large festival. Now here is...
Sorry, Michael, I hate to tell this, but last 5 minutes. Sorry interrupting.
That's no problem. 5 minutes is all I need.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's this kind of public festival of celebration of this sub-Saharan African identity atop Kadife Kale that becomes the ire of the local press in Izmir in the 1880s and 1890s. And indeed, there was a drive to get the city to abolish or prohibit the festival itself. So you have editorials in the 2 newspapers, Ahank and Hizmet, who incidentally have the same editorial staff, largely influenced by the young Ottomans and Namak Kemal. They begin writing about the Africans atop Kadife Kale, saying, the practices that they have up there are, quote, ignorance and superstition. They are, quote, base and unacceptable. They are, quote, against public decency and need to be stopped. And then, more interestingly, you've got concerns about what they're doing to the broader Ottoman society. So there is a prescription in one editorial that fathers and husbands must keep their daughters away from these immoral and unsuitable neighborhoods. Okay, and then we have another more significant one, an editorial stating, this festival consisted of around 400 to 500 Africans. However, 4,000 to 5,000 of our, quote, well-behaved white people had also recently participated in the festival. So here in this line, we have the construction of kind of greater society as white, the readership of these newspapers as white and well-behaved. And of course, the inverse comes up in the newspapers as well. Africans are portrayed as wild, savage, ignorant, and a danger to social order. So in 1885, the city of Izmir attempts to ban this festival. We don't know whether it worked even for a year, but we do know the festival continued. And if we kind of, and I'm going to move along now a little bit, if we move along into the early Republican period, we can ask the question, well, what happens to this festival? And it is generally under the abolition of Sufi orders, of places of worship such as tombs and all the kinds of sorts of things, use of amulets and talismans, that the order given by the Turkish Republic that generally prohibits this kind of practice. It falls under this very broad understanding of what Sufism is, and it's kind of swept away and at least publicly clamped down on, and if not stopped in public by the 1930s. But we can certainly say this festival goes on into the mid 20th century in private through the community that survives today in Izmir. And again, if we look at the community in Izmir, they have attempted to recreate this festival. And today it's kind of largely a cultural festival. It's a moment of African identity and pride, of Afro-Turkishness, a celebration which is raising discussions about, especially in Izmir, which the city of Izmir supports indeed, discussions about the nature of African slavery and the role of African peoples in the late Ottoman Empire, the kind of urban memory and the space of these peoples who kind of toiled at the bottom of the social structure. And through oral history interviews that both I've done, the Historical Foundation, Tarih Vakfı, and other researchers working on the Afro-Turk community in Izmir, we've seen that to this day they face discrimination based on their skin color, and certain there's a connection with this historical connection with slavery in the late Ottoman period as well. So that's the core of what I want to say, but what I want to just add is that I'm not saying that simply all forms of anti-Black discrimination in modern Turkey today have this origin in African slavery. Rather, it is just one other element that needs to be considered when we talk about what explains anti-Black racism today in Turkey. So there's other kind of global elements, maybe influence of American culture, American music, American films, American politics even, the importation of European scientific racism, even beginning in the Young Turk era and into the early Republic. These are other factors that need to be folded in, but what I'm going to make my case for is the inclusion that scholars working on the 20th century, anti-Black racism in the 20th century, incorporate the legacies of African slavery into their analysis. And with that, I will end it right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. It's very interesting. I mean, I'm sure there will be many questions about it. Before going into our second presenters, let me remind you something to our participant listeners, I mean. If you could ask your questions at the end of our panel on the chat box, it would be easier to follow and catch them. Otherwise, we may miss it through the stream of chat. So we appreciate if you ask your questions at the end of panel. Okay, now our second speaker is Claire Thomas. She is Deputy Director of Minority Rights Group, which is an international NGO focusing on discrimination and marginalization of ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities and indigenous peoples. She leads Minority Rights Group's recent work on hate speech programming, which is active in Iraq, Myanmar, and Pakistan. The project, which is implemented as the part of Coalition for Religious Equality and Inclusive Development Consortium, focuses on religious discrimination and minorities. And today, the title of her presentation is Drawing the Red Line: How and When Freedom of Expression Should Be Limited to Control Dangerous and/or Hate Speech, a Minority Rights Perspective. I think, again, this is a very extremely important issue. It touches upon this double-edged sword, if you like. I mean, this eternal dilemma between freedom of expression and hate speech. So I'm looking forward to hearing Claire Thomas' presentation. Claire Thomas, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Johannes. I am going to share my screen because I have a few slides to share with you so that we can look at these together. I'm going to preface my talk by saying that I don't actually have a lot of answers for you. What I'm going to share with you is some kind of thinking about this really difficult area between freedom of expression and hate speech, and thinking particularly about my experience working in the last 18 months on this area with minority rights activists in a number of countries, sadly not yet including Turkey, but that may change in the future for Minority Rights Group. But let me first tell you a little bit about the organization. So Minority Rights Group has this focus on ethnic, religious, linguistic minorities and indigenous people. We're a human and minority rights based organization, very much focused on tackling discrimination. We cover all areas of human rights. And we always have done, right from our very early days. So from civil, cultural, economic, political, and social rights. We cover all world regions, but we do have larger programs currently operating in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Middle East and North Africa. The kinds of work we do are often around ensuring that minority and indigenous voices get heard at the levels of decision making where they need to be. And in this context, maybe it's relevant to tell you that I'm in contact with the human rights teams of Facebook and Twitter, for example, to try to see that instances of hate speech or patterns of discriminatory speech in those platforms do reach the people who need to be aware of it, and that appropriate mechanisms are in place. We also do quite a lot of strategic litigation work, and we have a big focus on intersectional discrimination, so looking at how women or people with disabilities are affected within minority communities. But that's just a very brief introduction. So here you can see some of the resources that Minority Rights Group has done historically working on Turkey. So I've just pulled up a couple of old reports here. One is on Roma communities in Turkey and discrimination that they encounter on a daily basis. And I would definitely want any thoughts about hate speech in Turkey to also include the Roma. There's another report we did on education and discrimination in Turkey's education system. Now, all of those resources are available on our website, Minority Rights Group. We also maintain a world directory of minorities and indigenous peoples. So that attempts to list out for Turkey the communities who might face discrimination, either on a religion, on an ethnic basis, or on a linguistic basis. And obviously there is some overlap between those categories. So I'm just going to introduce briefly some of the work that MRG has been doing as part of this consortium that Orhan has mentioned, which is the Coalition for Religious Equality and Inclusive Development. So that coalition focuses on where religious discrimination impacts on poverty and exclusion from development. And MRG's particular role in it is to try to understand the role that hate speech has in affecting how communities work together to improve their societies, or how, at a very basic level, hate speech leads to students quitting or dropping out of education because they encounter hate speech either from other pupils or from staff in educational establishments. And that leads them to think that the school is not a place for them. It's not a place where they're going to be welcomed, accepted, or do well, and they drop out. We're also looking at hate speech in employment. So ways in which people either don't get jobs because of attitudes that are formed through hate speech, or they experience bullying and harassment at work, and they're unable to stay in a job, or they're certainly unable to progress to higher levels in a job because of stereotypes about them, which are perpetuated and circulated partially as hate speech. We're looking at hate speech and business, and really, really interesting things for me personally have come out of this from Pakistan, where, for example, you have signs up in shops saying this group or that group are not welcome to shop here. Now, we had that kind of thing historically in the UK with Roma travellers and gypsies, even historically in the UK with blacks. We had those kinds of signs. But in today's day and age, to see a sign in a shop that says this group is not welcome to shop here, with no challenge to that, it's very explicit. Another factor that happens in Pakistan is the stamping of banknotes with hate speech statements. So you get out your money to pay for something, and it may have a stamp added to it with a hate speech line on it. So we're seeing that hate speech is very, very endemic to all walks of life and society, and it very much infiltrates the kind of economic and the development space. And I'm also thinking here about the ways in which services are provided to communities. So hate speech is also being found to influence whether a community has clean water, whether a community can actually get access to a clinic to get treatment for a health condition. So hate speech filters into all of these decisions. It filters into attitudes that then become a factor in decision making at all levels of society. So hate speech is critically important in maintaining discrimination, and discrimination maintains inequality. So that's a very, very brief overview of some of the work that we've been doing. Maybe I should just add that in terms of hate speech, we've been trying to document when hate speech happens and why hate speech happens, although that's quite hard. We've been developing these lexicons of hate speech. So we think it's very important that everybody understands which terms are welcomed by a community when they're said about them, and which terms are found offensive, and to some extent also why. In documenting hate speech, it's very important to understand that sometimes a term will be used in a derogatory way by somebody outside the community, but can still be used positively by someone in the community. So when you're tracking hate speech, you're very often looking for combinations of terms being used together that indicate that a certain characteristic someone has is being linked either to a form of punishment or to another derogatory statement. That might be to do with cleanliness, as Michael's been telling us. It might be to do with being perceived as ignorant or less human or more wild. But there's a wide range, and really understanding those things is critically important if you want to be able to either intervene to stop hate speech, or more importantly, potentially to be involved in generating counter speech, which is able to balance a large amount of hate speech that we find online, which is moving very quickly through online spaces. So I don't want you to read all of this. I just want to remind everybody that the Universal Declaration on Human Rights says that everyone's entitled to the rights without distinctions of any kind, including race, color. We include ethnicity, language, religion, and so on. We should all be equal. Article 19 states that everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression without interference, to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media, and so on and so forth. So as we know, there is a little bit of a tension between some of the human rights instruments. So if I move on, we have the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. We have a very clear statement in Article 19 about freedom of expression. However, it is limited by the rights of others. So it's not clear that you have absolute freedom of expression. You do have to exercise that right, taking cognizance of your responsibility not to breach other people's rights, including, importantly, the right to equality and non-discrimination. So again, in the Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, we have a very clear statement in Article 4 that any propaganda that attempts to justify or protect, this is about race because it's the racial discrimination, promote racial hatred or discrimination, the states have committed to take immediate and positive measures to eradicate all incitement to or acts of discrimination. So we can take that away and look up that Article 4 of CERD and read all of the text in more detail if you wish, but it is really quite clear. But we need to find a way to distinguish a line between what is a legitimate restriction of freedom of expression to prevent hate speech and prevent discrimination, and what is not legitimate. And ideally, there would be a very clear red line agreed by all parties. And my argument on this slide, which is no words at all, but I hope you all get the picture, is that there is no such agreement. This red line is either very fuzzy, very unclear, or it's very wavy. It's not, it could move, it could go up, it could go down, or it's dotted in the sense that there might be a line here, but some things might be allowed through.
Claire, may I remind you that last 5 minutes?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I think
thank you.
The 6th slide, Hannah's.
Sure.
So, as I was mentioning, there are legitimate concerns about imposing limits to the freedom of expression. So when I say that there's no agreement about where that red line should be drawn, it's not only that different governments might disagree, it's also true that activists in the human rights field would also disagree. And it's very clear that freedom of expression activists and minority rights activists probably should be talking to each other a bit more than they are at the moment. I have to say that it's quite a good example whereby in the UN system we have special rapporteurs on freedom of expression and special rapporteurs on freedom of religion and belief. And those two individuals always work very closely together when an allegation concerning hate speech or a limitation of freedom of expression to benefit the reduction of hate speech is mooted. And I believe that human rights activists should be doing the same thing. not that long ago, there was Article 19 did a useful piece of work called the Camden Principles. And if people are interested in more information on this, reading the Camden Principles is one good way forward. But currently, there are many examples of governments that are drafting laws to limit freedom of expression, which are way beyond what's needed to respond to discrimination or incitement to discrimination. But they use the fact that discrimination and hate speech is happening as a rationale as to why they need these freedom of expression limitations. So the examples I put up here are Iraq, Nigeria, and Pakistan. Now, in some cases, those laws were not passed because human rights activists pointed out how damaging they could be. And where laws do exist, there are many examples where they are used to limit freedom of expression in ways that have nothing to do with hate speech or discrimination, but they just are used to silence dissent or silence criticism of governments. So for the freedom of expression organizations, they are very wary about accepting where that red line should be drawn, because they feel that the risks in terms of curtailing freedom of expression are very high, and that any limits will be used or abused by governments to do things which don't help the human rights fulfillment of peoples globally or in selected countries at all. So I just want to turn to another issue which is very perplexing in this area, which is that there have been very, very many internet shutdowns this year globally alone, either for whole countries or for sections of countries. And I just think everyone needs to think very seriously about what is the justification, if any justification, to turn off the media and the internet. So there was radio, I mean, historically, we all know that Radio Mille Collines was a key driver of the Rwandan genocide. Broadcasts on that radio station did result in many people losing their lives, and stopping that broadcast, those broadcasts, might have helped to limit the scale of that genocide. But to take a current example, in July 2020, there was an outbreak of violence in Ethiopia. 250 people died. There was an ethnic dimension to the killings. So there were hate speech statements being made about one community, and the people in that community were ostensibly primarily the target that were being killed. In fact, a lot of other people were killed as well, but there was racist statements as part of that 250 people dying, and there was some organization behind it, and there was hate speech on platforms that fed into it. The Ethiopian government turned off the internet. Now, a lot of people felt that the Ethiopian government should not have turned off the internet. Even within my own organization, there's an ongoing debate about whether in those circumstances the Ethiopian government was right or wrong to turn off the internet. And obviously you have, on one hand, a theory that turning off the internet prevents the killers from organizing, and on the other hand, we have the argument that that losing the internet prevents us from documenting this very major event and making sure that the world knew about it and tried to intervene. I have to say that even though the internet was turned off, it seems that hate speech continued. So we were certainly hearing reports.
Claire, sorry, Claire, could you sum up last 1 minute?
Okay. This is my last slide. So the last thing I wanted to say is that we have to be very careful as an international community or as an NGO network not to privilege violent deaths over deaths by neglect. And I think this is happening in the international community, whereby discrimination can often lead to deaths by neglect because people don't have access to services or have differentially less access to services. Whereas the international community tends to only use violent deaths as a rationale for saying that hate speech has led to something so egregious that it should be stopped. So I'll end it there, but I really look forward to the discussion. And thank you, Johannes.
Yeah, thank you, Claire, for this very interesting and difficult issue. Now, let me turn to our third speaker, Murat Ruben. He received his undergraduate degree in law from Istanbul. He enrolled in Istanbul Bar Association as a lawyer in 1984. He worked as a lawyer and legal counsel in various private companies in Istanbul. Since 2010, working as a freelance lawyer, also he has been working as an expert and foreign language interpreter in various courts in Istanbul. He served in the Istanbul Bar Association's Foreign Relations and Banking Finance Commissions. And today, the title of his presentation is Hate and Discrimination Crimes Against Religious Minorities in Turkey, National Regulations, International Conventions, and Problems with Their Implementation. I'm sure his experience in the field will help us to understand these issues better. So, Murat Ruben, floor is yours, word is yours. Thank you. Is Murat Ruben there hearing me? Let me check if he is
Şimdi
here.
duyuluyor mu? Şimdi duyuluyor mu?
Can you hear me
Evet,
now?
şimdi sizi duyuyoruz Murat
Yes,
Bey.
now
Buyurun.
we can hear you. The floor is yours.
Rica ederim.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Hrant Dink Foundation and other organizers of this conference. I would like to thank them for giving me the opportunity to speak in this event. I have a few topics that I will touch upon. First of all, the scope of religious minorities in Turkey and the acts of hatred in Turkey. Religious minorities in Turkey are known as Greek Cypriots, Armenians, Baha'is, Levantines, Yazidis, Moloccans, Protestants. All of these groups can be considered as religious minorities in Turkey. The Republic of Turkey was founded in 1923, and since then there were various acts of discrimination and hatred. Political parties in power and sometimes public authorities organized events on purpose or by neglect, and there were some legal arrangements. So I would like to talk about them in a chronological order. This is an order that I came up with. First of all, there was the Lausanne Treaty. Religious minorities had to renounce their rights in 1925 within the scope of this agreement. In 1928, there was a campaign that was called Vatandaş Türkçe Konuş, Speak Turkish, Our Citizens. Thrace events, Kur'an Nafi soldiers, the Class 20, the capital tax, the events of September in 1955. All of these events. And then in 1964, the decrees that led minorities to flee from the country. And the murder of Hrant Dink, late Hrant Dink, who was quite active for the Armenian community. And in Istanbul, in Shishane, the synagogues that were attacked. These all can be counted as examples. In the southeastern regions of Turkey, there were attacks on Assyrians. There were massacres. Their properties were invaded by the local people or seized by the government. Dispossession acts happened. Also, before the Republic, Chaldeans, Assyrians were also subjected to massacres in 1914, for example, and these effects continued in later years. Assyrians and other minorities in this region had to go to other countries or to Istanbul. Other than this, in Mardin and in Diyarbakir, Assyrian schools were shut down in 1928. How about the Constitution of the Republic of Turkey? Let's take a look at some regulations regarding this issue in the Turkish Penal Code, in the Turkish Criminal Act. So there's the principle of being equal before the law. There is also the Article 24 that tackles the issue of freedom of religion and conscience. But there is something that is not very much known of the Constitution. The penal sanctions, they're not in the Constitution, but they are actually in the Turkish Criminal Act. So what about the regulations there? So the Article 122 of the Turkish Criminal Law, it was called discrimination before, but in 2014, the lawmakers made a change and it changed it into hatred and discrimination. And the punishment was increased within the scope of this article. Let me read this to you. Any person who makes discrimination between individuals because of their racial, lingual, religious, sexual, political, philosophical belief or opinion, or for being supporters of different sects and therefore prevents sale, transfer, or rent of movable or immovable property or performance of a service, prevents a person from benefiting from a public service, prevents a person from getting a job, prevents a person from performing an ordinary economic activity, is sentenced to imprisonment from 1 year to 3 years. Well, this article is not adequate in terms of stopping discrimination because it is not possible to prove the act. In order to punish the crimes of discrimination and hatred, should be multi-dimensional. Discrimination is a comprehensive issue, and sociology, psychology, philosophy, politics, and various disciplines worked on this issue, on the issue of discrimination, even though the Article 122 of the Turkish Criminal Law is called discrimination and hatred, even if it was changed, within the scope of this agreement, of this article, we can see that there is no separation, there is no distinction between hatred and discrimination. As I said before, the burden of proof and causality are problematic in this article. This is one of the articles that is the least applicable under the Turkish criminal law. There was a change made in 2014, and the term hatred was added to this article, but because of that, public prosecutors ignore the claims, and even if they start a case because of the lack of evidence, the courts decide on acquittal. According to the statistics of the statistical institution, 205 investigation files were in question. Only 25 turned into a public prosecution, and only 7 resulted in imprisonment. Therefore, preventing discrimination and preventing hatred requires a change in the Article 122. Has to be amended in a way to provide efficient protection for such citizens. The term hatred must be removed, and the term must be discrimination of all types. Let me go to the Article 216 of the Turkish criminal law. Actually, this is the article that's most related to the crime of hatred. So, Article 216, provoking people to be rancorous and hostile. This is how it's called. I am going to read it now. It's quite long. Any person who openly provokes a group of people belonging to a different social class, religion, race, sect, or coming from another origin to be rancorous or hostile against another group is punished with imprisonment from 1 year to 3 years in case of such act causes risk from the aspect of public safety. Paragraph 2. Any person who openly humiliates another person just because he belongs to a different social class, religion, race, sect, or another origin is punished with imprisonment from 6 months to 1 year. Paragraph 3. Any person who openly disrespects the religious belief of a group is punished with imprisonment from 6 months to 1 year if such act causes potential risk for public peace. We can see that there are various kinds, different kinds of crimes categorized in this article. So the crime defined is provoking people to be rancorous and hostile. In other paragraphs, we can see that it talks about humiliating the religious beliefs of certain groups in the society. So when it comes to freedom of expression, such regulations aim to protect the public peace, even though there is no limit to freedom of expression, as we can see from this amendment that in order to protect public peace, the acts under the scope of this article are subjected to restrictions. So perpetrators, in order for them to be sanctioned, first of all, there should be an explicit danger against public order. And the third paragraph says the act must be capable of causing public disorder. So the first and the third paragraphs bring the condition of disrupting the public peace or public order. What is public order? Actually, this is quite a comprehensive concept. According to a definition, it is an internal peace in a society. According to another definition, public peace is consisted of various factors that lead the people in a society to be happy. As this is an abstract term, as this is subjected to the interpretation of the prosecutor, the implementation of the first and the third paragraphs differs. Public prosecutors and judges, when they express their opinions on the Article 216, I mean, contrary to their opinions, we can see that in the second paragraph, there is no restriction about public peace, about public order. Actually, we can see this restriction on the first and third paragraphs, but not in the second one.
Murat Bey, 5 dakika kaldığını hatırlatmak
You
isterim.
have
Teşekkür
5
ederim.
minutes left, sir. So, this second paragraph does not have that restriction. So when it comes to the crimes of hatred, there could be some complaints filed based on this second paragraph. Now, I would like to talk to you about a circular, about the protection of religious minorities, Prime Ministry circular, this is. Many people don't know about it. This was published on the official gazette. Here is the circular. This circular, by the way, as you know, in 2010, Recep Tayyip Erdogan was the prime minister, and this protection, this circular aimed to protect the religious minorities, to make them feel that they were a part of the Turkish nation. This was quite important in these respects. So, non-Muslims, citizens of the Republic of Turkey, they should be protected, they should be positioned in line with their rights, and the legal proceedings, when they are subjected to acts of discrimination, must be started right away. This is what the circular says. So when it comes to contracts that concern religious minorities from a point of international law, for example, we have the Universal Human Rights Declaration of the United Nations. We have the Declaration on the national, ethnic, religious, and language minorities. We have the Framework Convention on protection on protecting the rights of minorities, Paris Principles, the European Commission work with regards to racism. Given that I have limited time, I would like to underline the following. When it comes to the crimes of hatred and discrimination against religious minorities, when we combat such crimes, there are some problems encountered by religious minority. First of all, I would like to talk about victimology. There are certain problems arising from that, from the legal order. Family members of such people could also be victims of such acts. So the term of being a victim is quite comprehensive. Actually, the victim can be considered as the entire society. Victims of a crime, they fear that if they complain about it, if they go to court, they can be harmed, their families can be harmed. So they are quite afraid that if they go to the police, there will be no actions taken or there will be no punishment for the perpetrators. Actually, one of the principles of the Turkish Penal Act is that the investigation is obligatory. If there is a crime, the public prosecutor or the police, they must act right away and they must start the investigation. However, when it comes to religious minorities and crimes of hatred and discrimination, we observe that such authorities are quite passive. Therefore, the members of such minorities, they are quite hesitant to go to such authorities. Another issue is the legal personality of religious communities. In the Republic of Turkey, the religious minorities do not have a legal personality. Therefore, they cannot go to public prosecutor's
Murat Bey,
office or other
toparlayabilir
legal
misiniz? Bir
authorities.
dakika kaldı. Teşekkürler.
You have 1 minute. Please wrap up.
Other issues are the fact that the legal authorities do not have effective prosecution, sometimes not engaging investigation. Investigations have to be independent and impartial as well. They need to be open to public scrutiny. The legal authorities have to act swiftly and effectively, and these are the principles of the European Court of Human Rights as well, as a matter of fact. And of course, the cases do not really come to an end in a reasonable time. The international obligations are not honored. The balance between hate speech and freedom of expression is not honored. And the punishments for hate speech and discrimination not being
burada bir parantez açmak istiyorum. Türkiye İstatistik Kurumu'nun verilerine göre Türkiye'nin
have enough and
115 kişi artarak 83.154.997 kişiye yükselmiş.
so the current population of Turkey is 83 million people, and according to a generally accepted idea in Turkey, 99% of the Turkish population is Muslim. So the other 1% is religious minority, and the demands of that group cannot really be heard because they don't have an effective pressure group. And worse, those people who are members of religious minorities in Turkey experience a higher mortality rate, higher death rate than their birth rate. And the youth of those religious minorities go abroad to settle there, and almost at the geometrical rate, the people, the members of the religious minorities, the number of the people in religious minorities goes down. The political authority and other political parties do not really listen to the problems, to the concerns of religious minorities. I believe that to have normalization here, they need to be listened to as well. I believe that religious minority congregations have to be listened to. 15 minutes was quite a short time, as a matter of fact, therefore I have
Çok
to summarize a
teşekkürler
lot of
Murat
stuff.
Bey.
Later
Eminim
on,
soru
if
cevap
you
kısmında
give
bazı
me the floor during the
hususları açma
question and
imkanımız
answer session, I
olacak.
can elaborate on some of the points.
Now,
I believe you will have that
let
chance.
me
Thank you very
give
much.
the word to Nayat. I think she will
Now I
explain
would like to
some
give
technical points about your questions. So, Nayat, are you there?
Buradayım, evet. Süreyi ne yazık ki bir hayli aştık. O yüzden soru cevap için sadece 10 dakikamız olacak.
We will only have 10 minutes for questions and answers, as a matter of fact, because we're way beyond our time at the moment. And then we're going to have another link for a post-panel discussion. And you will be able to meet the speakers and Ohanes in that post-panel discussion. We can take a few questions at the moment. In 10 minutes, we'll be in the post-panel room anyway. And my colleagues are going to be sharing that link.
I noted some questions. Let me ask those questions asked in English. Also, let me repeat them in English. So there is a question to Claire Thomas from Leyla Yıldırım. Leyla Yıldırım says that freedom of expression is mostly used by far-right groups to stigmatize Muslims, especially in the West. They mostly argue that this is their right of freedom of speech. So my question is, how can we defend freedom of speech if this is weaponized by such groups? Yes, Claire.
It's a good point, Layla, and obviously I don't believe that freedom of speech should be used to defend speech that offends anyone. We need to draw that line between being able to criticize a religion, whatever that religion may be in any part of the world, but not bring down hate and discrimination on the people who choose to follow that religion. So it is very difficult, and as I started my speech, that I don't really have a right answer, except that we all need to continue to think and discuss and try to find the right place. But I wouldn't argue that freedom of expression is worthless because it's sometimes misused. I think many actors try to misuse what are very solid international principles, and what we need to do is defend the principles and have them be well used, not misused.
Yeah, okay, there is another question to Claire Thomas, but it is asked in Turkish, so let me repeat the question in Turkish and let our translators translate it to Claire. Now the question is, nefret söyleminin tespit edilmesinin ötesinde nefret söylemine karşıt söylemler de üretmek gerekiyor dedi konuşmacı. Bunu önemli buluyorum. Acaba somutlaştıracak örnek vermek ister mi? İfade özgürlüğü konusundaki belirsizlik söylem üretme kabiliyetini azaltıyor mu? Nefret söylemini kişilerden örneklerle çözmek ama linç etmeden tespit etmek mümkün mü örneğin?
And is it
Yolu
also
dili
possible,
nedir?
for example, to
Too many
find out
questions in a
about
question. Yeah.
hate speech without really offending or identifying the people who were the victims of hate speech? A lot of questions.
Yeah, a lot of questions. So the counter speech is very important because our research shows in the places that we're working that the hate speech is spread more widely and more readily than positive speech. And there are very different theories about why this may be. Some of it may be inherent to the content, whereby a post that includes something that appears to be threatening or risky may be more likely to be spread. It's also true that content which is funny is more likely to be spread by online users. So I think there's something about the communities who want to defend and stop hate speech need to be really smart about using the online platform to try to get their messages across. And I don't think we're investing in that in the same level of resources or energy that people who are promoting the populist agenda that Ohana's mentioned right at the beginning are willing to do. So we really need to step up our efforts. We need to be very sophisticated. I think it's entirely possible to understand hate speech without offending the victims of hate speech. I think that we work very carefully not to uncritically just repeat hate speech when we try to research and understand it, but the victims of hate speech and people who are suffering as a result of hate speech really value and welcome the fact that someone is taking notice and someone is counting and recording the fact that they live their lives under this hail of slurs and derogatory statements and negative assumptions about their community or their people or their identity. So I think there are obviously we have quite strong rules about we don't recite the hate speech that we've identified unless very limited exceptions, but we do bring attention to it in ways that the victims don't suffer even more from. I think it is possible if you work hard. I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. Now I have two questions for Michael Ferguson. Let me read them consecutively. The first one from Ton Van Dyke. He says, I have a question for Michael Ferguson. Thanks for your very interesting talk. Could you tell us something about resistance movements against slavery and racism in the Ottoman Empire? So Michael, let me also read the second question for you. Unfortunately, I don't have who asked this. But he asks, or she asks, did the people of late Ottoman period have a coherent concept of race? And if so, to what extent the concept of racial differences have been influential in the decision of ban of the Black Festival in Izmir? How do we differ the concept of pagan driving from Islam from the modern concept of race that was being translated from European scholars mentioned by Zafer Toprak? Yes, Michael. Michael, are you there?
I forgot to unmute myself.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, please.
I got it. Thank you for the questions. They're two very good and important ones. So on the question of resistance, resistance is a tricky subject because it was formulated as a concept in slavery studies, in particular in the 1960s and 1970s. And it comes out of a Marxist analysis of slavery, which those working on slavery have kind of refined since then. So we can question a little bit more what we mean by resistance. But one of the ways I can answer this question is to say the very act of the community in Izmir that I talked about, that was self-organizing, bringing together members of the community from around the Aegean region each May for 3 weeks, where they performed overtly their public expression of their unique religiosity, languages, culture, is in itself a form of what we can say is resistance. I believe there was a second part to that question to say, was there maybe a movement, an anti-slavery movement at the upper levels of Ottoman society? We can't really say there was. That is, the leading politicians of the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th century were on the one hand, working with their European, in particular British counterparts, to quote unquote modernize, westernize their structures of Ottoman government, which included working towards abolishing the slave trade. And most notable amongst them was the Grand Vizier Mithat Pasha, who was maybe the most outspoken against slavery. But as we know from elsewhere evidence and his memoirs, that on the one hand, he's working with the European concert to work to abolish the African slave trade. And on the other hand, he himself is holding and acquiring slaves of his own in his own household. And this is not that much different than many of the other kind of leading men of the late Ottoman Empire. So there's a kind of a contradiction there that is unresolved. And anything I say really needs more research as well. On the second question of race, when I'm talking about the late 19th century, I do try to avoid the concept of race. What I was generally referring to is we can kind of get inferences of how people are viewed in society through their social standing and the social hierarchies of the society. And we know without a doubt that Africans in the late Ottoman Empire were viewed as the most menial form of labor, limited to domestic service, limited opportunity for social advancement. And this, in some ways, begins to interact and map on with European conceptions of race that come into the late Ottoman Empire. Now, this is where the limits of our research are, we can say, is that to what degree are those scholars trying to interpret and adapt European concepts of scientific racism in those scholars that Zafer Toprak is talking about in the late Ottoman period? How much are they influenced by Ottoman social structures, views of Africans, and these new concepts of race? Well, there's an interaction between the two, but to be honest, this is the limits of the research. We don't know. We need more people working on this topic to kind of help untangle the differences and kind of the trajectories. But I can say that there is a new group of particular PhD students and postdocs working on these kinds of topics, and their research is kind of emerging either right now or in the next couple of years. So look forward to that answer in more full.
Thank you, Michael. Indeed, we have some more questions, but I think our time is up. Nayat, what do you say? Shall we stop here and go to another room?
Evet, şimdi bahsettiğim gibi ne yazık ki panelimizin ve soru
Yes,
cevap...
as I mentioned, that is the end of the panel and the question and answer session. So we would like to thank all the speakers, Ohanes Kılıçda, and also the interpreters. We will be sharing you the link for the post-panel discussion, and we'd like to have a family photo as well. So if you'd like to be in the family photo, please turn on your cameras. And before we end this panel, please write down the sentences or the arguments that you remember from this panel, that you'd like to mention from this panel in the chat box as well. We're going to be in the post-panel discussion in a minute.
Aramız bu sefer kısa olacak. Birkaç dakika içerisinde başlayacağız. Nefes alın diye yine de birkaç dakika mola verdik. Görüşmek
We're going to
üzere.
be starting in a few minutes. This is just a break at the moment.
Murat Bey, duyuyor musunuz? Bir dakika. Sesinizi açabildim mi? Diğer odada soru cevap için sizi de bekliyorlar.
They're waiting for you, Murat Bey, for the Q&A session. Excuse me, I wasn't able to go to the other room. We shared the link in the chat box. Please click on it to go to the other room.
Signage.
Şimdi birkaç dakika içerisinde başlayacağız. O yüzden mikrofonlarınızı sessize alıyoruz.
We will start in a few moments. Therefore, I'm going to mute the microphone.
Tekrar merhabalar herkese 6.
Hello,
oturumumuza.
once again. Welcome to our 6th panel. Just like we have done the entire day, we are going to do the multicultural tour guide. We are visiting various sites of memory. We are going to Yeşilköy Primary School, Greek Cypriot Primary School. We are going to hear a story from another pandemic. Now, the floor goes to Atom. The pandemic that we go through today is not the first pandemic experienced by Istanbul. There were other pandemics in the history. During the Balkan Wars in 1912, there was another pandemic, cholera pandemic. Yeşilköy Rum Primary School, Greek Cypriot Primary School, was a close witness to this pandemic. This school was built in the beginning of the 20th century, but its importance arises from its status during the pandemic of cholera. During the Balkan War, there was an outbreak of cholera, especially among soldiers. Back then, Yeşilköy was a deployment point for the soldiers that were going to be sent to the war. There was a pileup of soldiers, if you like, so the pandemic grew in a fast manner in Yeşilköy, to the point that Yeşilköy became a ghost city. So the citizens of Yeşilköy, they started leaving it. There was even a mobile hospital that was established, but it was not enough either. It became so serious and so bad that there were many injured or dead soldiers unattended everywhere. This was even mentioned in the novels of Refik Halit Karay. So in order to stop this situation, Art from Switzerland and Schneider from Australia, they started to help injured soldiers. They helped them, they gave them food, clothes, and then they turned this primary school that you see behind me into a hospital. They started treating patients there, and over time, the number of patients got smaller, and after the end of the Balkan War, the situation went back to normal, even though they themselves caught the cholera virus as well. They got better after the treatment that they received in this hospital. The primary school was closed in 2006 because of the small number of Greek Cypriots living in Istanbul. Thank you very much, Atom. Before going to the panel, we would like to ask you a question. Which adjective would you use to define the social media during the pandemic? You can share your answers with us in the chat box. If you have any questions for our panelists during the panel, you can write them in the chat box. My colleagues are going to share your questions with our moderator. If you follow us through different social media channels, you can share your questions with us as well. Now, we are going to our Panel 6, Pandemic, Hate Speech on Social Media During COVID-19. Mutlu Binark will be the chair. Mutlu Binark is a professor in Hacettepe University, Faculty of Communication, Department of Informatics and Information Technologies. She is one of the founding members of the Alternative Informatics Association. She has been the editor of Moment magazine since July 2017. She is the blogger of www.yenimedia.wordpress.com. Now I would like to give the floor to Mutlu Binark. Welcome.
Sevgili Merve, çok teşekkürler.
Welcome, Merve. Thank you very
bulunmak ve
much. It is
moderatörlük
a
yapmak benim
pleasure
için
for
hem
me
onur
to
hem
be a
de
part
büyük
of
bir
this
zevk.
panel,
Çünkü
to
çok
be a
iki tane
moderator.
taze
And it's an
araştırmayı
honor
dinleyeceğiz.
because we are going
Kıymetli
to hear from
araştırmacılardan.
two new
Bence
pieces of
COVID-19
research
sürecinde
from
nefret söyleme
valuable researchers. I believe hate
hakikaten
speech
sosyal medyaya
during
damgasını vurdu.
COVID-19
Bu
is
sadece Çinlilerden,
something that was
Asyalılardan değil,
quite
yaşlılara, LGBT, iyi bireylere
effective
kadar
on the
bütün
social media.
herkesi
This does not
kapsayan
only
bir
consider
nefret söylemi
Asians
üretim
or
ağı oldu Türkiye
Chinese,
sosyal
it
medyası.
covers
Bununla ilgili iki
LGBTI
araştırmayı dinlemek
members, etc.
ufkunuzu
Now
açacak
we are
ve
going to
nasıl
hear
nefret söylemiyle
two
mücadele
pieces of
edeceğimizi de
research. This is
birlikte
going to
düşüneceğiz
broaden our horizon, and we are
soru
going
cevap
to
kısmında.
think
Ben
about
hani
how we
ilk
can fight
hemen
better
bildiriye
against
geçmek
hate
istiyorum.
speech. Now, I
Alternatif
would like to
Bilişim
start with
Derneği'nin
our first
hazırladığı bir monitoring raporundan COVID-19 sürecinde
declaration.
sosyal medyada nefret
There's a monitoring
söylemi
report
sunum
prepared.
yapacak olanlar Zeynep Özarslan,
We are
İlden
going to
Dirine
hear
ve
this
Gökçe
presentation
Özsu.
from Zeynep
Zeynep
Arslan, İlden Dirine and
Özarslan
Gökçe
yüksek
Özsu, Hate Speech and Social Media
lisans
during
ve
the
yüksek
COVID-19
lisans
pandemic
derecesini
in
Marmara
Turkey.
Üniversitesi
Zeynep
Yabancı Diller
Özarslan, she
bölümünde
received her
tamamladı. İletişim bilimlerinde
undergraduate
doktora
and
derecesi
graduate degree in
aldı.
Department of Foreign
İstanbul'da
Languages at
çeşitli vakıf
Marmara
ve kamu
and Istanbul
üniversitelerinde
University.
öğretim
She
üyeliği
holds a
yaptı.
PhD in Communication
Söylem,
Sciences
ideoloji,
and is
intihar
currently an
üzerine
associate
panoptikon,
professor
gözün
of
gücü,
media
film
studies.
teorisi
She has been working as a
üzerine
lecturer in various
kitapları
public
var.
and foundation universities
Alternatif
in
Bilişim Derneği
Istanbul.
üyesi, yeni
She's
medyada
a member
nefret
of Alternative
söylemi ve
Informatics
mücadele
Association.
ile ilgili sivil toplum örgütlerine katkıda
She
bulunuyor.
also contributes to civil
İlden Dirine
society
Alternatif Bilişim
organizations.
Derneği'nin kurucu
İlden
üyelerinden.
Dirine
Anadolu
is one of the founding
Üniversitesi Medya
members
İletişim Uluslararası İlişkiler
of
lisans
this
derecesi aldı. Yeni
association.
medyada nefret söylemi, konuşma özgürlüğü, toplumsal cinsiyet
She
eşitliği,
received
sosyal
her
hafıza konusunda
undergraduate
çalışıyor.
degree in Media and
Açık Veri
Communication
ve
and
Gazeteciliği
International
Derneği'nin de
Relations at
üyesi.
Anadolu
Ayrıca hafıza
University.
kaydında araştırmacı ve yazar olarak
She
katkı veriyor.
is
Gökçe
she also
Özsu
contributes to Hafıza
lisans
Kaydı as a
derecesini
researcher
Ankara
and
Üniversitesi
writer. Gökçe Özsu,
Siyasal
he
Bilgiler
received
Fakültesi'nin
his
Uluslararası
undergraduate
İlişkiler
degree in
bölümünde
International
yaptı. Yüksek
Relations at
lisans
Ankara
derecesini
University
Bilkent
Faculty of Political
Üniversitesi Medya ve
Sciences
Görsel
and
Çalışmalar
graduate
bölümünü
degree in Media
aldı.
and Visual
Hala
Studies
Hacettepe
at Bilkent
Üniversitesi
University.
de İletişim Bilimleri bölümünde doktora yapıyor. Medya kuruluşlarında görev aldı. Uluslararası haber ajanslarında fixer olarak çalıştı. Kültür politikaları, söylem çalışması, yeni medya ve gazetecilik alanında araştırmalar yapıyor. YÖK %2000 burslusu olarak da bursuna sahip. Bu üç araştırmacının oldukça kapsamlı sosyal medya araştırmasını nefret söylemi temelinde dinleyeceğiz. 15 dakikalık bir süremiz var. Süreyi hep birlikte tutacağız ve ben chat odasından sürenin 5 dakikaya kaldığını işaret edeceğim. O zaman sözü sevgili Zeynep Hoca'ya bırakıyorum ve tüm katılımcılara günün bu son panelinde aramızda olduğu için ve soruları kadar da kalarak değil mi paneli zenginleştirecekleri için çok şimdiden teşekkür ediyorum. Keyifli, verimli bir tartışma ortamı olsun.
Thank you very much. I hope that this will be enjoyable and fruitful for all of us. Thank you very much. I would like to speak in English.
So we would like to share our report on hate speech in social media during COVID-19 pandemic in Turkey. We, the speakers, as Professor Mutlu Binark told us, Zeynep Özarslan, İlden Dirine and Gökçe Özsu are the members of Alternative...
Bir dakika, çok özür dilerim. Ben ufak bir...
Excuse me, just a moment. I believe that there is a problem with sound. Okay, now it's working. Excuse me, please. your voice, Mutlu, was not heard. I don't know if you're on the right channel. Should I start over? Please start over. It would be better. Okay.
We had a technical problem. We would like to thank Hrant Dink Foundation, the Frederick Naumann Foundation, and the Swedish Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the organization and hosting us. And thanks to the organization and science committee and the participants for this important and timely conference. We are very excited and honored to be part of it. Today, we would like to share our report on hate speech in social media during the COVID-19 pandemic in Turkey. We, the speakers, Zeynep Özarslan, İlden Dirine, and Gökçe Özsu, are the members of Alternative Informatics Association. And we've been closely monitoring the hate speech in social media since the first days of the pandemic. İlden Dirine and Gökçe Özsu have written the report on hate speech in social media in the COVID-19 pandemic period under my editorship. The report is published both in Turkish and English with the financial support of European Union with the framework of the European Union Civil Dution Program. And to keep track of the hate speech in social media during the pandemic in Turkey, we monitored ethnic-based ageism, age discrimination, and sexual identity orientation-based hate speech in our report. Ethnic identity-based hate speech is frequently produced in Turkey. However, during the pandemic, we witnessed for the first time that Chinese people and Asians have been subjected to hate speech in Turkey. Similarly, age-based hate speech has been mass-produced for the first time in Turkey too. We define ageism as the exposure of people to discriminatory attitudes, behaviors, and practices only because of their biological age. Ageism includes negative attitudes based on prejudice and stereotypes such as being ignored or disregarded, as well as implicit and explicit practices such as isolation, segregation, abuse, harassment, and physical violence. Based on socio-political developments in Turkey, the scope of the report has been determined as between February the 1st and June the 1st, 2020. These developments are: February the 1st, the Turkish students in China were evacuated and put in quarantine for 2 weeks. But the first COVID-19 case was officially announced on the 11th of March. And March the 21st, the government banned the individuals over the age of 65 and citizens with chronic illnesses from leaving their residences and going out. And the third one is April the 24th. President of Religious Affairs, Professor Ali Erbash, claimed in his weekly sermon that the religion of Islam condemned adultery and homosexuality because of it illegitimately spread HIV and other viruses. So we've only included YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter in the report. The reason for this is based on the number of daily active users in the most used social networks in Turkey, as stated in the 2019 report of We Are Social and Hootsuite. We had some ethical concerns as well in the report, and the contents included in the analysis were obtained by searching the text for each social network on different dates. We have not included the other relevant hashtags. For ethical reasons, we anonymized the data and described them in different words without interfering with the meaning and context. Similarly, we depicted visual contents by text. Both traditional and the following free tools were used, you see in the slide, to extract data with the specified text. YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook content were manually coded without using any digital tools. Cobri was used for YouTube comments, and Spatula Instagram comments, Grabber for Instagram comments. Twitter content was collected by pulling data through Workbench tool. So the obtained contents were separated into previously defined hate speech categories. Then the frequency of these categories was quantitatively calculated and visualized with tables. The contents included in the analysis were collected in common coding table. The visual contents are textualized, including in the coding table. The interaction of the data of the content and or comments are not included in the coding table. The coding was done and compared separately by the authors of the report, and the editor's opinion was sought for the disputed content. Thus, a consensus was reached in the context of categorization criteria on all contents included in the analysis. The content and comments subjected to analysis are classified according to the categories, these categories. The first one is exaggeration, attribution, distortion. The second, swearing, insult, defamation. The third, enmity, war discourse. The fourth, symbolization. The first four categories have been chosen as used in media hate speech monitoring reports prepared by International Hrant Dink Foundation since April 2009. And the fifth one is objection, while exhibiting negative labeling, especially on the food culture, dehumanizing the other as barbarian, removing their eating and drinking habits from being the object of desire. And that objection category is adapted from the analysis of Professor Mutlu Binark in the early stages of pandemic. And the last one is scapegoating, blaming only a certain group for all the negative developments and turning them into object of fear. And scapegoating is a frequently used concept in populism studies and is borrowed from Professor Ruth Wodak. It is seen that a significant part of the content and comments can be included in more than one category. However, the content and comments obtained within the scope of this report were coded to be classified under a single category. Priority in categorization was given to the most emphasized category. Now, Gökçe Özsu will share the findings of the research with us. So I can unmute myself.
So thank you, Professor Azarslan. As she recently mentioned, we are sharing our findings in three categories. These are hate speech against Chinese people, hate speech against the elderly, and the last one is the one against LGBT plus individuals. Unfortunately, we won't be able to share most of the examples and the findings, but our report is available for free on the internet. I would like to start with the hate speech against the Chinese people first. We have found that more than 30% of the YouTube videos and more than 10% of the YouTube comments contain hate speech. But what is interesting for these findings is nearly half of the videos were logged to the user comments. For videos and comments, the most frequent hate speech category is swearing, insult, and defamation category. Even though all hate speech categories were available in the YouTube comments, enmity and war discourse has not been found in the YouTube videos. If we look at how the swearing category was produced, we saw that the users had bad soup image. It was an assumption that bad soup was one of the main parts of Chinese food culture. We also saw that not only the Chinese people, but also Asians were subjected to humiliation based on their physical appearances. I would like to mention the objection category in this sense. YouTube comments are the most highly produced sample in objection category. It is common both for videos and comments. The Chinese and Asian food culture is depicted as filthy, inferior, inhumane, and apart from the object of desire. We can also see the scapegoat category. We can see scapegoating as the Chinese people are responsible for the pandemic and related social affairs. If we move on Instagram, we found that more than 70% of Instagram posts and more than 40% of Instagram comments contain hate speech. It is interesting for both Instagram posts and comments because there was distinction between us and them produced by the discourse of enmity. It is not common, but we observed many calls for genocide against Chinese people. In Twitter posts, we observed more than 7% of the contents are hate speech. Much of the hate speech comes from the enmity category. The users depicted the Chinese people as enemies and ones deserving a divine punishment because they were responsible for the pandemic. But it's also interesting that the users call for a divine judgment for the oppression against Uyghur people, which are also ethno-religious minority in China. In Facebook posts, our first finding is that we haven't observed any hate groups and hate pages on Facebook. we have seen that the objection and enmity categories are the most common ones. You can see the examples on the report as well. I would like to move on to hate speech categories against the elderly people. In YouTube videos, the biggest part of the hate speech belongs to the exaggeration, attribution, and distortion category. Beyond the categories, representation practices of the elderly in general seem highly problematic. We have observed that elderly people were often depicted sarcastically. Even though sarcasm seems not to have produced hate speech, still we can consider that as a discrimination. This is for the YouTube videos. In YouTube comments, we observed that the elderly ones who don't follow the quarantine rules are subjected to direct insult and humiliation due to their old age. Moreover, they were depicted with forgetfulness and selfishness attribution. In Instagram posts, we haven't seen any posts that contain hate speech. It's quite interesting, and we don't know why. Actually, we observed many Instagram posts containing hate speech before they have been criticized by the public. As we know, some have been subjected to criminal sanctions for insulting the elderly ones, and we couldn't access these contents after the sanctions. If we look at the Instagram comments, we could find very limited numbers of Instagram comments that contained hate speech. Swearing category is on the top of them and seemed to be against the elderly ones who didn't follow the curfew rules. In Twitter posts, after excluding news content, we have found that more than 46% of the contents had hate speech. Above this, the most common category was swearing, insult, and defamation. In this category, people over 65 years was depicted as disobedient and irresponsible. And what's interesting, We the Youngsters Protect the Elderly Ones was produced and circulated.
5 dakika.
Okay, Mutlu Hocam. In Facebook posts, fortunately, we have found solidarity communities instead of hate speech content. One of the groups had a sharing policy and it was no hate speech allowed. If you look at the post, most of them is the reaction to the ban. I mean, how restrictions impact their health negatively because they have been not going for exercise. As an interesting point, some members call friend of faith to each other. I would like to move on the hate speech against LGBT plus individuals quickly. In YouTube videos, we found several numbers of hate speech content, but most of them are not user-generated content. But they were mostly commercial TV news content, which are out of scope. So I'm skipping this part. In YouTube comments, more than 21% of the contents contained hate speech. We can say that all categories contain swearing practices. In this point, I would like to talk about the second largest category, which is enmity discourse. In enmity category, warmongering against LGBTI plus individuals and against the right defenders. There was distinction between us and them, and it was created between fundamentalist Muslims and LGBT plus individuals. In Instagram posts, more than 46% contained hate speech. There are two categories on the top. We observed that the users accuse LGBT individuals of religious humiliation. This humiliation is based on the assumption that one day the whole society would become LGBT individuals unless right activists being stopped. In the enmity discourse, warmongering is on the fore, and based on the assumption that LGBT plus individuals waged war against the religion of Islam by defending LGBT rights. In Instagram comments, we observed swearing the most. The only thing we saw is the random swearing. But what's interesting, we also observed metonymical references to the myth of Lot, Lot the prophet. We know that it's the most common discourse and currently used by the head of Turkish religious affairs, the Diyanet. What's more interesting, while the head of Diyanet used this metonymy by labeling LGBT community carriers of disease in order to create a reference between the Lot myth and the pandemic, but the users didn't do so interestingly. In Twitter posts, we saw many hashtags against the LGBT community, such as LGBT activities shall be punished, Istanbul Convention shall be suspended, go to the Netherlands. We saw that almost all contents under these hashtags have hate speech. The interesting point was enmity discourse and swearing discourse are intertwined. These categories, LGBT community is labeled as the enemy of the state, enemies of the Islamic religion as well. For now, I've shared a small piece of the findings. In overall, I can say that the number of the groups subjected to hate speech is rising during the pandemic in Turkey. We know that ethnic, sexual, and religious minorities in Turkey has always been exposed to hate speech. Chinese, Asians, and elderly ones seem to add it to the list. Swearing category are the most common for all the groups, but objection and scapegoating are the new categories and unique in the hate speech against the Chinese people. But overall, these categories are getting hard to separate and identify because we observe that many categories are intertwined. For further studies, we should focus more changing characteristics of hate speech categories. So thank you very much.
Gökçe Özsu'ya çok teşekkür ederim. Tam hani
Thank you very much, Gökçe Özsu, and thank you very much for keeping in line with the time as well. And also, this is a good segue to the next presentation as well, mentioning the enmity feelings against the Chinese. And also, we're talking about the Sinovac vaccine as well, the vaccine developed by the Chinese as well. There's a lot of discussion about that too. And I believe this is going to deepen our understanding of why this hate is directed towards the Chinese as well. Now, I would like to give the floor to the next speakers. First of all, Oğuz Kuş received his undergraduate degree from Marmara University Faculty of Communication, and he has obtained his graduate and PhD degrees from Istanbul University Institute of Social Sciences. He now works at Istanbul University Faculty of Communication as research assistant, focuses on hate speech and new media, critical data studies, big data, data mining, and content marketing. And he also engages in Doba Faculty of Applied Business and Social Studies and School of Journalism and Public Relations in Northern Macedonia as well. And Yıldıray Keskin has received his undergraduate degree from Kadranas University Department of Advertising, and he received his graduate degree from Yeditepe University. He's now studying in new media, social media, women's studies, LGBTI rights, hate speech, freedom, human rights, racism, and anti-racism. And this presentation is going to be focusing on big data in terms of minority rights. I would like to now give the floor to Oğuz Kuş and Yıldıray Keskin. You have 15 minutes as well. Okay, then I'll immediately start sharing my screen.
View de gözüküyor mu sizde acaba?
Can you see it in the presenter view at the moment?
Öncelikle bildirimizin
Firstly, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present the conclusions of our study. Our declaration and our study are took place, as a matter of fact, with the data before the first case was found out in Turkey. So first of all, what kind of a perspective we had before the first case was declared in Turkey? As a matter of fact, we started with that. I believe that there is a problem with the sound. Do you have Chinese or English selected? Chinese is selected at the moment.
Baştan alırsak kusura bakmayın.
Tabii ki.
If you could start from the beginning.
Bu yönüyle aslında bir referans noktası da belirliyoruz. İleriye doğru nasıl bir değişim gerçekleşecek?
We believe that our study is going to inform how our thoughts shape as we go along. We work with hate speech definitions made by Almagor Parek and the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. These are the definitions that we base our study on, and we use these definitions to determine whether there's hate speech or not in a particular discourse. And we also have a digital hate speech component as well. And we define this as the sharing on social platforms or websites of discourse, including hate and discriminatory messages, or the designing of discriminatory and hateful games, and having video and podcast releases, including hate speech. This is how we define digital hate speech. And we know that there are certain definitions that the social media platforms, as a matter of fact, developed, and the policies that they have developed in order to prevent hateful content to be from being shared. Moreover, digital hate speech has different parameters. I would like to mention research here. Basically, this research says that hate speech can be generated and can be accessed more easily in the new media than in the traditional media because of digitality, interaction, virtuality, and multimedia formation. And we can also divide digital hate speech to direct and indirect digital hate speech. As a matter of fact, direct hate speech is the generation and sharing of hateful content, but indirect hate speech is more about social media dynamics. This means the interaction of a user with that content. For example, liking a post, or retweeting it, resharing it, or even just viewing it, as a matter of fact, can be regarded as indirect hate speech. And also, interaction is a very important part of the social media algorithms as well. And that is why we also look into the numbers of interactions as well in our study. And under COVID-19, there's a lot of hate speech generated too, for example, especially against Asians and the Chinese. There was a concerning rise there. And also the Chinese are demonized, and conspiracy theories are generated about the Chinese. The Chinese are otherized, and the Chinese culture is belittled. And again, in indirect hate speech,
nefret söylemi üreten ve buna karşı çıkan kullanıcıların etkileşim içinde olduğu
the creators of hateful content are in interaction as well, it is said, and also the people who are exposed to hate speech, again, are more likely, have more proclivity to generate hate speech as well. Also, the way that news stories about the coronavirus were made also fuels this hateful content against the Chinese as well. Therefore, this sort of environment appears in which to create hateful content in social media. And we can see that a lot of hateful content can be generated during the COVID-19 crisis as well. We have different categories that we have set as well based on our literature review. So first of all, economic hateful speech, cultural and political and physical cultural hate speech. The last one being about the physical characteristics of the people who are the targets of hate speech. And this was very important for our study because we have used data mining in our study. That is why we need to create a training set, a training kit, and these categories have to be predefined in order for us to be able to do that. Let's start with the research questions. The we first of all asked what is the thematic rate of hate speech against the Chinese before the first case of COVID-19 was found out in Turkey, and also what kind of linguistic usages are there in user-sourced digital content, and also what is the thematic interaction level of hate speech on digital environment. The data collection started with the collection of the comments, of the primary user comments in a video before the detection of the first COVID-19 case in Turkey. And we have collected the comments of more than 17,000 users and more than 190,000 interactions, and we have used the Face Pager tool, and the top 3,000 rows of data were included in the research. We have adopted a hybrid approach. We have used content analysis, and we have also devised a process in which the researchers were directly involved. Therefore, that was a classical content analysis. And also we have used data mining, as mentioned before. And intercoder reliability was calculated with Cohen-Kasper. We have used Young, McCracken's and Crouston's model in the hybrid content analysis model. This has three processes: human coding, machine coding, and adjustment. In human coding, we have collected 1,000, we have coded 1,000 human comments, and to calculate the reliability, 10% of the data collected was removed, and then the remaining 10% was calculated with Cohen's kappa coefficient, and then we created our algorithm with Rapid Mining Studio on 1,000 comments. Then the non-categorized 2,000 comments were classified with the algorithm created with 1,000, with the first 1,000 comments. At the end of the machine coding, there was a very high certainty already in the data. That is why we wanted to have a random controlling, as a matter of fact, random adjustment. And then the researchers have checked this, and there was a 96% agreement between the researchers and the machine. And the findings that we have are that 5% of the covered comments included hate speech, 60% of the hate speech, hateful content was about culture, 40% was about politics, and the other categories were at a very reduced level, as a matter of fact. 5% of the current data set was hateful content, as we said, but we saw that they received more than double the amount of likes than the other comments got. The hateful content received 133 likes on average, while non-hateful content received about 58 likes. We used GQ to create a network map. By the way, the thicker lines means more frequency of the use of words. There is a lot of activity around bat soup, maybe you can see, and also the kitchen culture, the cuisine, again, gets attacked, gets targeted a lot as well. On the political side, the words Uyghur and East Turkestan appear a lot. In conclusion, it is very remarkable that we found out there was a lot of lack of knowledge about Chinese culture. A lot of the findings were about the cuisine, and the internet legends and misinformation played a lot of a role in the creation of hate speech, cultural hate speech. There was a dichotomic perspective in the political hate speech creation that was apparent, and people were seeing Muslims and Uyghurs as us, and the Chinese were positioned as the perpetrators of violence against Uyghurs, and for which they were punished with COVID-19. And it is also important to mention that indirect hate speech played a lot of role in the creation of hateful content as well. Thank you very much for listening to us, for your patience, and would like to answer your questions now if you have any.
Kuşla Yıldıray Keskin'e de süreleri için teşekkür ederim. Pardon.
I would like to thank you for your presentations and for abiding by your time limits. Thank you very much. We have some questions in the chat box. I'm taking a look at them now. We have also, if we have participants who would like to ask questions by raising hands, we can receive their questions as well. We have 15 minutes, right? Yes, we have 15 minutes. We can also exceed that time limit because this was the last panel. It will be okay. Okay, let me check the questions then in the chat box. There was a loss of confidence because the Chinese actually hid some facts from the public, they say. Let me check all the questions. We have a lot of them, actually. Irem has a question for Oğuz Bey. What were the other categories? Could you please elaborate on other categories? Cultural hate speech, political hate speech, economic hate speech, and hate speech based on physical appearances. These were what we used, but these were used because these were relevant to our study. However, cultural and political hate speeches were the dominant ones in our study. But I also witness hate speech against immigrants, and I work a lot in this area, and I witness a lot of hate speech there as well. Actually, people have speech of superiority sometimes, depending on the geographies where they are. So in our research, there were two categories, two dominant categories. There were no subcategories in our research. This is why there was the social network analysis. We wanted to see how discrimination was formed from a religious point of view as well, from a language point of view as well. And there were a lot of comments on the culture of cuisine, on the culture of kitchen, actually. There is another question for Zeynep as well. The hate speech against LGBTI, did it increase after the statement of the head of religious affairs? Another question, people over the age of 65, people who say that they were irresponsible in not abiding by the rules, do you think this can be counted in the hate speech category? Well, I can answer the part related to the head of religious affairs. Actually, when we carried out this research, we have chosen certain points of importance. So when we look at the statement of the head of religious affairs, because there was a tweet and there were thousands of comments under that tweet. And with this incident, the hashtag was quite used. After that tweet, we saw that there was an increase in the use of that hashtag. So I believe, yes, it affected a lot. Okay, thank you very much. Zeynep or Gökçe, would you like to take the floor to add on this? Okay. Gökçe, the floor is yours. Actually, I wanted to answer the other question. Okay. For citizens who are above the age of 65, here is what we observed. Those individuals, they were accused of being irresponsible. We did not consider that as hate speech, but here is something else. We wanted to draw attention to how dangerous this speech is. Because there were other categories of hate speech against the elderly. For example, defamation or swearing. There were some content in that sense. Misrepresentation was not considered as hate speech in itself, but it was considered in other categories. Okay, Zeynep Hoca, would you like to add something on this? Well, I could say a few things about people over the age of 65. Actually, there were humorous tweets that were made on that. Could you please choose Chinese on your interpretation menu? Excuse me, is it working now? Excuse me, says the speaker. For individuals over the age of 65, humor was used a lot. So in environments, in platforms such as Facebook, there were no groups of hatred that were opened, which was quite positive, but we still witnessed the use of discriminative language against them. So ageism was quite dominant during the pandemic. This was quite prominent in Turkey during the pandemic. Ethnic identity is always quite problematic in Turkey. We witness a lot of hate speech there. This is always a category, but the Chinese and the Asian were added to this category, which was quite problematic. So instead of solving the existing hate speech categories, we believe that they're increasing in number. Thank you very much. A question for both reports that were presented. Hate speech against the Chinese and the Asian, are they working hand in hand with the theories of conspiracy about China? I also would like to add on this. TÜBİTAK carried out a piece of research about the elderly. And when we carried out this research, we saw that their level of information and awareness is quite high because of watching TV. But the information that the virus was created in Wuhan in a laboratory was seen to be perceived as correct by the elderly. So we see that there is a lot of wrong information that is spread around among the elderly as well. How can this be related to hate speech? Oğuz or Yıldıray, maybe you could answer this question. Well, rather than conspiracies, I believe when we looked at this map, as I said before, bat soup term was used with a high frequency. This is what made us think this way. Therefore, as a result of the analysis we made on the data, we can say that this was a myth on the internet actually, which triggered hate speech, but I can't say that we have any findings on conspiracies. Thank you very much. Zeynep Hocam. Yes, my answer is similar. Conspiracies, the infamy, the spread of wrong information. conspiracies support the spread of wrong information. There are some conspiracies about Elon Musk as well, but is there a hate speech? Is there any hate speech against the Americans? We can ask this question as well. Conspiracies in general, they include lies and wrong information. Yes, of course, they can play a role in the spread of infodemy. We did not specifically research on it, but I'm sure that there's a relation. I can make an addition here. I looked at Twitter. We looked at tags that are very specific, such as bat soup, etc. And therefore, we collected content regarding that specific tags. But even under those tags, we saw some tweets about China spreading the virus on purpose, about them being wanting to become an economic power, etc. Thank you very much. Well, another question on the role of media, again, in hate speech against the Chinese. You could answer that. We have another question about hate speech against the Chinese. It comes from Azad Chayan. Now that Biden is in power, do you think the negative attitude of America could be eliminated? Do you think this could have a global result? Another question for Oğuz Bey. Do you have any subcultural categories? Let's start with China.
Belki Oğuz ve Yıldıray, sonra Zeynep Hoca ve tekrar Oğuz.
Oğuz, Yıldıray, Zeynep Hoca, and then Oğuz. We could go in this order. Okay. Well, honestly, mainstream media or traditional media platforms, I don't know if they have an impact on creating a new kind of speech. We cannot really answer this question within the scope of our research, unfortunately. Okay, Zeynep Hocam. Well, when you say media, I believe that the person who asked this question means traditional media. In our research, we looked at political developments and the hate speech related to political developments regarding the three categories that we mentioned. In this case, for example, the statement of the head of religious affairs and the fact that this statement was published in traditional media, of course, contributed to the rise of hate speech. People who watched TV, who watched mainstream media, they took their phones and they opened up hashtags, go to the Netherlands for LGBTI individuals, for example. So political people's statements and their misguiding words, of course, gave rise to hate speech. We can say that, but there are other situations. Some media channels who spread lies in a conscious way, deliberately they do this. Some TV channels or some journals do that. This is what we observe all the time. So when media is used as a tool like this against certain ethnic origins, sexual orientations, etc., of course, this could rise hate speech as well. We also should talk about social media, of course. When some topics become trend topics on Twitter, or when we have certain hashtags being used a lot, people, of course, see that, take notice of that, and this contributes to infodemy. So, Oğuz Bey, a question for you about the subcategories of the cultural category, that big category. Actually, I had seen and answered that question, but I can say that we built this map, we built this network in order to see the subcategories. If we can have, if we have new categories, we looked at that. But our data covers also the period before the pandemic. So there is not a diversity there. I had said before that the term bat soup and other kitchen terms were repeated a lot. This is what we see in the cultural category, but at the moment it is not possible for us, based on the data that we have, to come up with subcategories. Okay, thank you very much. Zeynep, Gökçe, İlden, another question for you. Have you encountered hate speech regarding people's economic situation? It is said that the virus is caught by poor people mostly, and it doesn't affect rich people, for example. Could this be considered as a part of hate speech against such people? Could you elaborate on that? Actually, we haven't encountered such hate speech in our research. Maybe Zeynep Hocam would like to add on that. Actually, when we specified the method of this research, we took into consideration that this was a volunteer work, and it was not quite comprehensive. We had ethical concerns, a lot of ethical concerns. We weren't able to include everything in our report. Therefore, we looked at hate speech resulting from political statements. This is what we focused on. The economic part was not included in our research, but given that Gökçe and İlden say that they haven't encountered this a lot, we could say that this was not quite evident. If we had more time, we would have looked at that as well. Another question for İlden, Gökçe and Zeynep.
COVID-19 dahil pandemilerin hayvanlara kötü
Well, we see that COVID-19 and other pandemics are related to maltreatment, mistreatment towards animals. Can this be considered as a part of hate speech? Which one of us should answer? Gökçe or İlden, would you like to answer? Well, you are the ones who carried out the research yourselves. Therefore, I wanted to give the floor to you, maybe thinking that you would want to answer. Hate speech against vegan people. No, actually, the question was not specifically related to them. Well, actually, this is a general question. The way you say something also defines whether it can be considered as hate speech or not. But we all agree that narrowing the area for wildlife and people's consumption habits played an important role in the pandemic. Yes, in some social media platforms, we saw certain aggressive statements from vegan people, but I don't believe it could be considered as hate speech. I mean, this is my personal opinion. Another question.
What would you say that social media platforms? Ben de şey yapayım. Evet, sosyal buradaki nefret söylemini durdurmak için pandemi
What
sırasında.
would you say that social media platforms have done or should do more in moderating, stopping hate speech during the pandemic? You could all contribute to this. How can we stop the hate speech there, and what role should these platforms play? Okay, let's start with Oğuz and then continue with the others. Of course, the right combat policies should be developed by these platforms, of course. But apart from this, they must use their intellectual capital as well. They have the ability of carrying out various analyses. Various analyses can be used by them just to show the right advertisement to their members. They carry out numerous amounts of analyses. So they should exert the same effort to combat hate speech. I think we can expect them to do so. So we can expect them to develop policies there. They can develop technologies. I believe they should do that. Okay, thank you very much. Yildiray, would you like to comment on this? Hello? I believe that all social media platforms should develop a policy so eliminating hate speech on social media will be very important. Therefore, in order to stop that, new algorithms should be developed. Once these are developed, I believe that the content that includes hate speech could be eliminated. But we have the same problem here. Hate speech, how much of it is included in freedom of expression? Sometimes it could be considered as a bad joke. Sometimes the real hate speech can be considered as racist jokes. There is a fine line actually separating these definitions. Therefore, it's a problematic subject.
Son cevapları alabilir miyiz? Ondan sonra yavaştan.
Ben de devam edeyim bu soruyla
Evet,
o zaman.
tabii ki.
A short reminder. Can we get all the answers, please? So first of all, the question asks whether enough has been done or not. I mean, because we still see examples of hate speech and researches that we conduct. Obviously, social media platforms haven't done enough. And the other question is, what should be done further? In a presentation that I did for the Hrant Dink Foundation last year, the Facebook personnel in charge of the MENA region said that they were doing whatever they can, as a matter of fact, and that the algorithms are developing further in order to prevent hate speech. They're using bots and human editors in order to prevent that, he or she said, and they are trying to minimize the hate speech on their platform through these methods, but they are not really controllable, these platforms. It is not like live TV broadcasts, for example. It is very difficult to control that environment, and as the other speakers have said just a moment ago, there's a very thin line between hate speech and freedom of speech. Sometimes, according to the rules of their own platform, they do not regard certain discourse as hate speech, but they're not very controllable environments. Just a small addition. I think what is important is that we did a research on hate speech 10 years ago as well, and it was very easy to see Facebook hate speech groups, as a matter of fact, at that time. Facebook, Twitter, and other social media platforms are working on this issue, and I know this because in Turkey, Facebook works with other authorities in order to prevent conspiracy theories, and in our normal search on Facebook, for example, we couldn't really see any hateful content in groups because they were probably, as a matter of fact, closed down, but we could see solidarity groups. So I just wanted to make this a small addition. They are working on the issue. Lalin and Murat Ruben, I'd like to give the floor to them as well. Let's start with Lalin, first of all, and then I will give the floor to Mr. Ruben, who would like to make a small contribution.
Lalin, duyabiliyor musunuz bizi?
Lalin,
Ses gelmiyor.
can you hear us?
Geliyor herhalde. Aslında sormak istediğim şey şuydu.
So what I would like to ask you is, again, the same question. Could you please go to the Chinese channel? Is it okay now? Yes. So what I'd like to ask is this. A lot of the words associated with COVID-19 or this hate speech during COVID-19 are about the cuisine, about the culture of cuisine, and whether it is right or wrong.
Mesela işte şey de dahil işte kuş gribi, işte Covid gibi pandemilerin hayvanlara yapılan
pandemics like COVID-19 and the bird flu, saying that these are caused by our relations with animals, by our cruelty towards animals, does that really constitute hate speech, for example? Because I believe that the cruelty against animals is effective in these diseases emerging, but does that generalize a sort of an attitude towards meat-eating people, for example? Does that actually contribute to hate speech?
Hoca hem Oğuz, hani İldan, Yıldıray, Gökçe, herkes yanıtlamak ister kısaca.
Maybe everybody would like to take the floor in this, because this is about the operationalization of language, as a matter of fact. Because when you talk about a totalitarian attitude like this, how does this generalize? We have little time, so who would like to contribute to this? Who would like to start?
Oğuz, sizden değil mi?
Ben açtım. Madem hep bu süreyi takip ediyoruz, hiç bozmadan devam edelim. Bizim araştırmamızdaki
in our research, working in our own data set, it is possible to see that a lot of animal names were used together, as a matter of fact, but their direct relation to hate speech is not possible to be detected with the research that we've currently conducted. We can create subcategories, obviously, and see how this is related to hate speech, and then we may be able to answer your question. And also, we're trying to look at this in a contextual manner. I told you that we found these words, but first of all, we worked with an umbrella category, first of all, as a matter of fact, and looking at the context referred to in the text. We didn't look into the further breakdown of categories, and it's not possible to establish a link such as the one you've mentioned just a moment ago. Maybe Zeynep Hoca would like to say a few things. So according to our research, scapegoating and objection are the two categories that we had, and bat soup, which is not really a part of the daily cuisine of the Chinese people, we have seen is mentioned as a very sort of daily ordinary food for the Chinese people. Maybe the other communities apart from the Chinese think about it that way. And we have seen that on the basis of the habit of eating, there could be two different categories of hate speech. One is objection and the other one is scapegoating, and also negative profiling, stigmatization. They also help create discrimination as well, and the sharing of such attitudes or such emotions. These are the building blocks paving the way to hate speech. So there could be a link. So lastly, we have Murat Ruben's contribution.
Mikrofonu
The speaker is currently inaudible. Can you hear me now? Yes. I would like to mention a personal experience about Twitter and Facebook. There is a complaint button, report button on both of them, but the principles of Twitter and Facebook are a bit different from one another. As far as I can see, Twitter is more sensitive towards hate speech and discrimination, while Facebook is really not that sensitive. And it's not solely about hate speech, as a matter of fact. On Facebook, I see a lot of swear words, for example, which are in fact defamatory, and I report these, but Facebook says they are in line with our principles, but they are very grave swear words, as a matter of fact. And also, whatever reporting methods can be used, the Turkish National Police has an online reporting button. You can, as a matter of fact, report it through that way. We have a law 5661, and the Information Technology and Communication Institution, when there's a complaint, can use a filtering method, which means taking down the content, but that can be done in a very narrow scope. And again, in the Turkish criminal law, in Article 216, you can complain to the prosecutor's office, but the method to do that is to go to the notary public and get this visual detected. The notary public is going to approve that such a speech has been made, such an expression has been made, and then you can go to the prosecutor's office to complain about this. Thank you for your contribution, but this panel is mostly about the Turkish social media, an overview of hate speech on Turkish social media during the COVID-19 times. Obviously, there's hate speech on the Turkish social media, but this is in fact a view of our mentality as well, and this is our habitus, as a matter of fact. It is not only necessary to report this, but also to fight this in our daily lives as well, in our mentality as well, because this shows us who we are in a way. Therefore, the combat against this should be focusing on the daily language of discrimination and hate speech, and work on our stereotypes, the fact that we don't know each other well. So the debate is ongoing, and we're going to be continuing tomorrow too. And you can also share your contact information as well. You can reach Oğuz, Yıldıray, Zeynep, İlden, and Gökçe through their emails as well. Thank you very much to all the speakers, all the panelists. We'd like to ask another question before we end. If you could share a word in the chat box to describe today's event. So while you're doing that, let's go to Emre Güzel, because he's been illustrating the conference, as a matter of fact. So what kind of an illustration has he made at the end of the day? Maybe we can see that.
Çok güzel, çok teşekkür ederiz Emre. Bunu da
Thank you very much, Emre. We can share this with you later on as well. Looks very nice. Thank you. It was great to have you here. And of course, the heroes, the unseen heroes of the day that weren't really seen were the interpreters, both the sign language interpreters and also language interpreters. Thank you very much. On behalf of all the participants and also the Hrant Foundation as well. And also thank you very much for this very rich debating environment as well. This was very intense, and there have been a lot of questions that we weren't able to answer, as a matter of fact. And tomorrow we'll have very intense sessions as well. And I'd like to also thank the Hrant Foundation as well, the technical team who've been working. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we will see you again. Thank you very much. And also, thank you very much to the technical team who's been taking the photos. Thank you very much. Stay without hate.